please switch your hearing aid to the telecall mode. If you need assistance with a headset, we have those as well. Please see the clerk to request one. Everybody, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. As a reminder to all members of the public addressing the board this evening, you may only sign up to speak on matters that are before the board for public hearing. Due to the broadcast delay, any member of the public who is not in the boardroom wishing to address the boards on items 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 9, which is on our consolidated agenda, please call the number that you see scrolling on your screen right now. If you signed up to speak, you will be allotted 2.5 minutes. If you are in the boardroom, we ask when your name is called, please come to the podium closest to you. State your name for the record. The timer on the podium will indicate your remaining time. When your time has expired, please yield the floor to the next speaker. If you're providing your comments via phone, I'm going to ask you to use a stopwatch because you can't see the timer in the room, and I don't want to cut you off like with 30 seconds to go because that messes up your flow. And so I'll just stop you at the end, but I won't stop you in the middle of your comments. So just time yourself, please. And when taking public input for items, I will first ask if there's anybody in the room, and then we'll go to the WebEx. And the moderator tonight is Emily Hayes. Ms. Hayes, can you hear me?
Hi, Madam Chair. Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Wonderful. And also please note that there is a slight delay between the broadcast and the boardroom. Pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3708-2 and the Board of Supervisors Rules of Order, Supervisor Matt Letourneau has requested to participate in this meeting by electronic communication from his home. Supervisor Letourneau cannot attend this meeting in person due to illness. A physical quorum of the Board of Supervisors is present in the boardroom, and the board has made arrangements for the voice of Supervisor Letourneau to be heard by all persons in the boardroom. Supervisor Letourneau made this request within the required amount of time as deemed by the county attorney, we will note the Supervisor Letourneau meets the qualification to participate remotely. The board records, we put it in our board records that Supervisor Letourneau participated from home. All right, Supervisors, I'm going to read the consolidated agenda. The board will hear the following items as a consolidated hearing. As a reminder, these items are being consolidated because there are no outstanding issues. Staff has recommended approval. The applicant has waived their presentation time, and no public has signed up to speak on the following items. Item 1, the proposed conveyance of county property, grant of easement to Loudon Water and the Claude Moore Charitable Foundation. Item 2, proposed amendments to Section 209 of the Codified Ordinance of Loudon County Voting Precinct Polling Plan. Item 4, the DOAM 2021-0003 Traffic Study Amendments to Chapter 4 of the Loudon County Facility Standards Manual. Item 5, ZOAM 2021-0003 Establish new fees for certain traffic data collection and traffic warrant studies and incorporate the existing land development application fee schedule and news ordinance appendix. Item 6, AGDT 2022-0001 Request for withdrawal from land belonging to Elizabeth Mercedes Somerset Farm LLC from the Beaver Dam Valley Agricultural and Forestry District. Item 7 is the CPMT 2021-0001 and the ZMOD 2021-0041 and the SPMI 0021-0005 interconnection substation. And finally, item 9, special exception 2021-0054, the 5 Ash Mod Home. Are there any members of the public in the room or on the WebEx who would like to speak on any of those items? Seeing none, I will close the consolidated agenda and we will go through the motions. Before we go through the motion of the consolidated agenda, I have been back and forth of how I want to conduct tonight's meeting because I do know that there are so many people who want to speak on our last item on the agenda. Normally, I try to get most of the people so I can clear you out first, but the truth is, tonight, the Route 15 CPAM item will take all by itself a good deal longer than every other item combined. That's the way I read the schedule, the agenda tonight. So I am going to go in the agenda, going to do the agenda in order and take the other items first. They're not that long. They have 1 or 2 speakers on them. They shouldn't take that long. We'll take a quick break and come back and do Route 15. When I do this, no one's happy because somebody's going to be waiting longer than they wish to, and I know that. But it's kind of a 6 in one, half does it in the other. But because Route 15 is going to take so long, it just makes sense to get everything else out the way before we get to the Route 15 item. So that's how that's going to be done tonight. But first, let's go through the consolidated agenda, supervisors. If you would take out your consolidated hearing motion sheet that's in your binder, it's a lavender color, and you can get ready to make those motions. The first item number 1. The grant of easement to Loudon Water and the Claude Moore Foundation is in the Broad Run District. Supervisor Glass, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair. I move that the Board of Supervisors approve Motion 2B for the approval of conveyance as provided in the May 11th, 2022 public hearing, item number 1, staff report.
Motion's made and seconded by Supervisor Brixman. Discussion on the motion.
No discussion, Madam Chair.
Hearing none, not even for Mr. Letourneau. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion will pass 9-0. Item number 2 is the proposed amendment to Section 209 of the Codified Ordinance, the polling places in the Blue Ridge District. That will go to Mr. Buffington. Mr. Buffington, would you like to make a motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Board of Supervisors approve Motion 2B for the approval of amendments as provided in May 11th, 2022 public hearing, item number 2, staff report.
Motion's been made and seconded by Mr. Brixman again. Discussion on the motion. Mr. Buffington.
No discussion.
No discussion. Discussion from anybody. Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion will pass 9-0. Number 4 is a county-wide item. I move that the Board of Supervisors approve Motion 2B for the approval of the amendments as provided in the May 11, 2022 public hearing, item number 4, staff report. Motion is made and seconded by Supervisor Buffington. Discussion on the motion. Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion will pass 9-0. Item number 5 is a county-wide item. I move that the Board of Supervisors approve Motion 2B for the approval of the amendments as provided in the May 11th, 2022 public hearings, item number 5, staff report. Motion is made and seconded by Supervisor Buffington. Is that right, Supervisor Buffington? Okay. Discussion on the motion. Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. And any opposed? That motion will pass 9-0. Item number 6 is the Blue Ridge District. Mr. Buffington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Board of Supervisors approve Motion 2B for the approval of the request for withdrawal as provided in the May 11th, 2022 public hearing, item number 6, staff report.
Second.
That motion's been made by Mr. Buffington and seconded by Mr. Kirshner. Discussion on that motion.
Yeah, this is removal of a property from the agricultural and forestal district, which we normally do not like. However, the reason they're doing this is so that they can do a boundary line adjustment with their neighbor. Their neighbor's property will become a little bit larger, and then that property is going into conservation easement. So this is a great thing. And then they've also been encouraged, once this process is done, to put the smaller property, to put their property back into the ag and forestal district. So we hope they do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? That motion will pass 9-0. Number 7 is the Broad Run District. Ms. Glass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Board of Supervisors approve Motion 2B for the ratify the CMPT and approval of the ZMOD and SPMI as provided in the May 11th, 2022 public hearing, item number 7, staff report.
The motion has been made and seconded by Supervisor Brixman. Any discussion on the motion?
No, Madam Chair.
Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion will pass 9-0. And the last item is the Catoctin District. Mr. Kirshner.
Madam Chair, I move the Board of Supervisors approve Motion 2B for the approval of the SPX as provided in the May 11th, 2022 public hearing, item number 9, staff report.
Second.
Motion. Motion is made and very quickly seconded by Mr. Buffington. Discussion on the motion.
I think that was the best second of the night, Madam Chair. We'll give him the award for that. Thank you, fellow supervisors, for supporting this. We've been working with 5Ash, this application for quite some time. A lot of hoops had to be jumped through. I thank you for staff for all their hard work on this. And I am happy for the folks and the neighbors that support them and are here tonight. And I'm glad to support this, and I'm grateful for my supervisors for supporting this. Thank you.
I would say that I was a holdout on this until last Thursday, and it's not because I was worried about this particular home. I was worried about creating a precedent, because this parcel of land has what's called a water recharge area, and that the rainwater perks down into the ground and recharges, refills the aquifer. Thank you. And my concern was, if we did too many of these, then we move trees, we have runoff, the rainwater wouldn't perk down, the aquifer wouldn't be refilled, all that. So I did some research and met with like all the staff last week, talked to Mr. Kirsten like twice, and what I was assured is, because the land parcels are so large, it's 20-acre plus land parcels, that even if we had 15 of these, it would not disturb the aquifer, because the land parcels are too large and they are too far apart. So once I felt comfortable that the aquifer would not be disturbed, thus people's well water would not be impacted, I felt comfortable with voting for this and this going on consent. So I do thank all the staff that walked me through this item, and I am also happy for the family. Any other discussion? All right, all in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? That motion will pass 9-0 as well. All right, the first item that we're going to hear tonight is the item number 3, which is the codified ordinance of Loudon County election districts. It's a countywide item. Normally on countywide items, I make the motion, but I will be more than happy to allow Mr. Turner or the Turno to make the motion on this item for obvious reasons. But I will make the motion when it's the last motion, when we get there, okay? But tonight, that's fine. Supervisors, do you need the presentation? With all due respect, and I know you all worked, I think we are so familiar with this item. I actually don't think we need the presentation, unless you guys really want to do it.
We're fine with that.
Okay.
I do have an opening remark, though, Chair Rendell.
Okay.
As you may recall, at the beginning of all of these discussions, as we've come to the board, we highlight the additional public comment that has come in since the distribution of the staff report. So in your staff report, you have an attachment number 4 that takes public input received through April 28th, close to the distribution of the staff report. Then today we emailed out to you, not that long ago, an update of public comment received through today. So you should have received that. With that, we do have Ms. Brown and Mr. Keach from the Office of Elections on the WebEx ready to take your questions. The presentation we could refer to if you have specific questions. If not, we're ready to take we're ready to proceed and take any questions the board has for us.
Okay, and supervisors, Mr. Turner, if I can make a gentle suggestion, I think instead of trying to suspend the rules tonight, since we're still having comments come in, we should probably move this to the June 7th meeting, if that would be something you'd be okay. Okay, wonderful. Supervisors, do you have questions for staff? Mr. Letourneau?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I know there's been some issues that have come up just in the last few days regarding Loudon Valley Estates 2 and a small section of homes that were not able to be put in the same district. And that was an issue that we had worked on with staff. And I just wanted to confirm, just really for the public's benefit, review that there needs to be a geographic landmark boundary in order to be able to partition out a district. So in that particular case, we have some homes that back up to another community, another home without anything in between. But could you just walk us through just, why we weren't able to do that? And it was the same situation in the Brambleton area with what Supervisor Buffington was asking for.
I'll be glad to take that and start and see if this answers your question. In order to define the limits of the district, we were always looking for clearly observable boundaries so that we could make reference to what the limit of the district would be. So as we went through the refinement process and looked at areas to either be included, excluded, moved around one way or the other, the particular area you're referring to, we were not able to find one of those clearly definable boundaries that would help constitute an edge of a district.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that was clear for the public's benefit. This was not something that the board necessarily chose. It was the guidelines that we have as part of the process that are given to us by the state and others. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Brixman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do we still have two potential names for the former Blue Ridge District on the table?
We do, and the motion actually says, mentions both of them in the, it can be one or the other. I was actually going to ask Mr. Buffington if he wanted to make a motion that
Madam Chair,
chose one.
I had a specific question. For
Okay,
that.
sorry.
Sorry, you're using my time. So we still have two, and then have we solicited any public feedback on the names, and have we received any public feedback on the names?
The matter has been part of the discussion for this item for several different meetings. We've included the comments we have received, and I don't believe any of them specifically addressed.
I think a couple spoke to Little River.
Okay, maybe a few have referenced Little River is what the staff is reporting.
Just a few have mentioned the preference for Little River? Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? I will keep my comments for in the motion so we can move the meeting along tonight when we get to the motion. Anybody else have questions for staff? All right, we have, gosh, I should have got this. I think we have two speakers on this item. Three speakers on this item? We do have three speakers on this item. When I call your name, would you please come to the podium? Speakers on this item are Sri Nagareddy, Lakesh Nukaila, and Srinivas Sri. Good evening, Mr. Nagareddy.
Board of Supervisors. My concern is basically on the AAPI community interest. Earlier, the Dallas district, we had like three different precincts, Loudon Valley, Windmere, and West Wind communities. The AAPI community in the previous Dallas district has been split into multiple districts and even separating contiguous communities like the Loudon Valley community, West Wind, Windmere community from their community members in their original Dallas district. Serving these homes under different districts will require huge effort on the supervisors and the residents to address common needs and common equity, uniformity without these highly stressful maintenance of parity. Even family members in neighboring homes will see confusing differences in the ways their districts address the AAPI community needs. Specifically, populations concerned of precincts 125 and precincts 117 and 118 have been contracted into Sterling District and Broadrun District. To retain previously continuous uniformity and effective representation of the AAPI community needs, these precincts need to be returned to their previous grouping under the Dallas District, now District 7, and yet to be newly named, so that the remaining but separate AAPI community now in the old Dallas District state united with their AAPI community. The cleavage of the AAPI community of interest of these precincts is...
Whoa. We're not running his time, guys. Take him down to 2 minutes at this point. Okay, keep going, please.
So basically, I just conclude maybe 30 seconds. So the AAPI community represents like 24% of the population, but we doesn't have any representation. So there is highest income taxes bringing in to the county, and we were thinking like there may be a district interest of AAPA community and a member can be elected from the district. So the AAPA community respectively asked the Board of Supervisors to immediately take up and resolve these concerns before finalizing the Loudon County district lines. Towards these, we asked the Loudon County Board of Supervisors to delay the vote of scheduled on today to finalize the new district lines for 2 weeks to assist the AAPA community by listening to their concerns and arrive at satisfactory and probably acceptable redistricting lines. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nagareti. Lakish Nukaila, I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. Are you in the room? There you are. And then we have Srinivas Shri, who's the last speaker, and I think that person's remote. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Madam Chair and the Board of Supervisors. I come here representing about 100, in fact, more than 100 homes that call ourselves Barnstead Club. And we are part of the Loudon Valley Estates too. Now, I'll not reiterate the statistics. Everyone knows that Asians form more than 20% of the Loudon County population. We have the highest median income. We do not have any representation, as we can see. And with this redistricting, our concerns are going to get diluted. Our voices are going to get diluted even further. And my request to the board is to reconsider the redistricting plan, give us time to get our voices heard. And, hopefully we can remain with the Dulles district. I mean, that's the only concern I have. And I thank you guys to give me the opportunity to speak here tonight.
Thank you, sir. Our last speaker is Srinivas Shri.
Madam Chair, they did not join the line this evening.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Turner, would you like to make a motion?
Madam Chair, thank you. I move that the Board of Supervisors forward amendments to Chapter 207 of the Codified Ordinance of Loudon County election districts to the June 7, 2022 Board of Supervisors business meeting for action. I further move that the Board of Supervisors direct staff to update the ordinance text to include Little River as the name for the District 7.
Second.
If you don't mind, okay, I'm going to give that second to Mr. Letourneau. Thank you. Discussion. That second to Mr. Letourneau. No, I'm just kidding. Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm very proud, obviously, of the work that Supervisor Letourneau and I were able to do on this map. I'm gratified that this ended up being the final map that we're submitting for approval. If you haven't been through this process, I've been through it twice now in 10 years. It's pretty excruciating, and it takes a whole lot of time. I'm sure staff can attest to just how difficult it is. The staff has done a phenomenal job with the portal this year, which made it way, way easier and gave really good feedback to the community. I think we were able to accommodate 7 of the 8 community requests, and there are some, as Supervisor Letourneau pointed out, some small areas where we've had to split some areas, and that's unfortunate, but math is math, and at some point you just can't make it work and still keep it equitable. So I'm most impressed with the 10-year projections, 10-year projection, population projections that 5 of the 8 districts remain within the 5% threshold after 10 years, which is pretty amazing. And with that, I am ready to vote.
Thank you. Mr. Buffington?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll save my comments on the district lines for when we get to the business meeting a few weeks from now. But as for the name of the current District 7, which is Blue Ridge District, the renaming of it, I do agree with Little River. I was hoping that was the motion that we'd go with. I have heard from a few constituents that I've spoken with and a few that I've seen in email that Little River is the way to go because it makes more sense just based on the fact that the Little River Creek is a stream or is a tributary stream of the Goose Creek, which runs north-south through kind of the middle, a little bit east of middle, but north-south through what would be the new District 7. And we have voted to rename Route 50, which runs east-west through almost all of what will be the new District 7, Little River Turnpike. And so for those 2 reasons, I think it makes the most sense of all of the options. And I really haven't heard anything from folks in the district about any other names to possibly name it. And so I think we should go with Little River. It makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Wonderful. Ms. Glass?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm very happy that we are at this point with a map that is an overall good map for Loudoun County. Many communities of interest are kept together in the districts to make logical sense for both population and geographic purposes. We're able to incorporate most of the community requests we received during the initial public comment period, and I think that is evidenced by only two speakers that were here tonight. I also like to thank the HOAs and residents of the Broadrun District who reached out to me with their requested map alterations. I again want to thank all of the residents of the county who have contributed to this process, and for the staff in mapping, the registrar, county administration, and the board. This has been a long process, but we will have a map that will serve Loudoun County well for the next decade.
Thank you. Ms. Brixman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I might ask Supervisor Turner a quick question, he might be able to answer real quick for me.
Mr. Turner?
If not, maybe staff would be able to. The communities of concern that the speaker spoke about tonight, were they changed in the second map? Like, so we voted through the first map that was the Turner-Laterno map, and then we had a whole bunch of changes and then we had another map, it's Laterno-Turner 2. Do you know if any of the Loudon Valley Estates community was changed in between those two versions?
I don't think so.
Okay,
I don't think these change. I think these changes are relatively small within the big picture, although they're obviously not small to the residents. But I don't think these were changes that precipitated between 1 and 2.
That's what I thought. I don't think that that community changed between map 1 and map 2.
I don't think so. And I defer to Supervisor Laterno if he knows this is his area. So he.
Yeah, I do know, Madam Chair.
Yes.
They did not change.
Okay.
They have been this way from the very beginning of this map.
Okay, so I'm comfortable that we didn't that area, at least of the map, has been out in the public for a good amount of time since our Laterno 1 has been out. So I'm comfortable that the community did have enough time to review it and make comments through the system and through our previous meetings about this. I'm happy to support moving this through to a vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kirschner?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I certainly am supportive of this map. I will tell you, this was a very arduous process. There was a lot of man and woman hours that went into this. Obviously, there are things about the map I would change if I were king for a day, but I'm only a supervisor, one of 9. And I think the map represents, in a lot of ways, some compromise. I think it also represents, and I want to thank, I think originally the push was to make one Western district, but I think this map does have significant representation in 2 different districts. Not as much as I had hoped, not as much as I wanted, not as much as I think we could have done. But obviously, based upon the growth of the county, it becomes more and more difficult to do that. And so I appreciate Mr. Turner, Mr. Laterno, and others who spent a lot of time on this, especially as we got down to the end, really trying to address communities of interest. I think you should be commended for that. I also appreciate all the staff, all the work that you have done on this. I know we had meetings early on. I think the map process, the interactive map, was spectacular. I don't think 10 years ago we had that kind of opportunity with a map, and I think that really opened it up for the public to weigh in heavily. And I hope that we, who knows, 10 years from now when we have to go through this process again, I don't know how many of us will still be on this board at that time, but hopefully it will be as impactful and effective. And we'll probably just be able to look at the map at that time because our technology will be so good and move things around. But not as
You mean who's going to be on the board in 10 years?
10 years, yeah. 10 years we're going to have to do this again, Madam Chair. Every 10 years. That's the rule. Yeah. So anyway, I want to commend everybody for, again, a map that represents a lot of great things. Was hard to do, is not perfect, but I think really a lot of the communities of interest that we wanted to try to keep together were kept together. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Laterno.
I'm going to be lucky to make it 10 minutes tonight, Supervisor Kirchner. I wanted to just address the concerns about the non-Hispanic Asian population. We do have a population summary report that's provided for us that looks at the demographics. And I think if you look at that, you'll see that the Asian population actually is very well represented in a number of districts. District 2, it is 26.8%. District 3, 24.4, District 4, 26.7, District 5, 41.3, and District 7, 35%. So that is quite significant. In at least one of those, it is the largest single demographic, and it's close to it in several others. So, I think that speaks to the reality is with the growth that we've had, a lot of it has been, as we know, adding folks from other places that have moved into the county, which is a wonderful thing, but it means that the growth areas of the county are those that tend to have a higher population of those from these other demographics. And so that means that it was impossible to keep everybody together because of the boundaries of the guidelines that we have for the population in each district. So that said, I appreciate all the work on this, and I look forward to this moving forward and completing this process.
Thank you. Mr. Sains.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the speakers. Thank you to staff and all their efforts, again, through this process that we've been, seemed like it's been going on for a while. It has been going on for a while, but thank you. You guys made it seem like an easy process, but I know it was very difficult at times. But so one question I wanted to ask, if I may, Chair, or a couple of questions, because I'm reading some of the emails and some folks, and I'll just be honest with you, and I'll say, wow, when I'm reading the commentary that some of these folks are emailing about with some of the new lines being drawn. My suggestion is if you have concerns, please email me, and I'll be glad to address them. But I'll just say again, wow, and give the advice, take a deep breath, relax, it'll be okay. When growing up in this county and seeing some of the comments, it's very hurtful. Some of the comments are, I have nothing in common with the Sterling residents. Our interests are not the same as the Sterling residents. And this can be the furthest thing from the truth. You do have interests of the Sterling. Your interests are the exact same as the Sterling residents. You live here in Loudon County. You pay taxes in here in Loudon County. Your children attend the schools here in Loudon County, just the same as you do. Now, your neighborhood might be newer. That probably is the only darn difference. The only difference. So to staff, some of the commentary is, oh, with this move, it's going to hurt my property value. My schools are going to be affected. Can you quickly answer those questions? Will property values change because of this district relining?
Yeah, no correlation to election district and property value that we're aware of or that I've ever encountered in the quarter century that I've worked here. The school boundaries are completely independent, have nothing to do with this. I'd also say that for a portion of Loudon Valley Estates, it has a Sterling mailing address
Correct.
already.
That's absolutely correct. The portion that's on 606 Old Ox Road, you actually have a Sterling address. So you are part of Sterling. And so to the schools, in your opinion, I know you don't represent LCPS, but in your opinion, and you've been around for a long time, do you think that for some reason, if if you live in Loudon Valley Estates and your students are going to Rock Ridge or the middle school out there, that somehow you're going to be bussed over to a Sterling school or vice versa? Do you foresee that happening by any chance?
Going back many, many years, as the developments in the Dulles South area came on board before schools, students were subject to being on a bus ride for longer distances. But now, as those developments have been reviewed and approved, schools have been added. So that Rockridge cluster is right there.
Well, thank you.
So, first of all, good job, Mr. Sains, on your comments. I associate myself with your comments 100% and support you on your comments. I got to tell you, the speakers I thought were with due respect, way out of line. First of all, there is no one place that the AAPI community in Loudon County lives. As Mr. Letourneau's numbers just suggested, they live all over the county. Everyone lives all over the county. So to believe that there is one place that that we've put all of a certain type of people or a certain color of people is just offensive and not true. Truthfully, I want all types of people to run for these positions. I want black people and white people and AAPI people, Hispanic people, LGBTQ people, people with disabilities. I want people to run for the boards, all people to run for the board. But the idea that you have to be one thing to represent that community is just ridiculous and false. When I ran for supervisor in the first time in 2007, I was the first person of color to run for the office in Loudoun County. When I won the chairmanship, I'm the first chair in the state of Virginia to be an elected chair, the first person of color to be an elected chair. Loudoun County is 7% black, not quite 7% black. I don't represent the black people in Loudoun County. There is no HOV lane for the black people in Loudoun County that I put in place since I've been here. I represent Loudoun County as the chair of Loudoun County. Every single man, woman, girl, and boy is who I represent. So the idea that you won't have representation because the person is not from the AAPI community is ridiculous and offensive. If you want to run for office, please, please, please run for office. If you are a good candidate, well, you may lose. I lost the first time. You may lose if you're a good candidate. But if you want to run for office, run for office. But to say that you have to run because to say you have no representation because it's not in a certain community, it's just false. It is just false and it's offensive. There's no person on this board, not a single person on this board, that believes that they don't represent every person in their district, period, the end, hard stop. And I have the great blessing of representing every single person in Loudoun County. So let's just get that talk off the table right now. Go run for office. Give me a call. Tell me you want to run. If you want to run. You doing jazz hands, I guess you want to run. I guess you, give me a call. But let's not believe that you have to be anything to run for these offices or to represent people in these offices, because that's not true and that is offensive. All right. We want to have a closing, Mr. Turner? Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion will pass 9-0. All right. The next item is the item number 8 that Mr. Saints put off for consolidated today, the East Severn Way item. Mr. Saints pulled that off consent today. If staff will come to the table.
You're
I know, I know it. He said we can go straight to a motion, but is there a yeah, because we have a presenter, so now the presenter has to actually say what they have to say. So, Mr. Sainz, do you want to see the presentation?
Well, the reason why I pulled off consolidated agenda, colleagues, is there's a couple of questions I wanted to ask of the applicant, see if we can have some conversations before we make a final vote. We're well within the critical action date, so I just wanted to have time to have those conversations. So I really don't need to see a presentation, and my commentary really is just to the applicant, which we're going to have. We started have our dialogue, and so we'll continue to do so.
Okay. Is there any new information the staff needs to tell us on this item?
No new information.
Are there any supervisors who have any questions for staff on this item?
This is Severn Way, right?
You do for staff, Ms. Brixman?
Yes, Madam
Okay,
Chair.
Ms. Brixman.
So if this were to be approved, would data center use be by right here after the property is transitioned to the 1993 zoning ordinance?
So the site is currently under an older version, the May 5th, 2009 revised 1993 ordinance. Data centers are already a by right use on the site.
Okay.
What they would gain for data centers would be an increase in FAR from 0.4 to 0.6.
I see. Okay. All right. Do you have any sense as to if the owner were to sell or have this transition somehow into data center use, do you have any sense as to whether there would be additional power lines or if there would need to be an additional substation to power a data center there?
Staff did not examine that as part of this application, so I don't know. I can leave that to the applicant. They might have some idea, but I don't think they're looking at data centers at this point from their SOJ.
Thanks.
All right. Good evening. So if you'd like, oh, I'm sorry. Let's see. You'd like Mr. Turner.
Thank you. So as I understand it, the site is currently occupied by existing retail in Flex Industrial, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. That's all I needed.
Mr. Letourneau?
Nothing for me.
To the applicant, hi, how are you? You have 10 minutes if you'd like to do a presentation.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the
evening.
board. My name is Lou Canonico with Christopher Consultants, representing the owner applicant. Also participating remotely is Mr. Mark Yavinsky, who is a member of the ownership group and the applicant. Have no presentation, as we anticipated this was going to be on the consolidated agenda. A couple of things I just want to sort of emphasize. As was stated, this currently is under a version of the revised 1993. So data center is a by right use, albeit at a 0.4 FAR. The other thing I would also like to point out is the property directly across the street, the property across the other street, and the property to the south all have approved ZRTD applications on them. But beyond that, we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Sains?
No, like I said, I have conversations with them offline, and we'll bring it back on the 21st of June.
Okay. Ms. Brixman?
Thank you. How are the existing businesses doing there right now? I think there's a gymnastics center where actually my daughter did gymnastics. There's a cupcake distributor. How are they doing now?
I'd ask Mr. Yavinsky to respond to that if he can.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Mark Yavinsky. I am the owner of Davin Holdings. Nice to meet everybody. I live in South Florida, but just wanted to take a brief moment to introduce myself, and then I'll answer the question.
Sir, could you just answer the question? Because I'm on a
Brixman,
clock.
I got this. Thank you very much.
Okay, sorry.
Tell me, can you stop her time? So will you tell me your name one more time?
Mark Yavinsky.
Sir, Mr. Canonico had 10 minutes to do a presentation, which he chose not to. So at this point, the supervisors are asking questions. So I'm going to do is give you like 30 seconds when her clock's not running to introduce yourself and say anything you want to, and then we're going to start her clock, and if you can answer her question at that time, that'd be great, okay?
Sure, I really appreciate that.
Sure. You're up.
So we are a company that is focused on buying and owning industrial properties, warehouses in the Northern Virginia area. I grew up in Potomac, Maryland, and played football at Virginia with my business partner. And we have one property in Loudon. We have two properties in Prince William County. And we are actively acquiring other properties and looking at actually some land to bring more of that type of use to the area, which is significantly underserved.
Okay.
And this issue came up yesterday, and I look forward to meeting Ms. Thanes to discuss any concerns.
Okay. Ms. Brixman, do you want to re-ask your question?
Sure. Well, I guess is it your intent then to have similar businesses on this property that are on there now in perpetuity?
To answer your first question, the businesses are doing fine. They've been in the building for quite some time. We bought this property in June of last year, and as it stands now, we are owners and operators of warehouse properties.
Okay, so how long are the leases on the businesses that are in there right now?
Varying leases from a year to 4 or 5 years, something like that.
So the longest lease is about 4 or 5 years?
There may be some options that are longer, some extension options. I don't have that information on the, in front of me.
So it's your intent to keep the property as a warehouse and or functioning as it is right now. You don't have any intent to sell this to a data center company user?
Well, I obviously can't answer forever, but we're not in discussions with anybody today, nor have we ever done a data center development ourselves.
Oh,
So
okay.
I can't.
So how does it, if you're going to keep the businesses pretty much the same as they are now, why would it benefit you to have an increased FAR? Because it seems like that's the only benefit to moving it to a different, or is that not the only benefit?
There's several benefits, but this came up when we started to look at buying the property. The zoning was pegged as of a certain date in 2009. And when we went to get zoning letters, et cetera, from the county, the staff said to us to consider bringing it to the current as amended 1993 ordinance.
Okay.
Which we said we would do because for them, it was an administrative, I guess, nightmare to have spot zoning on all different properties.
Okay. So there's, okay. All right. That's all I have. Thank you.
Sure. Ms. Blass?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would the applicant be willing to proffer a sidewalk along the property's Severn Way frontage only if there is redevelopment on the parcel? We've included this language to this effect in other recently approved ZRTDs.
I believe there's a sidewalk there today, but I'd have to talk to my partners and certainly can, make that decision before the business meeting on 7th.
Thank you.
So, Turner, do you have anything for this applicant? Mr. Letourneau, are you okay?
I'm fine. The button was sticking. I'm sorry. No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Oh my God. Somebody run him over with some honey with tea with honey. Are there any members of the public who'd like to make not make a motion, you can make a motion, who'd like to speak on this item? Seeing Mr. Sanders, you'd like to make a motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Board of Supervisors forward ZRTD 2021-0009 45449 East Severn Way to the June 21st, 2022 Board of Supervisors business meeting for action.
Second. Discussion on the motion, Mr. Sains.
Yep, thank you. As I said, we'll have some dialogue with the applicant, and we'll have this all tightened up, ready to go on the June 21st meeting date. Thank you.
Wonderful. Anybody else? Ms. Turner, you're good? I'm assuming you're good? Okay. All right. Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
That motion will pass 8-1 with Mr. Turner voting against the motion. Thank you. Thank you. Item number 10, the Whitman Commercial VA Tire and Auto Sign Plan. This is in the Dulles District. James David, you have something you'd like to say on this one, or do we have all we need, or?
Good evening.
You have a presentation. Mr. Letourneau, do you want to see the presentation?
How long is it, James?
It's 9 slides, actually 8 slides.
All right, let's just go through it quickly because there is some discussion on this one.
He'd like to see the presentation quickly if possible.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to defer over to our project manager, Grace Adams.
Am I sharing screens yet? No, it doesn't look like it. Okay. Where is the, we're on WebEx now.
We're ready when you guys are.
All right. Good evening, Board of Supervisors. My name is Grace Adams. I am the project manager for this sign plan for Whitman Commercial VA Tire Auto and Sign Plan SIDP 2021-0004. So the subject property is for a sign plan is a 1.53 acre parcel. It's part of the Whitman South development, south of Braddock Road and east of Gum Spring Road. This is near South Riding in the Dulles Election District. This area is designated as within the Lower Folly Transition Policy Area, Transition Community Center Place Type, in the Loudoun County 2019 General Plan. This place type envisions primarily non-residential uses with core uses for commercial, retail, and services, civic and community spaces, commercial entertainment, and public facilities. The parcel is zoned Planned Development Commercial Center Community Center and has a special exception currently on it for an automotive service station. So that is specs 2017-0039. The property directly to the north is approved for a gas station use, and the one to the south is approved for a telecommunications monopole use. On the other side of Gum Spring Road is the Dulles Farms community. There are some folks here to speak on the item tonight, as well as residential open space and a church. In the 2019 GP General Plan Transition Policy Area policies, there is a big emphasis on screening using vegetation between residential and non-residential uses, which will come up in this application. As part of the specs conditions for the automotive service station, you can see in this area the buffer yard has already been planted. You can't really see it very well, but it is planted already in this image, which was part of the conditions for Whitman South. So this is an enhanced type 3 buffer with additional evergreen trees along the Gum Spring Road. So this sign proposal, the sign development plan, is for a modification to the zoning ordinance criteria for signs to increase the maximum allowed aggregate sign area, the maximum number of signs, and the maximum area of any one sign, as well as the maximum size of a de minimis sign, which is, in this case, an hours of operation sign. So this is a summary of the changes to the sign criteria in the zoning ordinance. There is an overall change in the total aggregate area of 490 square feet, an increase of 14 additional signs to the zoning ordinance standard at 78 square feet each for each sign above 30 feet, and an additional 24 square feet for one sign, as well as just an increase in 1 square foot for the de minimis sign or the hours of operation sign. And here are some illustratives. This is the front of the building facing Branch Rail Drive. And I'm going to go through these quickly to let the applicant to discuss these a little bit more. This is the side that's facing Gum Spring Road. And these are the north and south facing sides of the building. There are a couple of conditions that staff has added to this application that have to do with sign lighting. So the signs have to be backlit only. They have to be of a Kelvin that's 3,000 or less LED lights, and they can only be on during operating hours of the facility of the use. So between 5 and 9 p.m., 5 a.m. and 9 p.m., which was agreed to by the applicant. And then there's also a condition to just maintain the signs and the landscaping around the signs. So the Planning Commission forwarded this 6-1. Barnes and Kirshner opposed, and Frank absent, to the Board of Supervisors with a recommendation of approval. Staff does support this application, given that, hold on, sorry, I have a little summary of that. Staff has found no outstanding issues with the application, and staff finds that the increase in sign area and the number of signs makes sense to the automotive service station use and for patrons to navigate to the business. The use is not under consideration for the application, but the signs are compatible for the commercial service use, which is an envisioned use in the transition policy area community center place type, and staff supports approval of the sign plans based on those conditions as mentioned before.
Wonderful. Thank you. Mr. Letourneau.
Yeah, so staff thinks that patrons need 22 signs to be able to navigate to one single building.
I'm sorry, James David was speaking to me just now.
He said the staff need 20. Does staff believe that they need 22 signs to navigate to one single building?
I think that the primary signs in question for navigating to the building would be the building identifying signs, so the larger signs, as well as navigating the site. So these are service bay signs, as we're aware that this would be the way to navigate the site for the different bays.
So this is the first one of these transition commercial center developments to be developed, as far as I know, at least since we've done the comprehensive plan. And I realize once again we're in kind of the limbo period where we don't have a zoning ordinance. But I was a little surprised that staff didn't treat this a little differently, given that it is a transition area plan. As you pointed out, we have a lot of buffering in, but especially the extension of the size of the signs almost negates the buffering that was put in to the underlying application, which was done specifically because it was in the transition area. So why, did that come up in staff's analysis, the fact that this is transition area?
Yes, it did come up. The fact that you are correct in the way that evaluating this is challenging because we are transitioning to where our comp plan does not necessarily match the zoning ordinance, and we don't really have sort of a staggered way of how to approach a sign development plan based on our current zoning ordinance and how it would be modified. So in this circumstance, it is challenging because we have the buffer, we have these conditions from the specs that say this building should be invisible, and then the fact that this also needs to be identified for people to use the business. So that's kind of the challenge that we're approaching.
Just one last question. You mentioned that as part of this application, there's conditions on the hours of operation, the signage elimination being pegged to the hours of operation, but wasn't that actually part of the underlying Whitman South approval?
Yes.
That condition. Okay.
Yes. So, and in these conditions, so the lighting is conditioned under the specs with Whitman South for this property, but they aren't specified for the hours, but we are specifying the hours of operation in this sign plan for the sign lighting.
Got it. Thank you.
Does anyone else have questions for staff? Okay. How are you all doing? You have 10 minutes. You can stay there or you can stand at the podium. Either way, it's fine with us.
I'm good. Thank you and good evening. My name is Denise Harover with Van Meter Companies. I'm here with Chris Garland, who represents Virginia Tire and Auto. I did want to state for the record the affidavit of posting and notice has been provided. We will also be happy to extend our critical action date since that date actually expires today. If I'm going to make this brief because I know you have a full house and Grace just did a fantastic job. So if I can get somebody to go to slide 5. And I'll speak my piece to this slide. This is a picture taken in front of the berm, if you will, at the corner where the signal is located directly across the street from Virginia Manor. Virginia Manor has a beautiful entrance with large canopy trees and evergreen material. The closest house is 400 feet. And this is from the corner in front of the berm. The berm itself is 4 feet tall. It is actually planted with additional evergreen and canopy trees. And if I can ask someone to go to slide 6. The material that we've planted is very similar to what you see here. This is Tall Cedars Parkway West at Stone Ridge. I should be known as the buffer queen by now. I have planted Tall Cedars Parkway landscaping in just about any area where buffers are needed. So evergreen and canopy are what we are showing on our berm. Unfortunately for Virginia Tire and Auto, within 10 years, any signs they have along Gum Spring will be a little bit covered with this landscaping. To Supervisor Letourneau's point, he mentioned 22 signs. I'd like to point out the information signs over the bays, I don't consider marketing, and they're not logoed. They are informational. But I do understand he has some concerns. We're happy to have the discussion with him to address those and bring this back in July.
Wonderful. Mr. Letourneau, do you have questions for the applicant?
Yeah, I won't belabor the point. I understand on the bays, but I am a Virginia Tire and Auto customer, and those that are know that you drop your car off, and rarely do you actually drive it into the bays. They do it for you anyway. So you really don't need those signs, and you certainly don't need them on the backside where you exit the property, which is the side that's facing Gum Spring Road, because those aren't wayfinding. So I know we can work on this, and I won't belabor, the point at this point.
Thank you. Anybody else? Mr. Buffington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think it's a bit excessive, and we are in the transition policy here, transition policy area here, and it's much larger. It's approximately 600 square foot of signage, larger than the other Virginia tires in Loudon County, even the largest of those. And those are in the suburban policy area. So given that this is in the transition policy area, given that it's right across the street from a large HOA that we all did receive a letter from, who put a lot of work into this, went into a lot of effort to compare it to the other Virginia Tire and Autos, and to let us know their concerns, which are basically, it's a bit much. Could you tone it down a bit, maybe a few less signs, maybe a little bit smaller? And keep in mind that we are in the transition policy area and not the suburban policy area. So I'm with Supervisor Letourneau on this. I know you'll be working with him, and I hope we make some progress before this comes back for a vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brixman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Was there any sort of commitment to the community as to signage before this came in previous, in the development application or anything like that?
The previous specs that was approved for this site did not have any limitations on signage. We did reach out and speak to 2 members of the Dulles Farm Association community. They did express that the amount of signage was excessive, but there was no further negotiation as to what they would like to see.
Okay. My planning commissioner seems to think that the proposal does not honor the commitment that was made to the adjacent community and homeowners in the original plans. So I have a Virginia Tire and Auto down the street in my district, and it doesn't have nearly the amount of signs. I think it's probably smaller, and I want you guys to have some sort of signs, but I would encourage you to work with Supervisor Letourneau to come up with a compromise. Thank you. We will.
Mr. Kirshner?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't really have any questions. I just wanted to make a comment so you kind of know where I stood as we go forward to the next business meeting. I've briefly spoken to Mr. Letourneau about this. It's his district. It's also across from Mr. Buffington's district. So I don't really have any dog in the fight. And so I think, quite frankly, I'm going to support them wherever they fall on this. And so hopefully you guys can work it out before the next business meeting. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Letourneau. Oh, actually, we do have 2 speakers on this. Our 2 speakers is Giovanni Corratalo and Tom Ward. Good evening, sir.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
The applicant is asking for the largest aggregate signage over all existing Virginia Tire stores in Loudon County, the most illuminated signage, the largest monument and largest pedestal of all Virginia Tire stores in Loudon County. Don't underestimate the size of that one occupant pedestal monument sign. This will create a precedent. Approving this will create a precedent for the other 2 parcels that flank our development, the transition community center. Future boards will not be able to justify reducing signage or the size of a monument if this is approved, even if it is across the street from residential. In fact, if an automotive repair shop is developed or upgraded in Sterling, Broad Run, Ashburn, Dulles, Leesburg, you will be subject to this as a standard, and even more since it is in transition policy area, because suburban areas would warrant more. And I don't want to take up any more of your time. I see there is a inclination to reduce the signage, and I thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Tom Ward?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you just fine, sir.
Madam Chair, Supervisors, I'm Tom Ward, the president of the Dulles Farms Community Association, and my comments this evening represent the interests of our 1,785 homeowners. To follow up on the written concerns that we delivered to each of our offices, the Dulles Farms Community Association is against this application that calls for the largest aggregate signage over all existing Virginia Tire stores in Loudon County. The Whitman store proposes 36% more signage than Leesburg and 55% more signage than South Riding, those existing locations being the top two stores with the most signage. Additionally, Whitman is asking for 46% more illuminated signage over the Leesburg store. Now, the locations of the Leesburg and South Riding stores are relevant to this discussion, as both of them are encircled with heavy commercial uses and located far from residential homes, whereas this proposed Whitman store is directly across the street from our Dulles Farms homeowners, and we share a traffic-controlled entrance with the applicant. The proposed Whitman store also seeks approval for the largest monument sign on top of the largest pedestal of any Virginia store in Loudon County. And one more fact I'd like to highlight. The Whitman store would be the only store other than Leesburg with signage on all four sides of the building. Most of the stores in Loudon only have signage on two sides. Supervisors, our residents have told me that they want better harmony between uses. They want less visual intensity, not more. Please require the applicant to substantially reduce their total signage and to reduce their oversized monument sign and pedestal. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Letourneau, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair. I move that the Board of Supervisors forward SIDP 2021-0004, Whitman Commercial Virginia Tire and Auto Sign Plan to the June 21st, 2022 Board of Supervisors business meeting for action.
Motion was made and seconded by Mr. Buffington. Discussion on the motion. Mr. Letourneau?
Yeah, we will certainly have a discussion with the applicant about the intensity of the signage, the size of the signage. As was pointed out, the South Riding store has signs between 36 and 50 square feet per sign, and this store is proposing double that, 54 to 108. I also do have concerns that if this type of package is approved for this one user, we have multiple parcels in the Whitman Commercial Center. We're going to end up with quite the cornucopia of signage for all those different users because this one was approved at so much. So, hopefully we can work those issues out and get into something a little bit more reasonable. Obviously, the existing ordinance needs revision. I say this every time. 100 square feet is what is allowed under the existing ordinance, which is probably not reasonable. But I think we can, find middle ground in here between the almost 600 that's been proposed and what the ordinance allows.
All right. Anybody else? Motion was made by Supervisor Letourneau, second by Supervisor Buffington. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion will pass 9-0. Thank you very much. Number 11 is the Loudon Water Reclamation Facility. Ms. Glass, would you like the presentation?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay. Hi, how are you? We're ready for presentation. It is 8 slides. This is confusing. Doesn't make any sense. It's confusing. Yeah, it's in the wrong place. It's weird.
Okay. Good evening.
Good evening. Supervisors, we're going to go through everything, take a break, and then do so. So no one, we're not going to stop until we get through everything but CPAM. We're going to go straight through. Everybody just, we only have 2 more. We have this and 1 more, and that's it. And then we take a break. Okay. All right.
Okay.
I didn't say you were complaining. Ready when you are.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll try to keep my remarks brief. This site is approximately 339 acres total and is located in the Broad Run Election District north of Gloucester Parkway and east of Loudon County Parkway. The specs area subject to this application is approximately 2.43 acres and is highlighted on this slide in the red circle. The property is within the suburban industrial mineral extraction place type and is on PDIP under the 1972 zoning ordinance. This application is for a special exception to permit two 10 million gallon wastewater equalization tanks within the major floodplain. I'd like to note that the development program also includes two additional tanks which are permitted by right. The 1972 zoning ordinance lists structures or uses required for the operation of a public utility as a special exception in the floodplain. Again, I'd like to point out, at least on this slide, you can see the location of the two tanks are in red. The yellow area is the location of the floodplain. The green circle represents an equalization tank which has been constructed, and then the blue dash line at the top is one that is proposed, not yet built, outside of the floodplain. These tanks were initially planned for in a 2016 facilities master plan for the Broad Run facility. At that time, the tanks were not within the floodplain limits. In 2017, FEMA updated flood insurance rate maps, which provided more up-to-date delineation. In addition, in 2020, a floodplain alteration, or FPAL, associated with another project redrew part of the contours of the floodplain, and that FPAL was also partially based on information provided in the updated firm maps. After construction, the 55-foot tall tanks will be elevated above the floodplain using fill material per state standards, so those tanks after construction will no longer be in the floodplain. Staff does find outstanding issues with the application. In short, the application does not sufficiently meet the standards within the 72 zoning ordinance for granting a special exception for uses within the floodplain. Section 740.8.6 requires that special exception uses be in harmony with the comprehensive plan. In this case, the 2019 general plan, which establishes river and stream corridor resources areas to protect sensitive natural resources related to rivers, streams, and associated wetlands, as well as to enhance and protect water quality. 2019 GP also establishes a list of permitted uses in the RISCR, which are intended to support or enhance biological integrity and the health of the RISCR. Typically, such uses are low impact and do not entail significant alteration or impacts to the resource. While staff is not in support of the application, staff has provided conditions of approval to mitigate impacts of the proposed development. Those include two conditioned low-impact development techniques, which can be water quality swales, vegetative buffers, or permeable pavement. We have also conditioned reforestation on site to mitigate river and stream corridor resources encroachment. This is over 138,000 square feet of reforestation identified on site, as you can see on the screen on a more northern portion of the site, also partially within the floodplain. We've conditioned a habitat study required prior to the approval of a site plan, since there are multiple confirmed and potential threatened and endangered species on site. And we have conditioned an archaeological study for the site. There's been a phase 1 survey completed for a portion of the site, but not all areas have been surveyed. So we've conditioned the rest of the area, which was previously unsurveyed, to be surveyed in a phase 1 report and a reconnaissance survey or a walkover survey to identify any visible graves or other remains on site. That's depicted in the yellow area on this slide. The Planning Commission did forward this 612 to the Board of Supervisors with a recommendation of approval subject to the conditions. But staff, again, does not support approval of the application as it does not demonstrate harmony with the comprehensive plan. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Ms. Glass.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, staff. Is this floodplain a 100-year storm floodplain?
Yes, ma'am.
How many feet away from the Broad Run are these proposed tanks?
At closest, about 950 feet, and at the farthest, 1,600. The Broad Run meanders a bit, so it varies.
Okay. What mitigation efforts are being provided by the applicant to offset those tanks in the floodplain?
That would be essentially what the conditions of approval would accomplish. That's based on staff's analysis, and the applicant has agreed to those.
From a planning perspective, do you have concerns with these tanks being in the floodplain, or is staff's objection based on our policy to avoid building in the floodplain?
It's a bit of both. So the policy is there to protect the natural resource and to ensure that there are no intrusions into that natural resource. So It is building in the floodplain, which is problematic, but the policy exists because that is problematic.
Thank you.
Mr. Letourneau?
No, no questions.
Ms. Brixman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So does it fail to comport with the 2019 general plan because of the floodplain issue, or are there two different issues as to why staff does not support?
It's a bit of both. So the 1972 zoning ordinance allows uses for public utilities in the floodplain, but the specs has to be in harmony with the comprehensive plan. In this case, it is not.
Okay. If this were to be approved, is there any concern for damage to the Broad Run because it's in the floodplain? And that's kind of a broad question, but I'm thinking about leakage or more runoff because they're building it here in the floodplain.
So I'll let the applicant answer the part about the tank itself.
Okay.
But part of the process after this specs is done, hypothetically, if this is approved, the next step for them would be to go towards site planning and the floodplain alteration permit. Part of that is a geotechnical survey, which takes into account the type of fill material and how they have to essentially prove no harm. There's no rise to the area. So that's question to be answered in the future.
Okay. And in staff's opinion, is there room on this property to put the tanks elsewhere, in your opinion?
Throughout the referral process, that is something that we stated. There is ample room on site, possibly, but there are other reasons which the applicant will explain as to why that's not a feasible option for them.
I have a feeling it has to do with investments already into putting them there. Okay, I think those are all the questions I have for staff. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Buffington. Thank you, Ms. Brixman. Mr. Buffington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For Loudon Water, can you, staff, can you go back?
We'll get to them in just a sec. We're just going to do staff right now.
Cop, can you get back to slide 4?
Exactly.
So the green one's already there, right?
Yes, sir.
And can you go back? I think it's 2 slides before this. So in this picture, is it like right here, the existing one?
Yes, I actually.
And do we know if the existing one is in this picture?
The existing one is not in this picture. The latest imagery we have, you can kind of see the outline of the foundation.
Are they above ground or underground?
Above ground.
Okay.
This is a photo from the site. So that's the tank that exists right now.
Okay. Thank you.
So let me just say this back to you all. Just make sure I got this right. They want to build 2 huge wastewater tanks in the floodplain. And wastewater is what?
This would be untreated water that comes into the system. They'll be able to answer a little bit more specific about what's in there.
Okay. In a floodplain. And they want to build it higher with fill material so that the tanks themselves are higher. Is that correct? They're not moving the tanks, so just make the fill material makes them higher so that they're no longer in the floodplain?
Right. It would have to be elevated above the floodplain so that the floodwaters would not, then reach the tanks themselves. So the ground itself is a bit higher. And I believe right now it slopes a little bit down, so it would be leveling it out.
So they build them higher than the floodplain, but not outside of the floodplain.
After the floodplain alteration, it will be outside of the floodplain.
Because you changed the floodplain, or because you built it so high that the flood water wouldn't reach it?
Well, the fill material would prevent floodwater, hypothetically in a 100-year flood, from reaching that area, and the ground would be higher than the floodplain at that point.
Right. So the issue is that it's higher.
Yes.
Not that it's moved. It's
right.
It's higher.
The boundaries of the floodplain would shift.
Yeah. When we say 100-year flood, what happens if we have a 100-year flood?
Hypothetically, that is the limit of the 100-year.
Yeah, but then what happens? Yeah. And I believe in global climate change, and I believe we have 100-year floods now every 20 years, and 10-year floods now every 5. So I guess I have some questions for the applicant, but I'm a little concerned about wastewater this close to the Broad Run in the floodplain. So I'll go to the applicant. How are you all? It's good to
Very
see
good.
you. You all do an amazing job all the time. Can you walk us through this, please?
We certainly can. Well, good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Mark Peterson. I'm Deputy General Manager with Loudon Water. And we'll jump right in because I know the time is short here. We had a very successful process with the Planning Commission as several of them came out for tours. And it's very helpful to kind of hear the broad context of this to get to the very specific request in here. So with that, I'm going to go very quickly to Kendra Sveum. She is our Director of Water Reclamation, and we're going to walk through these slides so we can answer some of these questions, and certainly if there are any beyond that, we're happy to answer.
Okay.
All right, so Loudon Water provides water and sanitary sewer service in our central service area shown in the map. So we cover most of eastern Loudon County. And as part of that, right, the mission of everything that we do at Loudon Water is protecting the water environment. And so what we have on the right is really our vision for all activities that are taking place at the Broad Run Water Reclamation Facility. So this is the treatment plant where all water that you flush down your toilets, down your drains, from homes, commercial business, industries, flow to this facility so that it can be completely treated before re-entering the water environment. So it is critical infrastructure to protecting public health of not only the environment, but all of the citizens within Loudon County, but also the greater metro area. So next slide. This wastewater treatment plant was commissioned in 2008. Prior to that date, all wastewater from this service area went into a large interceptor and was conveyed to a mega wastewater treatment plant in Washington, D.C. That's the Blue Plains Advanced Wastewater Treatment Plant. We still today send a portion of our wastewater there. The rest is treated here at Broad Run. This is one of the most advanced wastewater treatment facilities in the state because our effluent limits are set and designed to protect the drinking water source of these communities. Right now, we're designed to treat 11 million gallons of water per day, and due to the growth in the county, we see more wastewater every day, so we are under construction to get to 16.5 million gallons, and we're planning the expansion after that to get to 25. So we work every single day to make sure this plant not only does its job, but gets bigger to continually serve the community. So on the next slide. So equalization tanks. We've talked a lot about them in their specific location, but what they're doing for this treatment facility is they're allowing flow to come in before we might have time to treat it. If we think about wastewater in general, in the middle of the night, when nobody's using their water source, there's very little. But then the peak point of the day when everyone's showering and has business activities, we get a really high rate. This facility would need to be twice the size if we couldn't equalize that flow and treat some of it in the middle of the night and have a place to store some of it during the day. Or during wet weather events, when we do see peak flows coming into this plant, these tanks give a safe place for that wastewater to go. If we can't take that water into the plant, it creates a sanitary sewer overflow. And in that case, without equalization, it does enter the waterway. This is where we put the water when the peak flows come in. So not only is it helping store excess flow that we might have, it's helping us manage this treatment facility. So if we have a process mechanical upset, we've always got some backup place to store water. We also are in the heart of Ashburn, and land is developing like crazy. So while we do own a good portion of property, we need that to expand to the capacity that we need to serve the community, and equalization makes more infrastructure fit on the site we have. So on the next slide, What I'm showing here is what the floodplain looked like when we first did our master plan. It started in 2012 and took to 2014 because infrastructure at this scale, it takes 10 years. We have 2 years to plan it, 3 years to design these major process mechanical systems, and it takes about 5 years to construct. So we're always trying to be 10 years ahead of where the county's going and getting this infrastructure started. And so we were trying to maximize our footprint, so we did put the EQ tanks right up against the floodplain. And this actually is a natural place for a wastewater treatment plant to be. We want all that wastewater to flow downhill, and the river is the low-lying area. So it's actually pretty common for the treatment facilities to end up where the floodplain is, because it's the best place for us to capture that, treat it, and then we do discharge it right back to Broad Run. But this high-quality effluent is helping that river. It's improving the quality. We provide extra oxygen for the fish. We're removing nitrogen and phosphorus so that we can maintain balance in that waterway. So if you click again on that slide, you see the shift in the floodplain that occurred. So it was really, it just hit those 2 EQ tanks in a specific area. We lost some floodplain in others, but Loudon Water owns the entire property bordered there by Beaver Dam Run and Broad Run and Loudon County Parkway. And we've granted floodplain easements for all of that floodplain that we own back to the county because we do want to protect that source. So we can't develop there. No one else can develop there. We're going to keep it forested. We've already started on getting our habitat studies and archaeological studies done because we do want to support those efforts. Everything you see in blue is planned infrastructure to keep us ahead of county growth. And the white box out there is because we face really specific challenges with this plant. And the more water we treat, the DEQ is going to treat us to go to lower treatment concentrations. So the larger we get, the more stringent our limits get. So we do need more treatment processes. And the problem with moving those tanks around is treatment in wastewater, it has to occur in a certain order. We have to remove things that are going to cause later treatment problems down the line. So to just try and shift them around puts the treatment processes in a way that they won't function properly. To the point of leaks, if we click on just the next slide, all these boxes are connected by underground infrastructure. So all water in and out of the tanks is connected by large underground piping so that no leak or spill from the EQ tanks could really occur because it's hard piped in, hard piped out. And the infrastructure is also put, again, as we were discussing, it's above the floodplain just to prove that we're protecting the infrastructure we're building. It would be irresponsible to build something that would be damaged if it got flooded. So in a 100-year flood, this facility can still operate, and we need it to. We need it to keep operating and processing that water so that it is protected. And that is part of the problem with moving those tanks as well, is those buried infrastructure to the first gray tank, which has been constructed, it's there, it's in the ground. The piping shown in the wonderful colors is also sized to accommodate the flow from those future tanks so that we can get it back to the pumps and get the water where it needs to go. And so that's really the end of the presentation part of what we had, and I hope it does fill in a little bit some of the questions and what we're doing here with the need for this infrastructure.
Tell me your name again.
My name is Kendra.
Kendra, that was really helpful. Thank you very much. And no matter where we go on this, Loudon Water does an excellent job all the time. So I really do appreciate you all, really do. Ms. Glass, this is your district. Would you like to ask any questions to the applicant?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, you had explained one of the questions, but I'll ask it again. When did Loudon Water develop the master plan for the Broad Run Water Treatment Facility, and when was the floodplain changed?
Right. Our master planning period ran from 2012 to 2014, and the floodplain change initiated in 2017 with the update in 2020.
Can you describe how these tanks will be constructed? Specifically, how will they be built to prevent failure in case water levels do rise to their level in the floodplain?
Absolutely. So that is the tanks are elevated so that the infrastructure is protected in terms of flood. There is a building that services it, so the valves that control the flow, that is elevated as well above the 500-year flood. So we are extra conservative to protect the infrastructure and keep it functioning during those high rain events.
Thank you.
Mr. Buffington?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Clearly, this is very important for the future of Loudon County. Can you go back a couple slides to the one that shows kind of like this, but it has the circle around the new floodplain? Not that one. Yes. So if you were to shift these somewhere else, I guess blue is what is future planned growth for you all, expansion.
Mm-hmm.
So if you were to shift them somewhere else, you're saying it would negatively affect your future plan, correct, for expansion?
Correct.
And when you planned these, the floodplain was not there. And so we know that it changed since then. So when you add that extra dirt to raise the level, the base, the foundation level where you're going to build this, that changes the limit of the floodplain, right? The line would look different than it looks here. And so when you do that, do you somewhere else, like over here or anywhere else in here, do you remove dirt so that you add an equal amount of floodplain?
So we definitely
Somewhere
don't
else.
affect any elevations out there because so much of our infrastructure is buried. We generate plenty of soil to fill in to bring those out, but we also did pay to have an evaluation of the floodplain. So we got a no rise impact because it is such a small intersection that we have versus the overall area of the floodplain, and the only boundary that was affected was right there by the tanks.
So you've already had a result from a study saying that doing this would not create any additional rise in a 100-year flood.
Correct. We did that before proceeding to make sure we knew that we were
So you didn't waste your time.
in the right.
Because even if we say yes, you still have other hurdles going forward, right? And it's not just at the Loudon County level, correct?
Correct,
At the
yeah.
state and federal, or just state?
I believe just state. I don't think this says goes to.
And it'll be the no rise that you have to prove at the state. Okay.
And we perform that.
I'm fine with this, and I appreciate all that you all do, and thanks for treating our waste.
You don't hear that very much, do you? We should all jazz hands for that one. Mr. Letourneau?
Yeah. Are there other treatment facilities out there? Obviously not Loudon Water, but are there other treatment facilities out there that have done what you're proposing in terms of elevating the tanks?
Yes, absolutely. It's a pretty common tactic done when putting something in the floodplain.
So I think it would probably be helpful if you could do some research on that and maybe get us some examples. So maybe we have some confidence that this has happened in other places. Nothing catastrophic has happened. We have had, as the chair said, significant rain events. If there are examples of other locations that have sort of withstood that, I think that would probably be helpful. In general, this is one of these things that at first glance it looks pretty difficult, but I understand. What essentially what's your alternative? Let's just say the board says no. You have to go back. At this point, you're how many years into this?
Yeah, a good 10 years into it.
Okay, so you basically have to go back to square one.
We would have to redo our long-term master plan, which is a pretty good 2-year process, to try to reevaluate what the facility might look like without those tanks, or what different size might satisfy, and really get further into our tree line becomes more of an option as just having to take out more trees, which we're also trying to avoid doing.
Okay. Well, I would just, like I said, I think if you could provide us some other examples of other treatment facilities that have been in a situation where they've had to do something like this in the floodplain.
Absolutely.
And how that's worked out, I think that would be helpful.
Ms. Brixman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You mentioned the white boxes. What are the white boxes?
Yes, so the more Broad Run expands, the more flow we discharge. Because of the Chesapeake Bay program, there's a certain number of pounds of nitrogen and phosphorus we are allowed to send there. So we have to reach extremely low nutrient concentrations. So those boxes would be actually advanced water treatment facilities, and we would really be at drinking water quality by the time we're meeting that. So right now, it would be some sort of microfiltration facility or an ozone biologically activated filter, followed by granular activated carbon. So the footprint would work either way.
So more buildings.
Yeah, sorry. But
Okay.
yes, it's
Okay.
very advanced treatment would go there to try to meet this limit.
Okay. Some of the questions I had have already been answered. I know that my planning commissioner wanted more native species, but you did commit to 80% native species. The only other concern is reforestation, and I was wondering if you could add another 5.3 acres in the lawn area of reforestation or maybe meadow areas.
So I definitely don't know off the top of my head, like accommodating those acres, but we can look and
Okay.
get back.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, that was an outstanding presentation, and occasionally you can flip a vote with a good presentation, and I think I'm pretty close. My initial question was, why in the world are we building a very large water treatment facility right next to a Category 5 impaired scenic waterway? But you answered that question. Your specific intent is to build near the floodplain to catch the flow and from an engineering standpoint. And the second part of that, of course, is the discharge into the Broad Run, and you're saying it's actually improving the impairment of the Broad Run because it's cleaner water. And that all makes good sense. If I remember the map that I just saw recently, there's a reclaimed water circuit that runs through this area of the county for the data centers. How much of the increased demand for this facility is being driven by data center demand, and how do you anticipate that will change in the future when they start going to large quantities of reclaimed water?
Yes, so right now we are serving about, on average, 3 million gallons of this water does go to the cooling of the data centers. And we do work with them very closely to monitor where development is, what their water needs might be, if they're going water-cooled, air-cooled. So they are part of our planning process. And we've got a pretty good idea now of how they're changing over time and what they're using. But Broad Run and the wastewater treatment plant gets a lot of benefit from their reuse. So that effluent that I told you going to the bay and those pounds of nutrients, they're helping us offset that by preventing that water from going to the bay. So I think our peak use right now can be as high in the summertime, about 7 million gallons. So yes, our distribution infrastructure is where it is right now, and so we are serving those just in our current network. But I would say right now we're able to meet their demands and have them help us in another very beneficial way.
Okay, here's a one from the cheap seats. You're going to expand to 16 million gallons. That's the goal, right? I guess the first part is, do you anticipate? None of us can anticipate the growth of the data center industry in here in Loudon. Does that take data center growth into account, that 16 million figure? And if it exceeds the 16 million figure, where do you go next?
That's why we're in planning to get the 2025 online as well. And right now we're tracking what developments we think might come through 2026, and we don't see anything that could go over the 16.5 in that time frame, and are just trying to get extra infrastructure after that.
Okay, thank you.
So that was an excellent presentation, and it did make me. I understand more. I don't know where I stand yet, but I understand more. I do know that I want to come out and do a site visit, and so I do these a lot. I'm kind of famous for my field trips, but I do want to come out and do a site visit. When you talk about using the infill material, what infill material would you use? Is it the material? Could the material itself be damaging to the waterway? are any of the species in the waterway? Is it just dirt? And if it is just dirt, couldn't that wash away if in a big rain event? So I'm asking questions because I just flat don't know. I mean, I have no idea. So I will probably send you off some questions. I will call some members of the board, but also I want to come out and do a site visit as well. But for those two questions, can you answer those two questions?
Yep. Our infill is coming native on site, but we do want to prevent erosion. We don't want that running away either. So it all will be finished, either paved for our access or finished so that it will not erode in a.
And if it's paved, so none of the infill that you use could be damaging to the waterway or any of the species in the waterway. Is that correct?
Not to my knowledge,
Okay.
because it's already on.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, I look forward to setting up some time to coming out and doing a visit. So, are there any speakers on this item? Seeing none, Ms. Gletcher would like to make a motion.
Yes, Madam Chair. I move that the Board of Supervisors forward SPEX-2021-0005 Loudon Water Reclamation Facility to the June 21st, 2022 Board of Supervisors business meeting for action.
I will second that. Discussion on the motion, Ms. Glass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will support this application when it returns to the board in June. Loudon Water is providing reforestation and mitigation efforts for putting these tanks in just a 2.5 acre portion of the floodplain. I know it would be very difficult for Loudon Water to alter its master plan if this special exception is denied, which would be costly to the water customers of the county. I do feel that this is a special exception since the floodplain changed during the course and development for Loudon Water, and I'm confident that the tanks will be constructed properly and safely. I'd like to thank staff and the applicant for all your work on this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else, Ms. Letourneau?
No comments.
Okay. Anybody else? So I don't know where I'm going to be. I have no idea. I need to do my due diligence. Oh, I'm sorry, Miss. I didn't see you pass, Mr. I'm sorry, Miss Umstadt. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll be really brief. That was, as the chair said, a superb presentation. I will be supporting your application. Thank you.
Okay. I don't have any idea where I do because I haven't done my due diligence, asked questions and done that. For me, the fact that the floodplain changed is not an issue that I can take into consideration. The floodplain changed for a reason, and FEMA changed the floodplain. We didn't change the floodplain, so the floodplain is what it is. So that in itself will not be something that I take into account because this is now the floodplain. But you gave a very good presentation. You gave a lot of answers, and I just need to know that this is safe. That's what I need to know more than anything else. And so I don't know where I'll be, but you certainly moved me from where I was, which was no heck no, to where I am now, which is possibly after I do my research and visit and that type of stuff. So I do appreciate your presentation. Thanks so much. Ms. Glass, would you like to close? No close?
No.
All right. Motion made by Ms. Glass, and I second the motion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion will pass 9-0. Thank you all so much. Thanks for everything you all did.
Thank you.
All right. And we have one more item before we take a break and then get to the CPAM item. And that last item is, do we have one more item? The Village of Cascades, yes, which is in the Algonquian District. Item number 12. Would staff please come to the table, please?
I don't need a presentation, but happy to have them do it if any of my colleagues want it.
Would anyone else like, Ms. Brixman, would anyone else like to see the presentation?
From staff, I guess.
Okay, Mr. Letourneau, would you like the presentation? All right, Ms. Brixman, does anyone have questions for staff? Ms. Brixman, I'll go to you first.
Sure. Staff, can you recall the last time an application received a unanimous approval from the Planning Commission as well as no issues from staff?
Not specifically, but it is not often.
Okay. Can you? I don't know that it's happened in our term, actually, so I just wanted to point that out. Also, could you just, I know some of my colleagues were talking to me a little bit about the parking there. Could you just briefly review if the applicant has enough parking, if they've met the county standards for the number of parking spaces and that sort of thing.
Yes, ma'am. I'll just get to this. So each unit does have 2 spaces. There's a garage and a surface parking space. So they have met their parking requirements on site.
Okay. And they met our affordability requirements, yes?
Yes, there's 10.4% with this particular site.
And the requirement right now is still 6% until we have our
That's right.
zoning ordinance rewrite. So we're trying to get a little bit higher, but they're significantly higher than what the minimum is right now. Yeah. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, how are you all doing? Does anyone else have? We're good. Ms. Glass?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, you did answer the question. What percent of the total units are set aside for affordable?
10.4.
10.4. Thank you.
Thank you. How are you?
Good evening, Madam Chair.
Good to see you. We have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Well, good evening, Chair Randall, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to present before you this evening. I certainly know a lot more about wastewater management than I did before I walked in here. But maybe it'll help me on Jeopardy one day. But my name is Matt Leslie. I'm a land use planner with Walsh, Colucci, and Leesburg, here tonight as the applicant representative. I also have here with me tonight Steve DeFalco from Tradition Companies, who is the applicant, and Gus Brush from J2 Engineers, who is serving as the engineer for this project. For the benefit of the record, the affidavit for mailing and posting has been properly submitted. I do want to thank Supervisor Briskman and her staff, Commissioner Kirschner, as well as county staff for working with us on this application. Throughout this process, we have worked hard to resolve outstanding issues, and we stand here tonight with county staff support of this project and with the unanimous Planning Commission recommendation of approval to the Board of Supervisors for this application. This project is something we are very proud of, and we have worked diligently to address site design in order to balance density with open space while providing environmental mitigation commitments, all in an effort to meet the 2019 General Plan policies and design characteristics for the designated place type. It is our sincere hope that this project can serve as the first step in beginning the process of really revitalizing this area of Sterling and making it the special place that I knew it to be growing up and that we all want it to be moving into the future. Next slide, please. This project is located on a 6.93 acre site outlined in pink and is bordered by Cascades Parkway and Route 7 to the west and south respectively, with the Cascades Marketplace Retail Center immediately to the north. Existing office and hotel uses on the east side of the property are there as well. This site is located within the suburban mixed-use place type as designated by the 2019 General Plan and is surrounded by mostly commercial and civic institutional uses with a limited amount of residential in the immediate vicinity. Next slide, please. The site is currently zoned PDH4 and is administered as PDCC-CC under the original Cascades area rezonings from the 1980s and 90s. The property is currently improved by 2 restaurant pad sites, with one of the 3 parcels having been graded but never developed. Even prior to COVID, these parcels struggled from a retail perspective, and with one of the 3 having never been developed after 30 years, it is readily apparent that the current zoning and development is far from the highest and best use for the property from a landowner perspective, from a county tax base perspective, as well as from a community perspective. Next slide, please. The 2019 plan envisions a preferred mix of uses for the suburban mixed-use place type area, which is outlined in pink, as 60% residential, 35% non-residential, and 5% public and civic. The amount of existing residential within 1/2 mile of the project in the areas designated for suburban mixed-use place type represents only 8% of the land area. Even when including existing residential in the suburban neighborhood place type north of Palisade Parkway, the existing residential within 1/2 mile of the property represents only at most 26% of the land area. In short, despite what feels like an area surrounded by residential, is actually lacking in residential. This lack of residential and pedestrian-focused development is a major component of the decline we have all witnessed for the shopping center at large. As newer developments that incorporate a mix of uses, such as One Loudon and Cascades Overlook, have come online, it has been harder and harder for older retail centers such as Cascades Marketplace to survive without feet on the street. Next slide, please. The applicant is proposing an infill project that conforms to the 2019 General Plan's Infill and Redevelopment Policy 3, which promotes infill projects that balance compatibility and integration with new housing choices and creative designs. The proposal rezones the property to the R24 ADU zoning district and would be comprised of 173 multifamily stacked units with a variety of 3 and 2 condo units per stacked. As designed, units will range in size from just under 1,400 square feet to just over 2,400 square feet, with both 2 and 3 bedroom unit type designs possible. This broad diversity of unit types and sizes will allow for an inclusive offering of for-sale homes to an expansive range of income levels. In addition to the diversity in unit types and sizes, the proposal is proffered to provide 18 total units, or just over 10% of the units provided, as price-controlled affordable units by committing to provide 12 for-sale affordable dwelling units and 6 affordable market price for purchase units through the county-operated ADU and AMPPU programs, respectively. In addition to the overall rezoning, the proposal seeks zoning modifications via 2 associated zoning modification applications and 1 special exception request. These requests, which are supported by staff, would allow for the development to be accessed via a private road, allow buildings up to 50 feet in height without additional setback, and a reduced front yard from 25 to 10 feet on a small portion of the northern side of the property along McClellan Way. Staff agrees that these requests, when combined with the commitments made in our proffered design guidelines, provide for innovative design, exceed the public purpose of the original regulations, and are sufficiently mitigated. Staff also notes that the additional 5 feet in height from 45 to 50 is unlikely to cause an undesirable visual impact, particularly given the maximum height of 50 feet would be far less than the existing height of neighboring commercial structures, such as the hotel adjacent to the property, while the reduced front yard is offset by the positive impact of the compact pedestrian environment created along McClellan Way through landscaping and pedestrian amenities. Next slide, please. This proposal is offering tens of thousands of square feet of amenities throughout its almost 2 acres of open space, which represents almost 28% of the total land area. This is an almost 3-fold increase above the 2019 plan place type recommendation and will offer numerous opportunities for not only our future residents, but the existing community to gather, socialize, and for children to safely play. I say existing community because we have committed to provide a public access easement over all of the community's sidewalks, trails, open space, and amenities to ensure that the investment being made here can truly benefit the community as a whole. Next slide, please. The proposal is proffered to provide 2 tot lots, an outdoor grill area, a large social lawn with space for volleyball and pickleball courts, a community garden, and plentiful outdoor seating with sidewalks and trails throughout the development. The applicant is also committed to provide bike racks throughout the community. The other benefit to what the applicant is proposing is that currently, almost 13,000 square feet of impervious surface exists within the river and stream corridor resource buffer. The proposed development removes all of this impervious surface and replaces it with the open green space on the southern end of the property. Next slide, please. From a transportation perspective, the surrounding area is fully built out with signalized crossings currently operating at all of the intersections within the immediate vicinity. The proposed residential community will reduce trips from the currently allowed retail uses. The pedestrian network proposed on the property will integrate well into the pedestrian network that exists today within Cascades Marketplace. In addition to having a minimal impact on transportation, the project is projected to provide a significant investment in cash to the county, with over $1 million in regional road and transit contributions proffered and almost $4 million in capital facilities contributions. This results in a total of over $5 million for the county to reinvest in the Potomac planning sub-area. Next slide, please. In conclusion, this is a project that will provide a new residential community that implements the 2019 plan by providing a core use of multifamily, positively shifting the mix of uses for the place type while creating an integrated design between the proposed community and the existing core of the Cascades Marketplace that sets the standard for the future of this area and sets the table for a meaningful and complete revitalization for this area of Sterling. Chair Randall, members of the board, thank you for your time. We appreciate the opportunity to provide this presentation, and we are available to address any public comments or any questions the board may have. Thank you.
And in under 10 minutes. Wow, Mr. Leslie. This is Ms. Brixman's district, so I will go to her first for questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we've had some conversations about some investment in a local elementary school. And so I wanted to ask, would you be willing to proffer the $160,000 to Meadowland Elementary School for a playground and resurfacing their preschool area because they're getting 70 new preschoolers in the fall?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, we talked with, we've had conversations with you. I'm not sure whether I've made Marshall completely aware of all of our scheming, but yes, ma'am, we are happy to provide that, and we will work with staff to make sure we're doing that in a legal manner.
I talked to staff about it and forwarded you we did something similar on the Sterling Meadow, and so I forwarded you the language from Sterling Meadow. The only thing that needs to happen actually is I want to confirm with the schools that it can be matched up exactly the way we want it to match up. So I really do appreciate that. I really appreciate that. And then we talked a little bit about the parking. Can you explain to me the arrangement that this development would have with the neighboring business park?
Yeah. And Marshall, if you could go to slide 12. I have a visual that kind of helps really lay all of this out. So as staff mentioned, we are exceeding the zoning ordinance requirements for parking on site. However, I'm aware of the board's concerns with the zoning ordinance, in terms of that the adequacy of that, right? So we have 385 parking spaces on site. In addition to that, Whitfield Place, which is the light blue area, is a public road with parking available on both sides of the street. Obviously, that's a first come, first served basis, and there is the community senior center and the library there. So that parking varies in availability, but we very conservatively estimated that at 18 feet per space, taking into account both sides of the street, probably get at any point in time 122 spaces there. In addition to that, this property has, frankly, through luck, has overlaying covenants with the existing commercial spaces, the office park and the hotel, that allow our property to use those property for parking. And particularly with the office park, which is the larger, more rectangular area, yes. Obviously, that parking and the use of that parking by the office center flows very well with when a residential neighborhood would need additional parking, right? As workers are leaving to go home, people are coming over to visit, so that flow works very well. Obviously, not a whole lot of people at an office park on a weekend when people may be having folks over on the weekend. So with those additional spaces there, all in, there, obviously the hotel, you can see from the image there is not right now utilizing all of their parking. Obviously, we hope with this development
Can I
and the
stop
revitalization.
you for just a second?
Sure, yes.
Can you quickly say what's going on right here?
That is an existing, that was the old Logan's Roadhouse parking lot. And so that's all being removed, and a good portion of that is the impervious surface I mentioned in the river and stream corridor that's being removed.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Letourneau, you have anything?
No questions.
Okay, Mr. Turner.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I think we have a plaque for you somewhere. You may be the first developer in 2 years to submit a suburban mixed-use development in a suburban mixed-use place type. So thank you for that. And while I was being clever, the question I wanted to ask jumped right out of my brain. I remembered it. Do you have any sense, because you have pretty small floor plans, do you have any sense of possible additional units that might qualify as affordable by design? Because when I was reading it, I'm thinking I'll bet these are pretty affordable by design.
Yeah, we haven't done any specific analysis, but certainly that we had that in mind. We don't have a builder lined up at this point, but I think just based on if you did the calculations kind of on the back of a napkin, these units are definitely going to be within that 100% AMI range, with the exception of the largest units, the 2,400 square foot ones.
Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Sains.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation and walking us through the parking situation, because that was one of my concerns for this. But when you walked me through about having the agreement with the hotel and the office park, that put a lot of my questions to bed. One question I did have, I know that that Captain Ma's Seafood is currently in operation now. So do you? You just mentioned you don't have a developer or anything. So hypothetically, say if this was the past, do you have a time frame, and have you worked out a timeline for that ownership in that restaurant to cease operations?
Yeah, I don't know if he's here tonight, but we've been in active conversations with Captain Moss Seafood owner. As a matter of fact, I saw him earlier today. They are, months away from having to declare bankruptcy if this doesn't get approved. So they are under contract with the applicant to sell. That contract is contingent upon this rezoning approval. So upon rezoning approval, the applicant will assume ownership of all three parcels. And then as far as timeline for development, I'm sure that the applicant is eager to get through the site plan process and to construction, with a builder to be able to turn over this land for, the whole purpose of going through this as soon as possible. So,
Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, all right. Is there anyone here to speak on this item? Seeing none, Ms. Brixman, would you like to make a motion?
I would. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I move that the Board of Supervisors. Oh, okay.
I thought this was for Route 15. My apologies. We do have two people to speak on this items. The first person is Sean Thomasian. Okay, and the second person is Vadim, and I do not want to attempt to say your last name because I will mess it up, and I'm going to apologize in advance. So you will go first, sir, and then you be next, sir.
Good evening, Madam
Good
Chair.
evening.
Good evening, board members. My name is Sean Thomasian. I'm the owner of Captain Moss and Cascade LLC. We've been in that center for almost 10 years, and when we moved in, there were no empty space, but today is almost half empty. And it causes security problem because people park, there are unregistered parking, and it creates a problem for the neighborhood. Even a couple of weeks ago, we had police and ambulances all over in that area because there were some incident. So I know the county is in dire need of housing, and by approving this, it would help the neighborhood and also the county. So I would appreciate your approval.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Will you pronounce your name for me?
My name is Vadim Komatetsky. I'm a resident of Cartlands at Cascades. I just came to support this project because I've seen this area is abandoned and there's a lot of trash, safety issues as well, as Mr. Thomasian mentioned. So I'd like to support the project.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we will go back to Ms. Brixman for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Board of Supervisors forward ZMAP 2020-0014, Specs 2020-0028, ZMOD 2020-0034, and ZMOD 2021-0009, the villas at Cascades, to the June 21st, 2022 Board of Supervisors business meeting for action.
They beat me to it. I was going to happily second that. Seconded by Mr. Sains, so. Discussion of the motion, yes.
Thank you. So the only thing that would make this better is if Supervisor Umstead votes for it.
It's not going to get better. It's not going to get better.
The Planning Commission voted unanimously to recommend approval for this application, and the county staff found no issues with the application after the normal exhaustive and multi-departmental review. This means county staff does not believe the proposed housing will cause a burden to schools, roads, county services, or any other infrastructure. Every review for community needs takes into consideration any housing already in the pipeline. Additionally, the applicant has agreed to proffer $160,000 to a local Title I school, Meadowland Elementary School, to assist in revitalizing a preschool play area and build them a new playground. I've communicated with the principal at Meadowland Elementary, and she asked her what she thinks and what would most benefit her school. And this is what she said, because they are getting 70 new preschoolers in the fall, and she really would like to have a play area resurfaced for the preschoolers and add a track for the preschoolers to ride their tricycles and other mobile toys around. I've been working with staff, Vice Chair Reeser, and LCPS to ensure that the monies can appropriately be directed to those two projects, those very specific needs for Meadowland Elementary. These townhomes do fit well with other development nearby, as we do have apartments and townhomes nearby that most people probably don't even know are there unless you know they're there. The application also offers smaller footprints and lower price points, and the applicant has agreed to a good number of affordable dwelling units coming in at 10.5%. This is a reasonable mix and can help us chip away at our unmet housing needs crisis in the county. Lastly, this type of housing is crucial as we look to revitalize and redevelop Cascades Marketplace and bring in the much-needed foot traffic to support the existing businesses and hopefully new businesses that will come to the area. I've been working with both applicants from both projects to make sure that they the projects align and that they adhere to similar design standards. The applicant has agreed that this is really unique, I think. The applicant has agreed that all of the open space will be open to the public. So I think that ensures that the two communities will be integrated with each other once we get revitalization in Cascades Marketplace. I did hold a rather large town hall on this application. About 40 people showed up to the Cascades Library, and we answered everybody's questions, as I think can be evidenced by the fact that we had 2 speakers in support tonight and no speakers against the application. The community really is looking forward to, I think, to getting rid of what is a really kind of a blighted area. And I pointed to that one area for Mr. Leslie because actually back there's a whole bunch of semi-trucks that just park there overnight. And people just are starting to not feel safe. So I appreciate my colleagues' support on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Mr. Turner, do you have anything for this?
No, Madam Chair, I'm supportive.
Yep. And I would just say I look forward to supporting this application when it comes back to the board. Ms. Brixman, do you have a closing?
I do not. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion will pass 9-0. Okay, we did all that in just over 2 hours. Supervisors, let's take, I know it, right? I don't know who that guy is who keep giving me jazz hand, but that's a good thing right there. We're going to take a 15-minute break, and we will come back and do the last item. Thank you. I haven't hit the gavel yet because I'm waiting for the conducting district supervisor who is walking back in right now. So now I will hit the gavel. So we are back. And we are going to do item number 13. I'm pretty sure all of us do want to see the staff presentation. So staff, we're ready when you are. Oh, wait a minute, supervisors, you know, just my questions alone, if without objection, if you'd like, I can do 2 rounds of 3 minutes each. Now, if you don't need all your time, don't take it for the staff. Since we don't have an applicant, I can do 2 rounds for the staff if you need the time. So we do want to make sure that we get every question in, or as many questions as possible. So since we don't have an applicant, I can. That's what I'll do. But we're ready when you all are.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So I'll be starting us off this evening. And for the record, I'm Josh Peters. I'm with Department of Planning and Zoning. I am joined at the table this evening by staff from the Department of Transportation and Capital Infrastructure. We also have other staff members from DTCI that are joining us by the WebEx. So as we go through the evening and get to some questions and answers, we might have some subject matter experts joining us on the phone line. Also, for the record, I'd just like to mention that this item has been advertised as a proposed comprehensive plan amendment. And so it was advertised in the newspaper. We had notice letters sent out to our neighboring jurisdictions as required by Virginia State Code, and we do have the affidavits in the project file attesting to those. So as I jump into the presentation here, I will say that there are no updates to the item since the staff report went out. And so before actually looking at the proposed amendments that are the subject of this item, I will provide some background on the county's efforts and decisions in years past relevant to this road segment because it provides some relevant context for the decisions that are before the board right now. So starting in 2016, the board directed staff to study the cause of congestion on Route 15 north of Leesburg, and the findings of that report recognized the need for additional capacity in the corridor. Staff presented those findings to the board in 2017, which resulted in further board direction to staff, as represented in these bullets here. So looking at each of those, the board, in response to that congestion report, directed staff to initiate a CPAM, that's CPAM 2017-0002, and that would accommodate 4 laning of Route 15 between North King Street and Montresor Road. That's an important kind of landmark because the item that's before you tonight would pick up from Montresor Road and continue north with the 4 laning. That second bullet down, the board directed staff to conduct a safety and operations analysis as an expansion of that congestion report, including a stakeholder engagement process. And this safety and operations analysis, this study, so it ends up being a safety and operations study period and ultimately a report. It looks at the rest of the Route 15 corridor all the way up to the Maryland state line, and that ended up being a 2-year process that played out between 2017 and 2019. And I'll come back to that in a little bit. So moving along into 2018, the board approved that CPAM to accommodate 4 laning of Route 15 up to Montresor Road. In 2019, of course, you recall, the board adopted the 2019 comprehensive plan, which includes both our 2019 general plan for land use, but also the 2019 countywide transportation plan. Interestingly, the very next month, the safety and operations study was presented to the board that presented a number of different design strategies for the whole corridor. At that meeting in July, the board endorsed what has become known as Concept B, which is a whole suite of roadway improvements. In 2021, and this is most recently, the board initiated the subject CPAM, the one that's now before you, to accommodate the full implementation of that Concept B. So the board previously endorsed Concept B back in 2019. Some of those items could be implemented without a CPAM. 3 of those, which we're going to look at here in a second, would require CPAM in order to fully implement. And so here is concept B. They're listed here, categorized as those that can be implemented without a CPAM. Those are the ones that are under the active category. And then those that would require a CPAM, those are categorized as future because they're pending this item. So rather than going through all of the active projects, suffice it to say staff has been moving forward on previous board direction, implementing Concept B improvements, and here we are now before you to propose a CPAM to be able to fully implement. And the 3 items that are in this CPAM are these 3 bullets at the bottom of the page. It's the 4-lane roadway from Montressor Road to Luckett's, roughly Luckett's, a bypass around Luckett's Village, and then a median divide from north of Luckett's to St. Clair Lane. And I'm going to show you a map of those items here on the next slide. So we have a map. I realize it's probably a bit small for the slide, but we have the same 3 bullets that I just talked about. It's the 4-lane roadway that picks up from Montressor Road and it goes to the vicinity just south of Village of Luckett's. We have the Luckett's bypass and the 2-lane roadway. So I want to just outline those on this graphic. So at the very bottom, at the southern end here, where the purple line starts up, this is the intersection of Montressor Road with Route 15. So as I just talked through, the board has already adopted a plan amendment to accommodate 4-lane widening all the way up to Montressor Road. This CPM is picking up where the last one left off to allow for a 4-lane median divided roadway up to the vicinity of just south of Luckett's. There would be a bypass around the Village of Luckett's to be determined based on board's direction, either to the west or the east. Staff is recommending to the east. And then continuing on from there, a 2-lane median divided roadway that carries up to St. Clair Lane. North of St. Clair Lane and then carrying on to the bridge, it would just be a 2-lane undivided highway. The only change there, which doesn't require a plan amendment, would be expanded shoulders. So there are 2 potential options contemplated for the bypass, and this is, in staff's opinion, the heart of the discussion, definitely the most difficult from both really from a technical aspect. There is a potential western bypass and a potential eastern bypass. Looking at the western bypass first, this alignment, as it's shown, came out of that safety and operations study that was that 2017 to 2019 process. At that time, the preference was for western bypass for reasons that seem straightforward if you're just looking at it from a built environment perspective, because there's only one generally undeveloped parcel on the west side, all the way up to Stumptown Road, and then only 1 or 2 more parcel lines to deal with here and very few physical constraints. What has changed since 2019 is that this whole parcel has come under conservation easement. It is now held by the Loudon Wildlife Conservancy. We have become aware of environmental resources on the site that have been characterized as globally rare by the state. And there's also an active wetlands mitigation project on that parcel. All of those things add up to there being significantly different conditions on the ground now than there were in 2019 when the safety and ops study was finalized and those findings presented to the board. In light of that, staff is now recommending, if I can get my slide to advance, staff is now recommending the eastern bypass. The eastern bypass is not without its challenges, and we've outlined those for you in the staff report. There are more property lines to cross. There is potential impacts to private property, which would be the likely the subdivision open space for Falcon Air community. The alignment would still be crossing floodplain and some measure of wetlands. Also, likely at least two conservation easements, and then needing to work around to avoid impacts to the new fire station. Notwithstanding all of those challenges, staff is recommending the eastern bypass option as the preferred option. As we were gearing up for this evening, we have had a fair amount of conversations with board offices. We understand that the board is likely to ask for additional information and additional analysis comparing the physical constraints really of this site. I think from a policy perspective, it would push us to the east, which is why we recommended what we have. But we are ready to engage on questions on this piece. I won't belabor it now for the presentation, but we're also ready to engage on how to continue the discussion to provide the board with a level of detail that you're comfortable making a decision. So I just ran through all of these discussion points looking at those last two graphics. I don't need to run through those here. So we did spend some time with the Planning Commission in November through March. The Planning Commission recommended approval on a split vote, 5-4, and with additional recommendations. The Commission was not comfortable making a specific recommendation on the bypass because the bypass alignments are so conceptual in nature. They thought that perhaps at the design phase, if the decision could be put off that late when there's more of an engineering level of scrutiny, that perhaps that was a more appropriate time to choose a bypass location. I should say, along with that, the Commission made that recommendation with the knowledge that roadway improvements are presented to the board for final approval. The Commission provided a recommendation that safety improvements be provided within 24 months of any approval of this CPAM, and that really came out of Commission discussion saying that maybe the only consensus that the full Commission could come to is that safety is an acknowledged problem in this section of the roadway. There was largely disagreement on whether capacity improvements should be included, but they were all in agreement that safety improvements were needed and should happen as soon as possible. Lastly, there was a recommendation to conduct a study of the impacts on businesses and farms that would be likely to occur as a result of these Concept B improvements. And I think the the main concerns that led to this recommendation had to do with the bypass taking trips away from the village and therefore the kind of spontaneous stops with the shops within the village, but then also the perceived impediment to stops to roadside businesses. And also there's a perceived difficulty with farm equipment being on the improved roadway as opposed to the existing roadway. So that was the discussion that the Commission had that led to these three recommendations that went along with the recommendation to approve. On this slide, we have the staff recommendation. So staff is recommending approval with additional recommendations. I'll say there's no overlap between staff's additional recommendations and Planning Commission's recommendations. So staff provides these additional recommendations in response to the referral comments that we received along the way. And I won't step through each of these now because they were explained in the staff report. I'd be happy to come back to any one of them if the board has questions. But so, in conclusion, staff is recommending approval of the CPAM as it's presented, preference for the eastern bypass option or other such option that would avoid the wildlife sanctuary on the west side. With these additional recommendations, in order to provide the appropriate level of coordination at the design phase and make sure that nothing gets left out. So that concludes the staff presentation, and we'd be happy to take any questions.
Josh, thank you very much. That was very helpful, as it always is for staff. Supervisors, let's do 2 rounds of 3 minutes. I think Mr. Letourneau has dropped off the WebEx. So let's do 2 rounds of 3 minutes if you need a second round. If you you don't, by all means, don't take it. I will start with the district supervisor, Mr. Kirschner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, staff. I'm going to ask kind of some yes and no questions. That's what I do in court when you're getting cross-examined. If you feel like you need to ad-lib a little bit, please do, because I got a lot to get through. So first of all, the Planning Commission chose not to deal with the east or the west. They wanted to leave it up to the board. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. I just want to make sure we point that out, because now we have to deal with it. It's fair to say that I think at the peak, this road's getting somewhere between 20 and 30,000 cars a day. Is that right? I think that's what I don't know if that's today, but I think we're coming back. I think this is 20 to 30,000 cars a day. Am I correct? That's what I have read.
I think that's a good range.
Okay, I mean, in between there, given the day. And this is currently designed for about 12,000 cars, correct? The current design that's there?
That's, I would say, generally accepted range.
Okay, so it's
for
far
a
over
two-lane
capacity.
roadway.
It's far over capacity when it's at its peak. So now I also want to, when we pass the CPAM, this doesn't mean we are going to absolutely build 4 lanes. It means we are planning for that, but that could be changed in the future if for some reason it really wasn't needed. Is that correct? It's kind of like a zoning decision.
That's correct. There are multiple touch points with the board after this, approving funding, approving design endorsement, approving contracts,
Right.
so on and so on.
And putting in the CPAM allows us to actually seek funding for the improvements that we need. Is that it's much more difficult to put that funding in the CIP or to seek funding elsewhere. Is that right?
That is correct. Absent of the CPAM, we would not qualify for many grant programs.
All right. Now, it was brought up that the original recommendation was to move the bypass to the west of Luckett's. And that was in 2017-ish, is that right?
That was presented in 2019.
2019. And I think the conservation area came afterwards, is that right?
That's my understanding as well.
So when the conservation easement put in, it was public knowledge that was planned that this would go through the western bypass. Am I correct about that? So it came afterwards. In other words, our decision as a board, prior to me being on the board, was to bring a western bypass, but then that conservation easement got put into place. Am I right?
I would say that the information was publicly available. I don't know that I would say it was publicly known.
But it was voted on by the board. It's kind of parsing of the hair, don't you think?
No, I think it's a valid point that even though what the board does is public information, it's not necessarily widely known.
Okay, but we don't know for sure. All right. I'm almost down to my last one.
You can have the second 3 minutes.
I know. Now, you did mention nothing has really changed on the western side other than the conservation easement, fair to say?
As well as understanding the resources that are on the ground.
I understand.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kirschner. Ms. Glass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Have we determined the alignment and needed right-of-way for the widening and how that might affect property owners along the corridor?
We have not determined a specific amount of right-of-way needed. It generally could vary, and the right-of-way could vary depending on constraints to narrow that impact down in certain locations. But again, there's not been a design done on the roadway.
Okay. In the CPAM, is the Luckett's bypass, and I'm just talking about the bypass, is that supposed to be 4 lanes or 2 lanes?
It's planned to be 4 lanes up as far north as either Stumptown Road or Luckett's Road. So the southern half would be 4 lanes, and then the northern half would be 2 lanes.
Okay. Was an economic development impact study done, or was outreach performed to the businesses located within the possible right-of-way of the widening?
I think I'm going to defer to Ms. Glass, Susan Glass, on that matter.
Oh, we have another glass.
During the study, the safety and operations study, we had a extensive public involvement process that included a stakeholders committee. It was comprised of various representatives, including the Luckett's Business Collaborative.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Brixman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. How many studies has the county conducted on the road, and when was the first time the county attempted to address safety issues? You can ballpark it.
I'm aware that there were some studies done, I believe, in the late 90s, 1990s.
Oh, that far. Okay, that's farther back than I thought.
And then again, some work in Luckett's. There's been some pedestrian improvements in Luckett's that have been contemplated since around 2006.
Okay, okay. And how many surveys has the county conducted with residents to gauge if they're in support of the CPAM or a widening or safety in this particular area? And what was the readout, for lack of a better word, in favor of or against doing it?
So I'll get started because I know I've looked at the information, but while they get the more details.
Well, maybe you can just. Sure. It's my but let's do it this way. It's my understanding there's been at least 2 or 3 surveys that have been done by the county of the community, and between 75 and 85% of the community came out in favor of this.
Very close. Right? So there were numerous rounds of stakeholder engagement and surveys back during that safety and ops study that happened in the 2017 to 2019 timeframe.
Cool.
When the board initiated this CPAM, we built in additional outreach that happened through a virtual meeting, kind of picking up on that 2017 to 2019 outreach. Many of the same parties involved. We conducted an additional survey that did ask the questions of community preference on the Luckett's bypass and among other questions. There were 951 public comments on that survey. This is back in the June, July of 21 timeframe. 64% out of those 900 and some respondents did prefer an eastern bypass.
Okay. That's a little bit beyond the question I was asking.
Oh,
I think bottom line is 75 to 85% of the community wants the CPAM and improvements on the road. It's kind of what I was getting at. Can you break down for me, I think you did this a little bit, but how many parcels would I think you said 3 parcels. If we did the western bypass, we would have to deal with getting easements or whatever we would need to build the road. But if we were to do the eastern, do you know how many owners that we would have to negotiate with to get the land that we need to do it?
Yeah, we do have a ballpark on that. So I think this is a privately held parcel here. This is all one parcel, albeit it is subdivision open space. So it's one parcel, but it is the Falcon Air community.
Okay.
And this whole kind of area in here, this is all county-owned land. Okay. And so really you're looking at Falcon Air community. That would be the bulk of the impact there to private property.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Brixman.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let's see here. Are there operational effectiveness and safety improvements that can be funded, designed, and implemented within a 36-month period that don't require a CPAM?
There are potentially some safety measures that could be implemented, simple things like improving pavement markings, maybe raise pavement markings, which are those reflectors that are in the roadway. But any type of physical construction would be extremely difficult to create funding source, obtain a design approval, and implement construction within that 36-month window.
Given our recent track record with smart-scale funding for large road widening projects, what's the likelihood we will receive smart-scale funding for this project?
I think, given the order of magnitude of the project, smart scale funding would be better geared towards smaller projects. When I say that, I mean projects that are in the $20 to $35 million range. Now, that's not to say that some phased improvements couldn't meet that criteria. I think one of the more preferred funding sources would be NVTA, which is predominantly based on congestion mitigation and safety improvements. So I think that would be the more targeted funding source, but smart scale would certainly be ideal for incremental improvements along the corridor.
Okay. I'm going to cut right to the chase here based on some of the emails I saw today. So I've seen a lot of emails that say you've got to approve this CPAM because this is a dangerous road and we need to get it fixed. So my question is, getting a very dangerous road fixed within 10 years is not the answer. So what can we do now? What are the urgent things that we can do now to affect the safety of the road now? And do we need a CPAM to do that?
There are safety improvements that could be made as long as the road character, meaning 2 lanes, 1 lane each direction, remained intact and you didn't do significant widening. You could build roundabouts, you could build shoulders, you could do pavement markings and signing improvements. But remember, many of those improvements may not qualify for the large-scale funding sources because they don't solve a bigger congestion mitigation need.
And just really quickly, they would not require a CPAM.
They would not require CPAM.
Thank you.
Ms. Umstattd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know you all are aware that there has been an interpretation of a safety study that claimed that Route 15 North was not as dangerous as other roads in the county. My interpretation of staff's response to that was that for the length of Route 15 north of Leesburg, it actually is one of the most dangerous segments in the county when it comes to fatalities and serious injuries. Can you all comment on that?
Supervisor Umstattd, I'll start, and if there's more detailed information, Dr. Gonzalez will provide you with that. So we acknowledge that the State Office of Intermodal Planning and Investment did a study, and I'll try to be as quick as I can. They did a safety analysis, and they looked at all the corridors in the county using a particular methodology, and that methodology evaluates the highway type, 2-lane, 4-lane divided, 3-lane divided, and compares the crash frequency in that corridor against other similar corridors throughout the entire Commonwealth. They have an average frequency for each of the different types. And it did identify that Route 7, being almost freeway type condition, did have a crash rate higher than the statewide average. We looked at the crash a little bit differently. We looked at primarily what we call the severe crashes, those that are significant injuries and fatalities. And we compared and normalized that crash frequency with other corridors, particularly we did an analysis with Route 7, and calculated the severe crash rate for Route 15 and Route 7, which is what the IOP study spoke to. And we demonstrated that, yes, there may be more crashes on Route 7 than there is Route 15, but the severity of crashes on Route 15 are much more severe and more likely and probable to be high-intensity injuries and fatalities. So when you look at safety analysis, you can look through the lens in a lot of different directions, but we felt that the severe crash rate was a more appropriate measure for the board to be considering this CPAM.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Buffington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my perspective is that supporters of this think that approval of this CPAM is going to result in some sort of quick action to reduce traffic congestion and improve safety on the roadway. So is that accurate? What is the current timeline? Supposing this was approved already, suppose we already voted on this. What's the timeline on the improvements north of Montressor?
That's somewhat of a difficult question, but generally speaking, it's a long period of time.
10 years, 15, 20?
10 or more years.
10 or more years.
Accumulating all of the funding. I'm talking about the full corridor improvements. Accumulating the funding, completing the design, acquiring.
Speaking of funding, and not to interrupt you, Joe, but I am on a timeline.
Sure.
Speaking of funding, how much of this is in the CIP now, north of Montressor? All of it? It's phased out in the CIP or no?
A portion of it was in the FY22 budget, but because of the need for debt capacity, that project was fully funded using local funding sources. So because of the need for debt capacity in the FY22 budget, we moved a lot of the Route 15 improvements north out of the CIP because, again, they don't qualify for these other funding sources.
Right.
What is in the CIP and is under design development, and if you want details of that, we can get the staff online to talk about it, is the roundabout that's planned for Route 15 at Spinks Ferry Road and
Right,
the
but
realignment of New Valley Church Road.
I'm talking, okay. So how much north of Montressor is funded in the CIP? Or even shows program funding in the next 6 years? A single dollar of program funding in the next 6 years?
I believe there's two locations, the Spinks Ferry roundabout, as well as the intersection at Lovettsville Road, which is currently planned for a
Are they
traffic.
fully funded within the next 6 years in there, in the CIP?
I believe they are.
And is that funding hypothetical, hopeful, or has it actually been secured like Smart Scale, MVTA, something like that?
It's programmed all local funding. It's programmed in the CIP with all local funding.
In the next 6 years?
Yes, sir.
But earlier you told me that it'll be at least 10 years, if not longer. So can you explain the difference between we have funding secured in the next 6 years north of Montressor and the rest of what you said?
The context of my 10 years plus would be to implement the entire CPAM improvements. That would be widening to 4 lanes from Montressor all the way to Stumptown Road and the bypass. So that project, I can't remember the cost, I'm going to say it's north of $200 million. So that's not an easy project to fit into the capital budget at this point, given where we're at with programming. So just the time to cobble together 200 plus million, plus the escalation during that time, and then just normal project delivery. On the average, a typical roadway section takes 7 to 9 years from beginning to end to complete. So
I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sains.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What would staff say if we were to propose or make a motion to give direction for you guys to continue looking at both the eastern bypass and the western bypass?
I'd say that's something that we could do, and I think it would be helpful to define the parameters of that additional investigation, and also having in mind when it was anticipated we would bring it back. Certainly, we're ready to work with you.
All right, and then next question to me is, when did we, well, at least for me, I started hearing about this JK sanctuary last week. So has this sanctuary with the supposed endangered species been in there and been sitting there this whole time, or?
So the establishment of the sanctuary as it exists today happened in 2019. We did become aware of it sometime, I believe, after the initiation phase, which was in March of 21, partly because their executive director reached out to us and let us know and forwarded along all the documentation. So we became aware of it sometime in 2021. And it has been a part of the discussion since that time.
Okay, but it really hasn't been a focus, or we heard about it until the conservation easement was set up in that area, and then it was designated or whatever as a sanctuary, and then said, oh, we have this species there, we have this species there.
Right, there is what you call a documentation report that goes along with the conservation easement, and that's what really documented many of those things.
Okay, and rough estimate again, you kind of mentioned it when Supervisor Brisbane's comments, but how many meetings, surveys have been done for this area? Just a ballpark number. I don't need the exact number, but rough estimate.
Ballpark, half a dozen.
This is going back, it sounded like from the 90s until...
Well, ballpark half a dozen from 2017 to now.
Okay.
No, I'd say we've had public outreach during this CPAM process, but the process that Susan Glass led from 17 to 19, there were many, many public meetings and opportunities for
numerous meetings,
yes,
and surveys and such.
I think more recently, some of the initial studies go back as far as 2006 and propose turn lane improvements, and every few years there was a request to look at.
Okay, and then before my time ends for this round, have we actually done any improvements to this corridor? Anything?
We did extend the I'll call it the acceleration lane / merge lane when King Street enters into the corridor. If you're familiar, if you come up north on King Street, you come to a stop sign, and as long as the southbound traffic allows you to gap, you continue through and then merge with the northbound Route 15 traffic. A few years ago, I'm going to ballpark it at about 2019, we worked with VDOT. The board funded the lengthening of that merge area, and VDOT constructed it on the county's behalf.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. If the CPAM is approved, do you plan, I know you plan to seek regional money and state money, would you also plan to seek federal funding sources?
Yes, ma'am. Any funding source that is available for the corridor.
Thanks. Does the very act of approving a CPAM restrict property rights or lower property value? Has there been any evidence of that in the past, that just approving the CPAM in of itself could lower property value or restrict property rights? Does it have a chilling effect?
I am not aware of any research to that. There may be, but I'll defer to the planning staff or Mr. Moserak.
I would say that with any land development application, either by right or legislative, there's coordination required with the comprehensive plan. So if there's a widened roadway on the plan, that would need to be taken into account. Again, we're talking about a 90 to 120 feet in general width for a 4-lane roadway.
Lou, with due respect, maybe I'm missing it, but I don't understand I'm not hearing an answer to my question.
Has there been?
The question is, does the very act of approving a CPAM lower property values or restrict property rights in any way?
Again, there's coordination with the comprehensive plan required. And so I would say the answer to that would be no, not any direct impact from that.
Okay, all right. Don't know that I understand your question, but we can do that again later. I have come to believe that, and I want you all's opinion on this. This is an opinion question. That it is not logical to separate safety from congestion completely. That the congestion at its base causes safety issues. And so if I want to address the safety issue, I have to address the congestion issue. Do you have an opinion about that?
I believe that safety improvements could be made that will make some measurable improvements. The issue is as the density on the highway, the number of cars on the highway and the gaps in between those vehicles begins to narrow, then safety becomes a greater issue. So congestion then in the corridor worsens safety simply because of unexpected stopping of traffic is an increase of rear-end collisions, and just simply the interaction of vehicles cutting other vehicles off when the density starts to get tight. So safety does, or the frequency of crashes increases as volume increases.
Do you believe if the CPAM were to pass, it would reduce congestion through our villages and towns like Waterford?
I do believe that there is traffic that is purposely avoiding the corridor, that if the corridor were to be improved and traffic operations were at an acceptable level, I do believe that traffic would migrate back to Route 15 and leave those dirt and gravel roads and rural villages like, Waterford, and come back to the corridor.
Okay. Supervisor, if you'd like a second round of questions, stick your light on. Mr. Kirshner?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make a statement that a lot of the history behind going up and around Luckett's in some fashion was largely to, one, so you could widen the road, make it a safer road, make sure people are getting home sooner, and avoid large trucks and all the traffic that goes downtown Luckett's. So I think that kind of goes back to the history, and it helps some of the fellow supervisors up here kind of understand why we are where we are today and what's taken us here. A couple of real quick questions. Have we counted how many residents will actually be impacted if this goes around to the east? I know we talked about a community, but we actually haven't talked about how many residents or pieces of property that's gone in. We don't know the answer, do we?
That's a number we could come back with.
Okay. And so we also don't know the number of people, the number of children, how close it is to the school, how close it is to walking ways going around the east. Am I correct about that?
We don't have those numbers.
Okay, thank you. But we do know that we only impact 3 residents going around the west side. Is that correct? At least the way the current alignment sits in the picture.
I'm not sure that I could agree with that because of the way that the wildlife sanctuary is used. It is an educational.
Hold on, just stop the time. So this is when I got to say, the staff is giving the staff doesn't have a dog in this fight. They're giving answers that they believe is correct. And one thing I just do not allow is disrespect of staff. I just don't. And so there can be no moaning, groaning, and such when the staff is talking. And that's a board rule, but also I just don't allow the staff to be disrespected. So start his time again, and you can continue, sir.
So, Mr. Kirshner, the answer that I'm trying to give for you is that, yes, I would agree. It's fewer properties on the west side, fewer property owners, certainly, that would be impacted. But the kind of necessary rest of that discussion is how the wildlife sanctuary is used, because it is programmed for outreach and education.
Okay, and I got that. I'm not trying to cut you off. I appreciate that, and actually, I really appreciate the wildlife sanctuary here. I am going to look for ways to try to maximize our efforts here as well, just for the public's purpose. But it is true that where we have the current alignment, we don't actually impact any of the vernal pools or the forest if we go over on the west side the current drawing of the alignment. Is that fair to say? The answer is yes, but is that your understanding also?
Yes, but also engineering-wise, I don't believe it could actually go there because it's all in the minor floodplain. I don't believe it could go in that way.
What could go in that through the vernal pools?
No, sir. So I believe you're asking if it went in, if the bypass went in along the alignment right here, would it be avoiding those natural resources? The answer is yes, it would be avoiding the vernal pools.
And the forest.
And the forest, but also I don't believe that it could actually go here. I don't believe it ever should have been drawn here.
So you're suggesting to me that staff made a suggestion to go around the west side when it shouldn't have gone there? Is that what I'm hearing tonight?
That is not.
That was the original recommendation. And this is the first we're even hearing about this.
That is not quite.
That's not anywhere in the packet.
Talk about being.
I can appreciate the point that you're trying to make.
All right.
But this goes back to the information that we were trying to say is that the known conditions on the ground are different now than what they were in 2019.
If we
when it was
exclude
presented.
the eastern.
Mr. Kirsten, your time is up. Ms. Brixman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the wildlife sanctuary we know was established in 2019. Do we know what wildlife lives there?
We do. I'm not sure I have all the vocabulary to describe it, but it's vernal pools. It's referred to as the fairy shrimp are one of the species that were described. There's wetlands and all of the ecosystem that goes along with vernal pools and wetlands and forest.
Okay. This might be for Mr. Kroboth, but do we have to approve a CPAM in order to be able to apply for funds from the state or the U.S. government?
Yes, we do, because one of the questions in the very beginning of the application is the project consistent with local approved zoning? And we would have to say no without a CPAM, and therefore that brings us ineligible for those grant programs.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Buffington?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Josh, could you talk more, because you didn't get to finish about the western bypass. Could you talk more about why it couldn't go where it's shown on this slide?
Sure. So this specific picture, this came from some work that was done back through the safety and operations study, but it was depicted here in the minor floodplain. The minor floodplain is depicted by these kind of bright blue dotted lines. I think what the consultant didn't pick up on was that our facility standards manual requires our roadways to cross floodplain at a perpendicular manner, and it's not allowed to run parallel in it. So that was something that is just, it's like a quality control issue that wasn't caught at the time for this graphic, but also this graphic is for conceptual purposes only, really. It's to show that it's on the west side of the village, and then additional layers were added to try to indicate the resources that were present.
Is that the same with the graphic showing on the eastern side, or is the eastern side exactly where it would go?
It's the same
situation. Or is it just representative of there would be an eastern bypass? We're not exactly sure where it would go yet.
It's the same situation. It's what you said. It's not, neither represent engineered plans.
So these graphics, you know, if I'm a resident and I own one of those land parcels that looks like it's affected on this graphic, that doesn't necessarily mean that it would be affected. It could be a different parcel.
Yes, sir, that is correct. These are planning level graphics that are expected to be illustrative only. So I think Supervisor Kirshner's comment, if you took that, it's not an engineered alignment. So you could take that yellow dashed line and move it to the fringe of that light blue line and overcome the floodplain issue.
So a lot of the impacts are unknown. But on the western side, you would have to go through that parcel, I would imagine, that is under conservation easement, no matter what. Is that correct or not correct?
The only other option would be to move the bypass all the way to New Valley Church Road, and essentially where the intersection of Stumptown Road and New Valley Church Road, basically construct the roundabout at that location, follow the existing alignment of New Valley Church Road. That's the only way to avoid that particular parcel that's 80 couple acres.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to go back to a question you asked. I tried to capture it as close as I could. You asked, if the CPAM is approved, will it relieve congestion? And Mr. Kroboth, you responded, once implemented, yes. I just want to verify, if the CPAM is approved and we begin work, how soon are we going to see measurable safety improvements on that road?
I believe we'll see measurable improvements as soon as the Spinks Ferry Road roundabout gets built. And again, it's under design, well along the way in design. I believe the improvements to Route 15 at Lovettsville Road will have safety improvements. So you'll see improvements from from those projects that are already funded.
And do,
But I'm
do
sorry,
either of those two improvements require a CPAM?
they did not, no.
In your judgment, are options A and B the only viable options to address the safety issues on Route 15? There are no other viable options to address the safety issues on Route 15. I know that's way outside the purview of what we've been talking about for, 15 years now? I understand that. But I mean, in my comments, I'll talk about the magnitude of what we're being asked to sign on to as a Board of Supervisors with no defined budget, no defined timeline, and no defined end state, and no definition that it will actually solve the problem. So that's my question is, well, now I forgot my question, but.
So I believe there are small, isolated improvements that could be done to make an isolated difference. But to really move the needle the way that it needs to be to improve the safety in the corridor, it needs the widened improvements.
Is the estimate of 294 to 308 million in present dollars?
I believe we referred to those as 2019
I think the answer
dollars.
is yes, the last time you presented.
I'm pretty confident they were 2019 dollars.
That's what I thought. I think I've heard that before in the presentation.
I'm going to continue with my answer. The information she's provided me is the funding for the roundabout improvements.
Okay.
And the years in which they're funded.
Okay, thank you.
I think the question about a timeline is I understand where people are coming from. It's an interesting question because 10 years are going to pass whether we do something or not. And so it's not like if we don't do anything, time stops right now. 10 years is going to pass and the road would be just as unsafe if we don't do something right now with the road. And if I have a 3-year-old, that 3-year-old 13 years old and driving soon. So I don't know that I mean, I understand the questions, but, 10 years ago, it's going to happen anyway. I think the one question that hasn't been asked and something I'm concerned about, one Mr. Turner did hit on, that there is no detailed conceptual budget. That's a concern for me. But the other question, and that we have not talked about yet, is what do we do with the business owners along the route? What happens to their businesses if they sustain economic harm while we're doing this? Are there any grants that make them whole, or how do we make sure that we're not damaging rural businesses that are so important to our rural economy as we make this corridor less congested and safer?
So there's no program to provide compensation for impacts other than if we were to acquire land from that business owner, and obviously we would compensate them for the land value, and if through that appraisal process we determined that there was a negative impact on the business, that appraiser would value that impact, and that would be included in the compensation if we were to purchase
Let me say
land.
that back to you so I know that I heard what I heard. So as we're acquiring land from businesses that could be affected, part of the process in the acquisition of land is to determine whether or not that business is sustaining harm from the project itself. And if that is true, that would be considered and possibly rolled into revenue given as we acquire the land. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Well,
It's
I did not
commonly
know that.
done as all of our projects to this day.
Okay, that's interesting. And then back to the first question, is there any even slightly detailed conceptual budget, and can you talk a little bit about the interim improvements? But the first question about the budget, is there any detailed conceptual budget, and should there be before we start the CPAM process?
So as part of the CIP development process, if you recall, I mentioned that the FY22 budget has some widening as well as the bypass, at least partially funded in the current 6-year plan, but the FY23 plan takes those projects out. So based on that, there is a cost estimate that would have been prepared probably in the fall of 2020 to program those projects into the CIP. So it's a matter of simply updating those estimates to get you to current dollar estimates.
Okay.
And we could do that at least at the planning level if the board chooses to defer this to the June 21st meeting, we could roll that information, updated cost estimate and information into the item.
Okay. All right. So my second question, we can wait until the motion so we don't take any longer. So we have 60 speakers. A couple things. One, it is the board's rules of order, not mine, the board's rules of order that there's no cheering or jeering. You can definitely do a couple things. Yes, you can do jazz hands if you agree. You can also stand up if somebody's saying something that you agree with to show solidarity just by standing in the room when the person is speaking. You can do that as well. Everyone is welcome to speak, and if you've signed up to speak and you're here, you will be called on. However, if you've heard what you want to say, repeat it over and over again, and you choose not to say it because it's already been expressed, you don't have to speak just because you signed up. You can pass on speaking if you choose to. I will try to call your names, 3 names in advance, so you know who's next, and you can kind of come up and be ready. And if I do not pronounce your name correctly, I'm going to apologize in advance right now. All right, so our first speaker is Tyler Ripgoli, followed by Adam Bowser, followed by Robert Dilger. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Tyler Ripgoli. I'm a resident of Lucketts and a member of the Lucketts Elementary School PTA. I'm speaking today concerning the safety of children of Lucketts for an Eastern bypass option. I have 2 daughters that go to Lucketts Elementary School and another who goes to Lucketts Community Center Preschool and will soon be going to Lucketts Elementary School. We participate in many community activities that take place at the Community Center and the Lucketts Community Park. The Eastern Bypass directs all Route 15 traffic right at the elementary school, the Community Center, and the Community Park. I fear for the safety of our children when a 4-lane highway will be surrounding these communities' designated gathering places. The community park has many children in it throughout the year. The children in our community use the community park to play sports, and so does the school. By having an Eastern bypass that directs traffic at the community park, the safety of Lucketts children will be lowered. Not long ago, we attended an Easter event at the community center that had hundreds of Lucketts community children there. These events happen throughout the year, and the children enjoy the grounds, including many places that would be adjacent to an Eastern bypass option. No matter how we secure the bypass, the Eastern bypass, the children will find ways to get past it. Our Loudon County School Board member opposes the Eastern bypass. The Eastern bypass will likely prevent future expansion of the school. As we know, this area is expanding. In fact, a water treatment plant is currently being constructed at the school, and a few years ago, new classrooms were added. By creating a Lucketts bypass and widening Route 15, the community will grow and the school will need to expand. If a Lucketts bypass is needed, direct the traffic away from our community designated gathering places. The Eastern bypass option directs almost all of Route 15 traffic away from the elementary schools, the community center, and the community park. When I talk to other members of the Lucketts community, we do not understand what an Eastern bypass option would do. And we're shocked that someone that knows our community would want to use that as an option. So I ask you, Board of Supervisors, to do a site visit, to look at what this would impact. You know, what would it do to our elementary school students to be able to have a bypass there? Look at the community center and the community parks and the residential areas that will be affected. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Adam Bowser, followed by Robert Dilger, followed by Alex Isaac. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Adam Bowser. My family and I live directly behind the Lucketts Elementary School, where my 2 oldest daughters currently go, while my youngest attends preschool right next door. If you look at the map, what staff is proposing with an eastern bypass is that my backyard will be a 4-lane highway that surrounds our kids' schools, but before it runs into the county fire station and then takes out the old Luckett's stores parking lot for good measure, all to avoid an open field on the other side of 15, which was always the intended location for the bypass. But since this field was recently put into conservation easement, county staff appears to think that decides the matter. And I would like to just call your attention to page 13 of staff's report, where they write that because of this development, staff recommends the eastern bypass as the preferred alignment. The eastern bypass also has floodplain, private property, and easements to consider. However, the extent of impacts appears to be significantly less with the western alignment and would be more fully researched and understood prior to design approval. To put this plainly, this would be Exhibit A in any lawsuit about an eastern bypass. I litigate against the government for a living, and you can't make a decision and find evidence for it later. And so here are the facts that, about going to the east that no one has examined. First, the Falcon Air community land that would be taken is a designated wetland preservation area and stream preservation area subject to a restrictive covenant that prohibits any development exactly where the eastern bypass would go. And it has been since 2014. We're not trying to game any systems or influence the board in any way. This is public record, and it's on file with the county. Second, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and the Virginia Department of Environmental Quality were expressly named as third-party beneficiaries of this restrictive covenant, meaning that any impact to our environmentally protected wetlands would also need to be overseen and approved by these separate agencies. This is a conservation easement on steroids with direct federal and state oversight. Third, if there is any damage to our protected areas, there is a legal obligation to recreate and replace them. Point being, if you take our protected wetlands, by going east, you will have to keep taking more and more private property in our neighborhood until the feds and DEQ are satisfied. You will be on my back porch by the time this is all said and done, and with 4 girls in the house, that's usually where I go to the bathroom in the morning.
Mr. Bowser, your time's up.
Oh, thank you very much.
So much. Thank you very much. It's a little TMI, but more than I wanted to know about Mr. Bowser right now, but thank you very much. Robert Dilger, followed by Alex Isaac, followed by David Goodrum. Good evening.
Hi, again. I'm Dr. Robert Dilger. I've spent my entire adult life studying and writing about local economic development policy. I am generally recognized as one of the nation's foremost authorities on small business policy in the United States. By law, my work with the Congress is confidential, but I can say that Congress, both the Democrats and the Republicans, come to me for advice about small businesses because they value my expertise and they trust me. And so can you. If you build the Eastern Bypass, you will permanently cripple Luckett's economic future. In the short term, the Eastern Bypass directly threatens Luckett's iconic antique shops by passing through their shared parking area and outdoor vendor space. If the antique shops fail, other Luckett small businesses that rely on their customer traffic could also fail, like Domino's. The resulting loss of customer traffic also will, without a doubt, deter other small business owners who might be interested in investing in our village, because we live there. And what kind of message are you sending to any business person interested in investing in our village if you take the long-standing, iconic antique shop's parking lot for a road? In the long term, you'd be creating a permanent physical barrier separating Luckett's future business center from where all the people in Luckett's will be living, which because of the 2 brand new conservation easement areas, which will be on the other side of Route 15, everybody's going to live on my side, on the east. The academic literature agrees. You don't build highways that divide neighborhoods and separate them from their core business sector ever. In fact, the Eastern Bypass is not a bypass at all. It cuts Luckett's in half. You've probably heard the saying, the highway to nowhere, is a reference to traffic engineers who design highways without fully taking into account community needs. We're about to spend over $1 million on sidewalks and other upgrades in Luckett's. If you build the Eastern Bypass, those sidewalks will likely become known as the sidewalks to nowhere, because without the antique shops, there'll be no customers in Luckett's to walk on them. Choose the smart growth option. Do more than just move traffic. Build a lasting future for Luckett's and its business community and protect our kids. Find a way to go west. Thank you from my heart.
Thank you, sir. Alex Isaac, followed by David Goldrum, followed by Jim Lewis.
Alex is on a plane. He won't be. He had to leave. Sorry. So
Okay,
we're
thank
skipping
you.
Alex.
So David.
That's me. Yes.
And I know.
Hey, my name is
Goldrum,
Dave.
good to see you.
My name is Dave Goodrum. I'm Raspberry Falls, Catoctin District, north of Leesburg, along Route 15. I'm going to change my speech up. You guys keep asking, if we implement the CPAM, how soon will we see improvements? And the answer is like, 7 to 10 years. And you guys are like, oh, that's a bad thing. You implemented the first CPAM. If you don't implement the CPAM, the answer is never. The answer is never. In 2017, you passed the CPAM to widen to Montressor. We're 5 years later now, and you're about to maybe start doing utility movement next summer. Construction 2 years from now. That's 7 years. He said 7 to 10 years. I'm good with that. All right? I started this from the beginning. 10 years is great. I'll take it. All right, so going back to what I was originally going to say, safety and congestion versus historic and environmental conservation. At least that is what the conservation groups want you to believe, that it is one or the other, that you can't have safety and congestion without destroying historic and environmental conservation. That is not true. When you look at an overhead map of the region, we're not talking about putting pavement down from the ridge line all the way to the Potomac River. We're talking about widening a road. According to your own traffic study, that's 155% over capacity. Roads are necessary. Even the Florida Everglades, arguably our most precious wetlands in this country, have roads going right through it. You can put a road through a wetland. So what about all the Civil War troops that the Journey Through Hollow Ground, who I'm sure is here, is going to talk about that they're using to memorialize this road? My last name is Goodrum. There were at least 9 Goodrums that fought in the Civil War. This road is not memorializing them. It's not a memorial. A road's job is to get people from one point to another. And when that road can no longer efficiently do its job, it must be fixed. You want to plant trees to memorialize the Civil War troops? I am all for it. My house backs directly to it. I am planting trees today. Please plant more trees. I'm all about that. But that's not what they're doing. They're using this as a tactic to prevent road improvements. That's not a memorial. That's politics. So you have to fix this road. The mission of the Journey Through Hollow Ground should not be in conflict with fixing this road. It's not real. So I'm going to read you a recent article about who we're fighting here. The Schofeld's New River Farm Trust are very concerned that the proposed widening of Route 15 will destroy the historic nature of the Journey Through Hollow Ground. The Schofelds just bought 748 acres. This is an article from 2 months ago, and they put it into easement to prevent the CPAM. It literally says in the article, they did it to prevent the widening of this road. That's the type of money we're up against here. We need you to fight for us, because we can't. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Goldrum. John Lewis, followed by Alfred McCuster, followed by Elaine Borakov. Good evening, sir.
Hello. My name is Jim Lewis, and I live in Raspberry Falls. I first off want to say thank you to all the supervisors. In the last few months, you have carved out your time in your busy schedules to meet with our small group, which includes myself, David, and Elaine, to discuss Route 15. I believe you all came into our meetings with an open mind and a sincere eagerness to learn about our side of the issue. And for that, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude, so thank you. But now we'll put the pleasantries aside and get to the issue. Route 15, as currently constituted, is a road stuck in the past. While I'm sure that it served its purpose in the 30s and 40s, it simply cannot safely serve Virginians going forward. Time and progress have caught up and left 15 behind. This is a road that is grossly over capacity, and you cannot address the safety issues, policing issues, emergency response issues, or the multitude of other problems until you address capacity. The volume of vehicles now densely packed on the North 15 is not a problem that can be fixed by simply widening lanes or adding shoulders. You're still going to have 26,000 plus vehicles traveling on a single lane road at unsafe distances to each other. 26,000 vehicles with 26,000 frustrated drivers who will see these new wide shoulders or turn lanes and not hesitate to use it as a passing lane. We're already seeing it at Raspberry Drive and near Tutt Lane. Now, as we go through this process, you're going to hear people who oppose the expansion. They're going to talk about delaying. that we're moving too fast, that it costs too much, that we need to study it further. We're here now because past boards have listened to that rhetoric. They've kicked the can down the proverbial road to future boards with their studies and delays and more studies and more delays, to the point where now you all are burdened with North 15. Listen, is this going to be easy? No. But difficult decisions never are. Are there a ton of hurdles to overcome? Yes. Is this going to be expensive? It is now. Is it going to take time? Yes. Is this going to make Loudon County safer and better for future generations? That's the question.
Thank you,
And
Mr.
the answer is absolutely yes.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Alfred McCluster, followed by Elaine Burakoff, followed by Larry Winnick. Good evening.
Good evening, Chair Randall, fellow board members. My name is Alfred McCusker. I served on the Route 15 Stakeholder Committee representing the Selma Estates community. Before I get into my comments, I want to apologize, Chair Randall. At one of our public hearings, there was an emotional comment made. And we are frustrated for nearly 30 years, 8 studies, 3 stakeholder committees that have been put together. And you may have received the brunt of a comment, and I've had to share with some of our allies that you are a trailblazer. You have restored decorum to this board.
Thank you.
Under previous boards, things may have been a little less than professional, and I want to share that with you. You're owed that apology. Now, because time's of essence, I've already covered how many studies that have taken place. What hasn't been discussed is more people have died on this road than any other road in the last 5 years. Now, people may say, well, we're looking at budget information, we're looking at length of time. If we do nothing, this is the single most dangerous road in Loudon County. That cannot be denied. DTCI will confirm that. They've already proved that in their package. For the new board members, in 2019, there was a safety and operations study, hundreds of pages. There is an executive summary, 25 pages. It will lay out all of the challenges on this road as far as congestion. This road is over capacity by 9,000 vehicles per day. It was originally designed for 12,000 vehicles per day. What happens is cut-through traffic through Waterford and Selma Estates, where my daughter was almost hit by a cut-through vehicle. I know I'm nearing the end of my time. Doing nothing about this, is that really an option? Quibbling over the length of time, projects take time. That's why the CIP is at least 6 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Elaine Burakoff, followed by Larry Whitnick, followed by Cheryl Shellaby, I think. Good evening.
Good evening, Chair Randall and Supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening on the CPAM, and I just want to second what Jim Lewis said about our appreciation for the time you've already invested in meeting with us as stakeholders. I believe one of the fundamental principles of good governance is to provide for safety and infrastructure and to not allow special interest groups to drown out the will of the people. Last time we were before you, we shared pictures and names of the many individuals who lost their lives on Route 15, and that is what this is about, saving lives, no matter how long that takes. For more than 30 years, safety on Route 15 has been discussed, and for the past 20 years, studied repeatedly, and improvements continue to be delayed. In that time, there have been more than 670 fatalities or severe injury accidents. I and all the people here wearing red and with signs in the chamber tonight are here to elevate the voices of the thousands who have repeatedly expressed support for the widening of Route 15. We are people who must use this dangerous road every day, and our voices should mean something. We need 4 lanes because congestion creates unsafe conditions. Let me offer why a few simple fixes won't address these issues. Fixes like adding reflectors or simply adding shoulders or more signage. We see every day people who get passed on the shoulders of Route 15 by aggressive drivers. This actually happened to my 16-year-old while we were out driving on his learner's permit as he was learning to drive. He was passed north of Montresor by Spinks Ferry Road. He almost merged into oncoming traffic. Had I not been there, tragedy could have struck. We see people crossing the yellow line time and time again. As a mother and a taxpayer who must drive this dangerous road every day, I'm tired of the delay over the past 3 decades. I'm tired of the tax dollars being spent to study the road yet again with the same findings. I'm tired of the can being kicked down the road. I implore you to support the CPAM, and thank you for your willingness to stand for safety and for saving lives.
Thank you. Larry Whitnick, followed by Cheryl Shellaby, followed by Anthony Pago. Good evening.
Good evening. We appreciate you having us and hearing us out. My name is Larry Winnick. I live in the Catoctin District along Route 15 north of Leesburg. A few days ago, I received an email from the Loudon Wildlife Conservancy advocating I speak up in opposition to the Route 15 CPAM. They stated that the right thing to do was to delay this CPAM further. They then stated that the western bypass would destroy, and I quote, globally rare wetlands. They also stated that it would negatively impact their planned wetland project, which would create additional wetlands. I hate to disappoint the LWC, but I am not here to speak against the CPAM. More delays? Not a chance. Road improvements have been delayed for decades. It's time to act and pass the CPAM. Can you imagine how much cheaper it would have been if this road was improved 25 years ago, when it was already known that this road was a problem? How many lives were lost or ruined because of the delays on fixing this road? By their own admission, they hope that delays will allow them to do more things like increasing the wetlands in an effort to block these type of improvements. And this has been their tactic for decades. Started in the 90s when they got this road designated as a historical byway, and that trend has continued to this day. The fact is the J.K. Black Oak Wildlife Refuge was created just a year after it was announced that that stretch of land was recommended by staff to be the western bypass. County staff stated the only reason they no longer recommended a western bypass was because of the creation of the refuge. And since the creation of this refuge, they have bought 3 more parcels directly adjacent to Route 15 along this CPAM corridor and placed them into open space easement. And now this conservancy wants to create more wetlands that are apparently globally rare. Do you know what's globally rare? My children are globally rare. They're the only ones I have on this planet. My children are, in fact, endangered. How, you say? Look at this road. No medians, an abundance of breweries and wineries, commuters back and forth from Maryland, Virginia. It's an overcrowded, high-speed road with no medians that scares the H out of me every time I drive on it daily. So please, no more delays. 4 lanes as far as possible, medians where appropriate, and a western bypass. Please vote unanimously for approval of the CPAM. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Cheryl Chellaby, and good effort at my last name. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. We moved into Raspberry Falls 7 years ago with the expectation that Route 15 was already on schedule to be widened to meet the current traffic requirements. And at that time, I had a 3-year-old. Because why in the world would development have already been approved without the infrastructure to support it? Little did I know. So now I'm terrified because I have 4 daughters. I do not pee in my backyard, but the oldest of whom will get her driver's permit in just over a year. So I am terrified, but I'm speaking to you on behalf of a very important special interest group, my family. Professionally, I'm an engineer, but now I'm a logistics manager. Tonight, I'm here while my husband prepares dinner and my parents take my daughter to lacrosse. Daily, I have to plan jobs, going to church, doing social gatherings, taking trips to the gym, my children's activities, sports, and errands, every one of which takes longer than it should every single day. So we're the most important special interest group. I hope you truly hear us. We don't need additional accidents. We certainly don't need additional deaths that occur every year. And we don't need additional studies to just kick the can down the road. We need action, more specifically, your approval. The CPAM is called, it has safety in the word. How can you vote against it? Please approve this CPAM and help keep my special interest group safe.
Thank you. Anthony Pago, followed by Jeffrey Genitel, followed by Osama Malik. Anthony Pago? He's on the plane. Oh, he's on the plane. Okay. All right. Thank you. Jeffrey Genitel, followed by Osama Malik and Elizabeth Genitel. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you doing?
My name is Jeffrey Jantel. I live north of Leesburg in Luckett's, and I'm also the HOA president of my community known as Potomia, aka Village Green, of over 315 homes. I support the CPAM to continue widening north of Montrose Road. I support 4 lanes as far as possible. I support medians where appropriate. I support full width shoulders. I support a western bypass around Luckett. I highly advise that you all not allow the voices of special interest groups speak louder than the voices of citizens whom you know and cannot deny are in vast majority of favoring the widening of Route 15 to 4 lanes. We need 4 lanes regardless if it comes to the cost of eminently domaining a small percentage of homeowner land and or listening to the ridiculousness of conservancy group arguments about wildlife sanctuaries or vernal pools. I can even go a step further and say that 4 laning is even more important than ideas I hear floating around about certain groups that may have your attention and their interest in wanting to plant trees on both sides of Route 15 to commemorate the lives of deceased Civil War veterans. Well, as a United States Marines Corps veteran, having survived towards of Afghanistan and Iraq, I will tell you today that I frankly do not care about that, because when it comes to the safety issues, congestion issues, which go hand in hand with safety and cannot be singled out, I choose you, me, your children, and human beings. I choose the living over non-human entities or the deceased. Regardless how far to the right or left you stand on this, a reasonable person can conclude the following. Congestion develops on Route 15, and now we have sitting traffic. A driver sitting in this congestion grows to become annoyed and irritated. Being annoyed and irritated while sitting in congested traffic makes this driver grow to become annoyed, irritated, and aggressive. Aggressive drivers are not safe drivers. Therefore, safety and congestion go hand in hand, and in conclusion calls for this board to make the intelligent decision to widen Route 15 to 4 lanes, given that Route 15 is at overcapacity, congested, and unsafe. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. You're a Marine. Well, Jeffrey, that just explains a lot of stuff to me right now. Osama Malik, followed by Elizabeth Genitel, followed by Billy Sam, Waraka, I think? Okay. Hello, sir.
Good evening. Thank you for getting my name pronounced perfectly. I appreciate that. My name's Osama Malik. I'm a born and raised Virginia native. I live in the Catoctin district north of Leesburg in Village Green. When my wife and I first moved here 15 years ago, we had a 6-month-old baby girl. Now our daughter's a sophomore in high school, and we have 4 additional children, ages 12 to 4. Next year, I'll have children going to high school, middle school, and elementary school. And this year, I have my youngest is in the preschool in Luckett's. I have serious concerns about their safety on Route 15. Each of them get on a bus and they traverse this very dangerous portion of the road as they go to middle school and high school every day and for activities and everything else. In the time that I've lived here, my neighbors, one house to the right of me, have been in a near fatal accident, and they had to go to physical therapy, and they had a middle school daughter was in the car when that happened. My one neighbor directly next door to my left were also in a near fatal accident on 15, and they had a high school daughter at the time, and they also had to go through long-term care and recovery to try to come back from that. In both instances, these accidents could have been prevented with additional lanes on 15. My oldest daughter is learning to drive now, and it scares me to death that she'll have to traverse this stretch of 15 to go almost anywhere. Please take action and help keep our children safe, because before we know it, my 4-year-old, just like you said earlier tonight, he's going to be driving too. My story is just one of many similar experiences. I think you're starting to get a picture of that from children who want to continue to be safe in these neighborhoods. I favor the bypass to the west to keep maximum distance and safety from the elementary school. But either way, we need to move forward. There is a saying, the best day to plant a tree is 10 years ago. The second best day is today. And I think that's the exact situation that we're talking about now. We shouldn't let how long this is going to take stop us from doing what's right, because before you know it, we're going to wish that we had planted it 10 years ago. So thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth Gentile, followed by Billy Sam Rorica, followed by Laura Mashner.
Hello, my name is Liza Gentile. I am a resident also in Village Green and coming up on our 13th year. I'm concerned living in Luckett's for the reasons, my reasons for my concerns are how dangerous Route 15 is from the merge of Morven Park to the bridge that crosses into Maryland, and nothing has been done to make the congestion less or to become any safer. Our children in Luckett's that live across the elementary school in the mobile home park are bused across the street. They're bused because it is just too dangerous to cross it, to go back and forth, and it's too dangerous even with crossing guard. So approximately 30 or so students are bused about 20 yards across the street just to attend school. I've watched those same children try and cross Route 15 to play or go to non-school, after-school activities. They go to the community park, which is there, to play soccer, baseball. They go to the school or they go to the school playground, and they're dodging traffic that never lets up to give them a chance to cross. So it's very scary and concerning. Our middle school and high school students are bused into Smarts Mill Middle School and Tuscarora High School. These students can sit on the bus for almost an hour each way on a normal day. If there's a fender bender, if there's an accident, if there's bad weather, that hour can turn into an hour and a half. Being a parent, teaching our kids how to drive on that road, letting them have the independence to drive into school or to activities or to a job back and forth is very unsettling. Knowing the amount of vehicles on Route 15 and the aggravated drivers due to an extremely overcapacitated road, which end up becoming aggressive and dangerous drivers, is very concerning to anyone, but more so a parent of a new young driver. I cannot tell you how many times I have been passed or I see someone pass a vehicle on a shoulder or a turning lane, which is extremely dangerous. Adding shoulders is great, but without the 4 lanes, it will just become a passing shoulder and do more damage by causing more danger than good. This road absolutely needs 4 lanes with a median and proper shoulders to the bridge with a western bypass going around the center of Luckett's. It will help with congestion and it will make less aggravated drivers and a safer road to travel on, all while the bypass can go around and save the center of Luckett's.
Thank you. I think your time's up. Thank you very much. Billy Sam Rorica, followed by Lori Mashler, followed by David Lesho. Or Leesho.
Thank you, Chair Randall and the board for your leadership. I want to speak more on the safety side of things. Myself and my wife and our newborn baby moved up here to the Luckett's area, precisely Village Green, March of 2019. We moved in here with our 3-year-old baby straight from Reston Hospital. We bought our new home here. We loved it because of the rustic charm and the peace and relative greenery. Just a few days after we arrived, my wife got an offer and got accepted to a position to be a teacher's assistant at an elementary school just south of 15 towards Aldi. So that required her to drive at least an hour from our home to school. At that point, I wanted to encourage her. She had degrees from our home country, Nigeria, in education, and she wanted to pursue a career, especially in special education, and that's where she was hired for. The first 2 days when she started work, she had near head-on completions on her way to work. And as you know, teachers have to get up very early in the morning. I was so concerned. I will literally be on the phone just waiting for that call when she gets to school to confirm that she arrived safely. I was concerned after those incidents, and I decided to drive her with our newborn baby in the back every day in 2019, beginning the fall of 2019 when she started the job, to school in Aldi. I drop her for school, come back home with a newborn. I do work from home with a new baby, and then leave home again at 2 to go pick her up and have to sit in that traffic on the way back. But it was fine. It helped to boost her morale and help her start her new job and career. Let me backtrack again. Precisely while all of this was going on, the pandemic struck. And so it was a respite that we didn't have to do that. She had to work from home. She has to go back. She started work last year, and she has had to commute herself every day. Our boy is now 3. I'm concerned that with all of these discussions and what we're talking about, I think what's key is the safety. With that, I declare the following. I support 4 lanes as far as possible towards Maryland, perhaps just outside of Lockett's north of 15. Also, I support medians where appropriate. I support full width shoulders where appropriate. I support a western bypass around Lockett's or any other alternative that will ensure safety.
So your time is up. So I have to stop you. Thank you. For anyone, if you don't get all of your comments in because your time is up, you can absolutely send just your comments in emails, which most of you know because we've gotten lots of emails already, but keep sending those emails. Laura Mashler, followed by David Lesho, followed by Dr. Sharif Yaku. Good evening.
Good evening, supervisors, and thank you so much. I know that you've heard us time and time again, but what I wanted to talk about here that I have written, I'm probably just not going to say because I think that so much of this has been said. But about every 6 weeks, I kind of get the opportunity to drive Route 15, and I get to drive the Journey Through Hollow Ground down to Charlottesville, and it's beautiful. It's just absolutely beautiful. And then I come home, and I scratch my head, and I'm like, well, let me see. That beautiful drive had 4 lanes, divided roadways, and rural businesses. And there was even a tractor that was on one of the additional lanes that was moseying on down to another beautiful area. I even took a detour on my way back, and I went the gorgeous through Marshall and Middleburg and 17, and it's phenomenal. It's beautiful. But there's not 27,000 vehicles on Route 17 and growing. So my thing is that we've heard stories that all of you have to at least know someone that has injured themselves or seen someone passing something on the side of the road where there's no police officer to be able to enforce it, or recognize that maybe that ambulance that was trying to get into a community probably could have gotten there a little bit sooner if they didn't have to go through traffic. We can do better than this. You all are a good board. We can plant some trees tonight. We've got some great people here, and that road can be beautiful. And if you've ever gone down Route 15, and I can tell you, I love some of those businesses, Loudonberry and the Luckett store, but every successful business is going to benefit by a second lane, because when someone tries to cross over 15 into a successful business, it is a rolling stop sign. And I'm telling you, it takes 2 seconds to look and say, what's causing the traffic? Well, it's someone who's trying to get into that great rural business that has been established, and the traffic is bad on both directions. That is what's really happening here. Please, let's plant some trees. Thank you.
Thank you. David Lesho, followed by Dr. Sharif Yaku, followed by Bruce Pierce. Good evening.
Good evening, Chair Randall and the collective board. I had something prepared, but I kind of put it aside. I wanted everybody to sit back and just understand the passion that's in this room for fixing Route 15. I think it's easy to see that there's a lot of people here that are frustrated. They're frustrated each and every day. Their wives get home late. Their kids are late for school. Each and every day this happens. And to the folks who don't know how much we spent over the years, look at you have a supercomputer in your hands. Search it, look at it. Our board, our county does a good job of being transparent. and listing things on the website. Search, get that information. That's something we all should know, and that's the collective board should know how much money we've spent on studies over the last 10, 20, 30 years. There's articles from the Washington Post from the 1980s that talk about how this road is overutilized. And here we are today. Again, multiple boards in the past, we're looking at this board here. You're our answer. You're our fix for this issue. I've got a wife that travels to D.C. She can get to Washington, from Washington, D.C. to Boland Park on the bus faster than it takes her to get from Boland Park to Luckett's. So 35 minutes to Boland Park, sometimes an hour from Boland Park to Luckett's. Does she cut through Waterford sometimes? Absolutely, because she has to. Do my kids cut through the Selma bypass, the Selma area to get to school sometimes? Absolutely, they have to, because of accidents, because of delays, each and every day. We talk about the economic impact to businesses and to homes along Route 15. Has anybody ever thought about studying the economic impact of the individuals that are sitting in traffic, that are late for work, the lost productivity? Each and every day, your constituents are stuck in traffic and they're losing money. They're late to doctor's appointments. They're late to work. They're late for school. I think this board can fix it. I think this board has the tools to fix it. Vote yes for the CPAM and do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Sharif Yaqub, followed by Bruce Pierce, followed by Roy Leggett.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Sharif Yaqub. I'm a board member of Raspberry Falls HOA. For years, I have watched as Route 15 traffic has gotten worse and worse. And as a doctor, every time I hear a sirens going down Route 15, which is almost every day, my heart sinks. It puzzles me that we cannot seem to get this road fixed. There have been so many efforts to fix this road over the last several decades, and yet it seems nothing ever happens. And now people are saying, well, you can't fix it because it is too expensive. Can you imagine if that had widened this road decades ago when it was first identified as a problem? It would have been a small fraction of the cost today. And if you continue to delay the inevitable by pushing the can down the road, in 5 or 10 years, the cost would double. It is inevitable. This area continues to grow. Traffic is not going to get better. It's going to get worse. The government job is to maintain the infrastructure needed to support that growth, and we are already a decade behind now. I was forwarded a message from the Loudon Wildlife Conservancy saying this would be further delayed so they can create more wetland, effectively block road expansion altogether. But we cannot delay further. We are at a breaking point. I am a conservation supporter, but we must prioritize the need of the tens of thousands of people who use this road daily to get to work, to get to school, to get to their families and friends. You as a public servant should prioritize your priorities. People come first, not only as a physician, but as a human. I believe human life is more imperative than eagle and shrimp life. Please approve this CPAM. With the Western Bypass, which is what most of those people here today and beyond by your email that you got who live along this road, let it happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Bruce Pierce, followed by Roy Leggett, followed by Eric Howe. Good evening.
Hi. Thank you for listening to all of us. My name is Bruce Pierce. I live in Raspberry Falls. Been in Leesburg for 29 years. I love Leesburg. I had the misfortune one night of coming home from work and having the thrill of looking in my rearview mirror about 2 seconds before I got rear-ended by somebody going 50 miles an hour. Totaled my car, launched me into the car in front of me. I fortunately thank the Lord that he told me to put my head back against my seat rest. And I did in a split second, and I think it saved me. The guy behind me that hit me, not so lucky. I saw him get hauled away on a stretcher with a brace around his neck, and I don't know what happened to him, but it wasn't good. I'm all in support of this CPAM. We've got to do something. And I'll give a little bit of my time so you can Google right now and check out the latest accident that happened tonight near Luckett's on Route 15.
Thank you. Roy Leggett, followed by Eric Howe, followed by Allison Metzger. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Chairman and Chairwoman, Ms. Randall, and also thanks to the board for allowing us, the whole group, for the opportunity to express our opinions about the situation on Route 15. This is going to be the shortest presentation tonight, okay? I promise it. There's nothing new to be said because everybody said it here. What I really want to do is tell you about some of the things that I've seen happen on Route 15. I have been passed on the right, off the shoulder, on more than one occasion. The traffic light at Route 15 in Raspberry Falls takes 4 minutes to change during rush hour. I've seen people who think 4 minutes means the light's broken. I've seen them go anyway. That light's been run so many times, I can't count it. When you turn right out of there, the problem is you have to take a chance. You have no choice, or you might as well just go home and sleep. Because the only way you're going to get on Route 15 if you're heading in towards Washington is to take a chance. I have a friend of ours who lives up on Route 15 north of us. They have a small road that has 3 houses on it. The sight distance for coming out is no longer in compliance with modern rules. Sure enough, she thought it was wide open. She took and turned out, and wham, she got hit. You know, I've seen the police and I've seen the fire and the rescue struggle to try to get to an accident on the road because the road's completely blocked. So they have to get off the road, which in some areas is dangerous for them to get on with very heavy equipment. We've studied this enough. It's time to actually start construction. And even now, it's going to be a long time before we see the end of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Eric Howe, followed by Allison Metzger, followed by Susan Jacks. Good evening, Mr. Howe.
Good evening. Thank you, Chair Randall, for letting me speak. I had some prepared remarks I was going to give, but boy, some of these folks are so articulate in what they've had to say. I was going to talk a little bit about congestion, which is talked about. I was going to talk about actually air pollution issues that arise from this, which I don't think I've heard about tonight, but it's obvious from the congestion. But most of all, I was going to talk about safety. And my neighbor Bruce just gave you a vignette. I'm going to give you one of my own. It's not as serious as his, but it could have been. 3 weeks ago, I was driving up 15, heading north, coming up on Battlefield. I might have been doing 50. Okay, I might have been over the speed limit slightly, but I was not speeding any more than that. Out of my side view mirror, I see a car that appears to be coming so fast that as I go through, it's a quarter mile behind me when I first saw him, and as I go through the Battlefield intersection, I can't believe this guy is actually going to try to get ahead of me. Now, rush hour was just starting. There was some openings, but this guy had to make it in front of whatever cars he could. He caught the curve as it necked down to two-lane road. Didn't turn his car over. I estimate he was going 90 miles an hour when he passed me. I gave him the flash of the lights a few times, kept going, and then as he hit the entrance from downtown Leesburg from King Street, and also the exit to Tut Lane, now he chooses to take on a couple other cars by passing them on the left, and he almost hit the curb there. He had a Pennsylvania license plate, so he was one of these angry commuters we're talking about. A lot of them are from Maryland and Pennsylvania, and we talk about our frustrations, which are totally valid, but these folks, some of them act out, and it could be Virginians as well. It's probably all three, and it's just a very dangerous situation. One other thing I just mentioned, this happened today. I was at lunch with a classmate of mine from the Air Force Academy. He took me to lunch for my birthday. And he told me about, he lives in Haymarket, and I told him I was going to speak tonight, and he said that that intersection with 15, I see my time's running out, There has not been a serious action after they fixed it, 15 and 66, in 5 years.
Mr. Howe, before you walk away, if I don't ask you what class in the Air Force Academy you were in, Colonel Turner over here will have a very serious issue with me.
71, second to none.
71.
73. We were there together.
You have a lot more generals in your class than I had in mine. So.
Most in history.
Okay.
If I had my ring on, I'd knock it.
Thank you very much. You guys can exchange numbers or something later on. I appreciate that.
Right on, man. Right on.
Allison Metzger, I know. Allison Metzger, followed by Susan Jacks, followed by Carolyn Prisiandero. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Allison Metzger, and I'm a resident of Selma Estates. When my family bought our home 10 years ago, we knew traffic on Route 15 was not great, but we had no idea how dangerous it really was or how much worse it was going to get. If you don't drive on Route 15 every day, you have no idea how bad and dangerous that road really is. Rush hour traffic is one thing, but fender benders and serious accidents happen at all hours of the day and week now. Sadly, we often avoid going out to eat at local restaurants, running errands, or taking part in town activities if we hear of an accident, and we all often check the traffic maps before we get out of our house. My car oftentimes looks like a locker room because I travel with a change of clothes, snacks, and items necessary to go straight to my daughter's activities after school because it's not possible to make it home first. In less than a year, my daughter will be getting her driver's permit, and I can't think of a worse road to learn how to drive on than Route 15. But in order to get to high school, it's the only way for her to get there. I'm glad that the CPAM was finally approved from Battlefield to Montresor, but the CPAM must be approved all the way to Point of Rocks Bridge in order for it to be effective. There is no need for more studies, and we can't afford any more delays. It's time to approve the CPAM recommendations with a western bypass to make Route 15 a safe, effective transportation route for our residents of Loudon County. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan Jacks, followed by Carolyn Prisiant. Yeah, you're going to have to help me with that one when you come up. And then Al Van Hike, who I'm not sure is here today. Susan Jacks is not here. Is Carolyn here? If you say your last name for me. And I think Al Van Hike is not here, which will take us to Monique Talbot. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Caroline Pershendero.
Okay.
It's not as hard as it looks. And I'm a Luckett's resident. I'm also a mom of 4 young children and the owner of a Loudon County small business. I moved to Leesburg in 1998 and aside from college have lived in Leesburg all of my adult life. First, I'd like to thank you for your service. Public service is often thankless, and I want to express my appreciation. I'm here to speak on behalf of 15 North Project. Unfortunately, many of my fellow neighbors are unable to attend tonight because it's also the Luckett's Elementary School Talent Show. But I know that I'm in good company when I request that you please widen Route 15 to 4 lanes with center medians, paved shoulders, and a western bypass. I know this is not only my opinion, but the opinion of the overwhelming majority, 80+% of our HOA-sponsored survey who are in support of these measures. It's also true for the surveys conducted by the several other large communities along the 15 North Corridor. I specifically would like to discuss safety concerns with Route 15. Many other neighbors have touched on other issues, but I wanted to touch upon cut-through traffic. Just this morning, while sitting in unusually bad traffic to Leesburg to take my children to school, I watched car after car see the buildup of traffic piling towards the Luckett's Light and veer off in favor of an alternate route to bypass the 15 traffic. These cut-throughs include back roads through the village of Waterford, back roads through Selma Estates, Village Green, Falconer, etc., all to avoid the dangerous and frustrating conditions on 15. I additionally learned from my middle schooler that even the LCPS bus drivers are using cut-through roads to avoid 15, despite no children needing service from that particular bus on those roads. The Community and Environmental Defense Service provides a nice write-up about safety issues concerning cut-through traffic, and specifically a couple of points here is a pedestrian is nearly twice as likely to die if struck by a car traveling at 30 miles per hour compared to 20. As traffic volume increases on a neighborhood street, so does vehicle speed, accident frequency, noise, and even crime. All of these impact and decrease property value. I know that you all are concerned about the safety of our communities, just as I'm concerned about the safety of my family and friends. Route 15 is a dangerous road that I've traveled multiple times a day with my kids, and I am in favor of the CPAM.
Thank you. Monique Talbot, followed by Sean Julian, followed by Mary Gustafson. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. My name is Monique Talbot, and I live off of Montresor Road in the Catoctin District, right off Selma. I'm here tonight, like so many of my neighbors, to urge you to pass CPAM. And, this is primarily due to my deep concern that the traffic on Route 15 is out of control, dangerous, and growing exponentially. But I wanted to point out something else that we haven't touched on too much tonight, and that's the harmful environmental and health effects of so many cars sitting idle in their attempt to traverse Route 15 north of Montresor. The idling vehicles emit dangerous pollutants into our air, which is affecting our health and environment. An hour of automobile idling burns about 1/5 of a gallon of gas and releases about 4 pounds of CO2 into the air. Particulate matter can aggravate asthma, cause coughing, difficulty breathing, decreasing lung function, exacerbate cardiovascular, and lead to chronic bronchitis. Children are especially vulnerable because they breathe faster than adults and inhale more air per pound of body weight. An idling car is the least efficient car on the road. It gets 0 miles per gallon. Excessive idling also wastes an enormous amount of fuel, something that, given the extraordinarily high prices of fuel these days, most of us seek to avoid. The bottom line is that we have had way too many accidents and deaths, way too many frustrated drivers, and too many idling cars, spewing harmful pollutants into the air, affecting people, farm animals, protected wildlife. We are way over capacity, and Route 15 is unsafe. I implore you to do the right thing for the communities that you represent and the people affected by the outdated 2-lane Route 15 and approved CPAM, including the widening of Route 15 north of Montresor Road to 4 lanes, the bypass, and the full-width shoulders and medians were appropriate. Thank you so much for your time and consideration. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Sean Julian, followed by Mary Gustafson, followed by Avis Renshaw. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Board, and thank you all for your service to the county. Really appreciate that. My name's Sean Julian. I'm a Catoctin District resident in the Village Green community located north of Luckett's on the east side of 15 with over 300 homes and over 1,000 residents. A special thank you to Chair Randall and Supervisor Kirshner for taking the time out of your hectic schedules to come visit with our community. Really, really appreciate it. I, like many others, I'm a father of 3 daughters, ages 4, 7, and 10, who attended Luckett's Elementary School and the nearby community center. The school buses from Luckett's to our community 2 miles away. They have to traverse Route 15 to drop individual students off on the dangerous corridor, are regularly late by 15 minutes in the afternoon. School buses have to travel up from Smarts Mill or Tuscarora, like you've heard, cut through traffic. The school bus drivers are forced to take dirt roads to try to get our kiddos home. It scares the hell out of me when our kiddos are going to have to drive in the near future. So my daughters are near and dear to my heart, and that's a significant concern for me. Our local first responders, during the original stakeholder forum that we surveyed that Supervisor Umstead was kind enough to sponsor, they can't do their jobs, whether it's fire department, rescue, sheriffs. If there's an accident or severe congestion, they cannot traverse the corridor. Even if we have the local fire department that can get to our community, we can't get to the hospital if the kiddos have a food allergy and there's traffic and congestion on the corridor. So it's extremely dangerous and across multiple facets. If you review the VDOT public crash data on VDOT's website from 2014 to present, north of Battlefield Road, 56% of fatalities happen north of Montresor Road to the Point of Rocks Bridge. 62% of severe injuries happen north of Montresor Road to the Point of Rocks Bridge. 57% of total accidents happen north of Montresor Road to the Point of Rocks Bridge. There's a trend here. So right on VDOT's public crash data, you can tally all that up. In closing, I urge you to pass the CPAM, widening as far north as possible. Phyllis, to your point, it's directly correlated with safety, right? And that's the utmost concern for our kiddos and our families. We also prefer a western bypass and allow our children, residents, and first responders a safe environment to conduct their daily life. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Mary Gustafson, followed by Avis Renshaw, followed by Annette Shield. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening. Mary Gustafson here. I live in Luckett's, and folks with the red shirts are a tough act to follow. Good evening, Chair Randall and members of the Board of Supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity for me to read to you this evening. It's a distinct pleasure, and it's how democracy works. In a recent conversation with a member of the Board of Supervisors, we shared reflections of traveling on Route 15 North. She travels the road twice a month to visit her family in Pennsylvania. In no uncertain terms, she told me that she was terrified to make the drive. She cited aggressive driving behavior, illegal passing, speeding, tailgating, and congestion as the cause of her fear. Based on safety, we have that in common. Most who live in Luckett's are keenly aware that safety is the #1 problem today. 2 years ago, a supervisor at the dais stated that regardless of circumstances, the first priority of the Board of Supervisors is to assure public safety. For safety's sake, I'm here tonight to encourage you to postpone the adoption of the Route 15 North CPAM. I ask this not because I don't want to travel safely. I ask this because adoption sets off a cavalcade of delays that will hinder safety. Delays due to the sheer cost of the overall project, $308 million by 2019 dollars, and by staff's admission, the project will be broken into phases. Each phase will require funding, design, engineering, regulatory processes, construction. All told, the entire Phase 2 project could take 15 to 20 years. And to be on the ground, tonight my quarrel is not about a 4-lane road, the taking of private property for public good, or limiting access. It is about delaying public safety. I respectfully encourage, #1, postponement of adopting the CPAM for now. There is much to be understood about before we charge headlong into a project of this scale, such as the impact on transportation, which the future of opening of Metro will have, the commuter patterns which have not returned to pre-pandemic levels, the infrastructure needs of the ever-expanding urban and suburban areas of Loudon County. #2, immediately begin safety improvements on Route 15 North that are within the context of the current comprehensive plan. Improvements which cost far less and could be on the ground within a couple of years, not decades. Trafficable shoulders for refuge and emergency vehicles, uniform width, these are all tried and tested solutions that are on the ground within the county and across the country. I appreciate the pressure that's that you're under to approve the project.
Ma'am?
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time, ma'am. Avis Renshaw, followed by Annette Shield, followed by Jamie Williams. Good evening.
Good evening, Board. I am going to read a letter from Beth and Tim McLean, who were hit about a month ago. Dear Board of Supervisors, we lived in Luckett since 2001 and have never been sure what position to take on Route 15 matters. That uncertainty ended at 5:45 a.m. on April 13th when we were badly injured in a head-on crash. We were driving south on the 2-lane stretch of Route 15 bypass when a northbound driver lost control of his minivan, veered onto the right shoulder, overcorrected, and hit us at a very high rate of speed. We suffered severe injuries and have a long, painful recovery ahead. Luckett's residents need immediate attention to the following. 1, the Journey Through Hallowed Ground recommendations for Route 15 safety best serve the needs of Loudon County residents. 2, we desperately need wider shoulders that enable law enforcement to safely address speeders and reckless drivers on Route 15. The factor that mitigated our injuries the most was our cruise control set at 45 miles per hour. Lower speeds mean fewer deaths and injuries when crashes do occur. Constant harassment by tailgaters and road ragers when we drive the speed limit on 15 means aggressive drivers know there are no consequences when they ignore speed limits and no passing zones. We deserve traffic calming features like those on Route 50. The average rate of speed on a 4-lane Route 15 will inevitably be 65 miles per hour or higher, with tractor trailers speeding on what will be a de facto outer beltway. We need immediate solutions that maintain slower, steadier traffic flow through our rural community on all portions of Route 15 north of Leesburg. Our lives changed dramatically despite our best efforts to be responsible, safe drivers. What happened to us could happen to you or your loved ones, and the outcome would be much worse at higher speeds. We urge the board to postpone the Route 15 CPAM and adopt the journey's recommendations. Tim and Beth McLean. 4 lanes is not going to stop the road rage and the rapid speeds, and that is what causes accidents. But roundabouts will ameliorate the stop-and-go traffic that happens every day and causes the congestion. That's all I got to say. This letter was written to all of you guys, and this picture is in there of what happened to their car. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Renshaw. Annette Shield, followed by Jamie Williams, followed by Muriel Sarmati. Good evening, ma'am.
Hi. My name is Annette Shield, and I reside in the Catoctin District. As you ponder the fate of our county acreage, I would like to bring a few ideas to consider. The planned widening of Route 15 north of Montresor Road to the river cuts into valuable farmland and agribusinesses that have produced local food for decades, centuries. On March the 25th, President Biden stated, "Food shortages are going to be real." You are well aware of food shortages nationwide, empty grocery shelves, and rising inflation, a 40-year high at the moment. Are you aware of the destruction of a dozen or so agricultural processing facilities across the United States? On March the 25th, a potato factory in Belfast, Maine was burned to the ground. On March 25, a mysterious fire razed the Maricopa Food Pantry in Arizona, destroying over 50,000 pounds of staples. On March the 31st, a massive fire burned a fresh onion parking facility in South Texas. This put 300 people out of work and destroyed 100 truckloads of onions. On April the 12th, a raging inferno in East Conway, New Hampshire, destroyed tens of thousands of pounds of beef and pork. On April the 24th, a Cessna 340 was reported to have nosedived into a General Mills plant in Covington, Georgia. Later, it was determined it was an unmanned drone that dive-bombed this food facility. We hear now of the elimination of much of our poultry. It seems an unknown source is at war with the nation's food supply. Since March the 24th, since the president's statement, observers have cataloged at least 15 such food disasters. I respectfully request that this Board of Supervisors creatively solve this Route 15 issue by helping Maryland commuters arrive to their destination more speedily via their 2-lane bridge.
Your time is up. Thank you very much. Jamie Williams, followed by Muriel Sarmati, followed by Michael Myers. Good evening.
Chairman, Supervisors, thank you for allowing me this time. I'll attempt to be brief, but I want to offer 2 or 3 words, maybe 4. First word, postpone. The next 3, good, great, and one that Supervisor Kirshner mentioned at the beginning of this meeting, fantastic. Postpone, good, great, and fantastic. Why postpone? The proposed amendment has some good provisions. It even has a couple of great provisions. But I submit to you, it's not fantastic. And this county and this community deserves fantastic. Why postpone? The Planning Commission voted to move this to you on a split vote. Something that is as far-reaching and controversial as this topic deserves more. Why postpone? Because we can immediately begin safety and congestion improvements, which are warranted and needed, and I don't believe there's one person in this room who has said otherwise. And a CPAM amendment is not required to implement many of those. Why postpone? No economic impact study has been done to understand the effect on our community. Our community is one of residents, farmers, and businesses. You're hearing from all of them, and I'm referring to the Luckett's community. Chairman Randall, you know this firsthand because you came out to visit with us, and we appreciate it. Why postpone? Because the small area plan process has not been implemented for the village of Luckett's. That process can be implemented, in my opinion, at the same time as the CPAM amendment is being considered. Let's not just build a road. Let's make sure that in building that road, we do things that keep our community great. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, and I hate that term, but I think you know what I mean. Please, please, let's use this equation. Good plus great plus fantastic equals a small area plan process, which has not been discussed.
Sir, thank you so much.
The CPAM.
Your time is up. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Muriel Sarmati, followed by Michael Myers, followed by Andrew Pressgraves. Good evening, ma'am.
Oh, good evening. Good evening, Board. My name is Muriel Sarmati, and I own a 14.5-acre parcel half-mile south of Luckett's with a Route 15 frontage between Merritt Farm Lane and Spinks Ferry Road. On that parcel, there are actually 5 businesses, 3 antique shops, the 10-room motel, and Route 657. I'm here tonight to speak, to bring attention that widening project will substantially destroy all the businesses on that parcel, and that it will also cast shadow and clouds and uncertainty over my property and others in Luckett's. It would depress property value, discourage new investments, hinder refinancing and sales of affected properties, and the lives of local businesses, landowners, and residents. Roots has been in business for 6 years now, and it's become a gathering place. And Loudon County Economic Development, Visit Loudon, often includes Route 657 as one of the stops in their agritourism tours, as it serves as a model of how businesses can be successful in the rural areas. Roots has hosted dignitaries such as the U.S. Commerce Secretary in the Obama administration, Vice Premier of China, multiple delegations of investors into Loudon County, Senator Tim McCain, Congresswoman Wexton, just to name a few. The suggested right-of-way from the widening of Route 15, the eastern right-of-way suggests that it will plow through my property, removing the 2 antique shops, the motel, and Roots. So in essence, the whole parcel will be of no use. And I can't farm on that parcel afterwards, mainly because the soil is not suitable for farming. So I urge that you do not approve the CPAM at this point. I think there are some other measures that we can do to improve some of the safety issues, and hope that the board would consider all the negative impacts on the residents.
Ma'am, your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Michael Myers, followed by Andrew Pressgraves, followed by Barbara Rogues. Good evening.
Hi. My name is Michael Myers, and I'm the Executive Director of the Loudon Wildlife Conservancy. And the Route 15 North CPAM is one of many items where I don't envy your position sitting on the dais. And I do sympathize with all the residents who do not want to bypass near their homes. However, J.K. Black Oak Wildlife Sanctuary is a globally rare wetland. It's not just the vernal pools and the mature forest that give it its value, but it's the totality of the property. And we are continuing to discover species of greatest conservation need in the state of Virginia on the property, including Jefferson salamanders, American woodcocks, and over 120 bird species on the property, and the northern long-eared bat, which is a federally threatened species that is currently being proposed to be reclassified as endangered, was recently recorded on the property. While all habitats have value for wildlife, our property truly is one of a kind. Our organization didn't own land until our 25th year as an organization, and we chose this property because of its unique natural resources and not because of this road project. Many other people and organizations agreed and helped us buy it and protect it, such as Chuck Kuhn, the Luckett's Raritan Club, the Nature Conservancy, the Land Trust of Virginia, and many others. And we are actively working with the Nature Conservancy to plant trees and create additional forested wetlands on the property, further enhancing its value and biodiversity. And this project is mitigating wetlands that were destroyed here in Loudoun County. So we urge the Board of Supervisors, if there is to be a bypass of Luckett's, to follow staff's recommendation to avoid impacts to JK Black Oak Wildlife Sanctuary. And the question of a bypass poses a larger question. What is the vision for the character and value of Luckett's? Listening to residents, business owners, organization, and others tonight, there are widely differing opinions. What Luckett's really needs is a small area plan to create a cohesive, equitable, sustainable vision for the future of Luckett's. And I know I'm biased, but JK Black Oak Wildlife Sanctuary has a vital role as a gateway to the village of Luckett's from two directions. And I know that safety is always a primary concern and immediate safety improvements are needed on Route 15 North, but does there need to be a CPAM to make Route 15 safer? Does there need to be a bypass of Luckett's? I'm not so sure, but I am sure that Luckett's needs a small area plan, and the globally rare wetlands of JK Black Oak Wildlife Sanctuary should be preserved and protected in perpetuity without a road running through it. Thank you so much for your time, and you're all invited to come out and visit our property.
Thank you, Mr. Myers. Andrew Pressgraves, followed by Barbara Rhodes, followed by Thomas Kasprick.
Andy Pressgraves had to leave on a family emergency. He did just email me his thing. I know the other speaker was allowed to read the letter from somebody else. Could I read his letter?
No.
He's a 20-year resident of Luckett's, lives north of it.
But he can send it to me via email.
I will make sure that he does.
Thank you. Barbara Rhodes, followed by Thomas Kasprick. You know what? You're right. I did just let somebody read somebody else's letter. I did exactly that. Yes, come read the letter. I did.
It looks pretty short. I've never read it.
I did it. So I did.
So I haven't practiced it. He literally just said it to me. So, all right, dear Board of Supervisors, I've lived in Luckett's for almost 20. This is Andy Pressgraves, not me.
Yeah.
I've lived in Luckett's for almost 20 years and lived in Leesburg. Before that, my ancestors have been in Loudoun County since before it was even called Loudoun County. They settled here in 1736 when it was still called Fairfax County. I'm a ninth-generation Virginian, and my roots are here, and I care very much about preserving Loudoun County and the village of Luckett's. I, too, support the CPAM and the four-lane widening of Route 15 north of Montresor to as close to the bridge as possible, and an eastern bypass around Luckett's, a median to separate the lanes, wide shoulders, and roundabouts. The majority of the residents want these measures. I understand that some are against the CPAM. For the people that are retired, like myself, or those that work from home, we do not have to sit in backups every single day. But we are the minority, and we need to do what is best for the majority. For parents with children in middle or high school, it is over a 1.5-hour bus ride to get home. I have 4 children that went to Luckett's Elementary School, Smarts Middle School, and Tuscarora High School. On top of this bus ride, if kids are involved in after-school sports and other activities, getting them home, fed, and back to Leesburg on time is nearly impossible. The further we can move the traffic jam to the bridge, the better for the majority of Virginian tax-paying residents. Additionally, putting a bypass around Luckett's would allow for a safe, walkable village that many want, and would allow for a coffee shop or small restaurant that would promote community. And no, we can't make everyone happy, but please do what is best for the majority and support this PRM with 4 lanes and a bypass around Luckett's. These safety improvements are critical. Thank you for your time and consideration. Andy Pressgraves.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. So if you're going to be reading a letter for somebody, let me know, because I did too. One on both sides. Not doing any more, but let me know in advance. All right. Barbara Rhodes, followed by Thomas Kasprick, followed by Alan Edwards. Good evening.
Good evening, Chair Randall and Supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I live in the village of Luckett's, directly off Route 15 on a farm north of the light. I live all of the realities that have been expressed here this evening, but I'm here tonight because I oppose passage of this CPAM for 2 primary reasons: cost and safety. The cost and scope of the CPAM is unaffordable and unrealistic. It will place a tax burden on Loudon residents now and for decades to come, yet entirely disregards the need for a realistic and fair small area plan for the village of Lucketts in favor of expanded roadways. I have a legitimate stake in what happens on Route 15 north of Montresor, but this project badly needs right-sizing. It needs to be revalidated to address the significantly different circumstances that now exist, as expressed by staff this evening, with regards to any bypass, and it needs to undergo a real cost and economic assessment. Most importantly, this CPAM delays safety improvements in Lucketts for 15 to 20 years per staff estimates. This brings me to my second reason for coming tonight. Relieving congestion is a consideration, but safety improvements are paramount and needed now in Lucketts. Fatalities, serious injuries, and property damage occur far too often on Route 15 in Lucketts. As staff attested, safety measures can and are being implemented without a CPAM. Smaller and less costly safety improvements could be made now within the context of the current comprehensive plan and at a fraction of the cost of the CPAM before you. Roundabouts, which improve safety and flow by slowing traffic down but keeping traffic moving, as well as shoulders and uniform travel lanes, present affordable and realistic improvements that would strike a meaningful balance between safety and cost and can be implemented in a much more realistic time frame. The CPAM will result in a significant cost burden to Loudon taxpayers. It puts the safety of residents, schools, and businesses on the back burner for far too long, and it unnecessarily ties up funding that could and should be prioritized elsewhere in the county. Thank you.
Thank you. And Supervisors, we are well over halfway through the speakers, just if anyone's following. Thank you. Thomas Kasperick, followed by Alan Edwards, followed by Donna Carroll. Thomas Kasperick? No? No, okay. Alan Edwards, followed by Donna Carroll, followed by Paige Marriott. Good evening, sir.
My name is Alan Edwards. I'm speaking on behalf of the Loy Estates in Lucketts, a 14-home community located off of Lamb's Place. We were also involved in the stakeholder meetings previously. As a community, we continue to urge the board in the strongest possible terms to approve the CPAN Concept B. We also recommend the board approve a 4-lane bypass around the eastern side of Lucketts, which would avoid destroying not only the utilized farmland a western bypass would cut through, but also Black Oak Wildlife Sanctuary. We believe these upgrades are not only long overdue, they are critical to the safety and getting residents home in a timely manner, while also mitigating environmental impacts to the thousands of cars that sit in traffic daily. We fully understand the burden this upgrade will place on some residents and businesses along this road. We also understand it is a tough decision the county faces to acquire land for this project, but feel the offset of the safety aspects alone justify this action. For me personally, having lived out in this area pretty much my entire life, I have spent countless hours sitting in traffic. Every single morning and evening, traffic is backed up between Lucketts and Whites Ferry, or Whites Ferry to somewhere beyond Battlefield Parkway, due to the overcrowding on this road. I have no doubt this board has done its homework and is well aware that even without building another home in Loudon County along this highway, that development is sprawling in surrounding jurisdictions. Unfortunately, a percentage of that traffic will use 15 for their commute. We have already seen the long-term projections of what traffic looks like on this road without any improvements. Leaving this road as is not an option. We have sat out here in the north end of the county watching for years while road after road is built or upgraded in the east end to accommodate the congestion brought on by more houses. It is our turn now to be given the same opportunity to get home in a safe and timely manner. In my years driving on 15, I've been involved in more close calls than I can even remember. About 12 years ago, I was forced off the road by a tractor trailer that was in my lane as I rounded a corner. Luckily, I avoided a collision, but the event still caused about $3,000 damage to my truck. I sent an email to each of you containing 3 videos pulled off my personal dash cam of almost being hit head-on, so you have an idea of what we face on a regular basis. And this is just me. This happens every day on this road. To Chair Randall's point, I have 2 young children, a 3 and a 4-year-old. When they start driving on 15, I don't want to have to worry about them being involved in the same types of incidents that I have seen on my time on this road due to the previous board's refusals to act in the safety of its residents. These concerns are fixable. That's all I have for you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Donna Carroll, followed by Paige Marriott, followed by Rick Bossman. Good evening, ma'am.
Hi. Good evening, and thank you for the chance to speak. My name is Donna Carroll, and I live off Route 15 North in Raspberry Falls. I'm here to implore you to please support the CPAMs so we can move forward with widening Route 15 North. We moved into this neighborhood 4 years ago with the expectation that Route 15 would be widened. This project is very important for the safety of my family and my neighbors and all who use Route 15 on a daily basis. The volume of cars is nonstop. During rush hour, cars merge from the bypass, get backed up, and it can take up to 45 minutes to drive about 4 miles at that time. All of that emission output is bad for the environment. It is also bad for business because it prevents people from supporting our wineries and local shops. Plus, it's a notorious spot for road rage and car collisions. Merging onto the highway in front of our neighborhood is extremely difficult and just plain dangerous. There's a constant stream of cars going very fast. It's hard to tell which cars are exceeding the speed limit, so it's super risky to merge. The closure of White's Ferry has added more traffic. The communities that rely on Route 15 are growing in size, which will increase demand on this road and add further to the traffic issues. I have a son, age 15, who is learning to drive. I'm horrified that I'll be using this highway regularly. He has begun riding with other teenagers, and I worry about him every time he gets into a car, as all parents do, but significantly more because of unsafe driving conditions with Route 15. Please do what we count on you to do and provide a safe driving environment for our community and the infrastructure needed to support the current future volume of traffic. Please support this CPAM. Thank you.
Thank you. Paige Marriott, followed by Rick Bosman, followed by John Mitland. Good evening, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Paige Marriott, and I live in Raspberry Falls. So much of what I wanted to cover tonight has been touched upon, but I just said, like, in 2006, Dustin Muse and Courtney Muse are 16 and 13 years old, and they were both killed on 15, not far from where I live in Raspberry Falls. And now I have children. Fast forward, now my son is 16, he'll be 17 this year, and he's driving, and my daughter is 14, and they're driving in the car together. At that time, in 2016, they came and met with the Board of Supervisors, their father did, after the tragic loss of both of those children. And improvements were supposed to be made in the road to protect the loss of life. Now that I have a child, it's personal to me too, and I know for that father back then, promises were made to improve the road. As so many people have spoken tonight, it really is about our kids. It's about our kids, whether they're going to school or my son. My daughter and son are my whole entire world, our whole entire world. And as I watch my 16-year-old son drive off, he's carrying my whole world. And the roads are so dangerous, and over again as a commuter driver or with my children in the car, as I carpool them everywhere, I've almost been hit many, many times myself, and I'm a seasoned driver, but I fear for my own children. And so I urge you tonight to, I support CPAM, and I urge us to look out for our kids. I mean, it's time that we do something about this. Another 16 years shouldn't pass. Another life shouldn't be lost. Thank you.
Thank you. Rick Bosman, followed by John Mitland, followed by Eugene Schill.
Well, good evening. I'm Rick Brossman. My wife and I run Brossman's Farm Stand on Route 15. Each year we feed probably thousands of families. I want you to be aware of that right now. We are a major supplier of food in that area. And in terms of engagement of people supporting, and I'm talking about people producing goods that we're selling from there and then our own things, there's about 100 people's jobs at work at that stand. So tonight we're talking about a quality of life issue. I've been hearing all the stories, and I think we fixated on safety, and we left off the rest of what safety really means. Safety means you've got safe food coming to your tables from your farms. That's what we deliver. Safety means, I'll give you an example. We have people right now who have heard the pending food shortage. What are they doing? They're at our stand now. They're buying plants, asking, how do we grow our victory gardens? They're trying to survive here. When the pandemic hit, they didn't run into the stores. They ran to the farm stands because it was safe. So safety is multifaceted. It's not fixed on one item. Now, I myself will tell you that I'm at that stand every day right on Route 15. And I will tell you, at 9 o'clock in the morning, you can probably set a card table out there and play a game of gin rummy before the next car comes by. It's empty. But rush hour, it's different. So let's just talk about what we're dealing with here. You've got choke points on this road. You fix those choke points, and the traffic flows through. This discussion of the eastern or the western bypass is really an unnecessary discussion. You can go straight through Luckett's, because look at your bypass. What is it doing? It's bringing you 4 lanes around to bring you into 2, right? From that spot of Spinks Ferry. Well, you put the roundabout at Spinks Ferry, you go right through then Luckett's, it's no problem. It's the same thing, cut off the traffic lights. My time is short. I would be happy to show you guys how simple this solution is, because I care about safety too. I've been pushing this for a long time, but the plan's got to be the right plan. And right now, 5-4 vote tells you, we missed the mark. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. John Mitland, followed by Eugene Shield, followed by Julie Bolthouse. Good evening.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and members of the board. I'm John Midland, and I live in Raspberry Falls as well. I want to talk about the safety of the residents who are not on the road. As I came to the meeting tonight, I left home about 5-10 minutes after 6. Traffic was backed up all the way past Battlefield Parkway. It was crawling. And that's a good day. When there's an accident, it's usually, if it's north of Whites Ferry Road and Raspberry Drive, it's going to be more than likely blocking both lanes, north and south. And when that happens, we're trapped. Not only can't we get home, but if we're at home, we can't get out. It means we can't get to the hospital. That means ambulances and fire trucks can't get to our homes. It is an incredibly unsettling feeling, and I would like very much for you to consider that as a safety factor, in addition to the terrible loss of life that you have to think about for those people that die and are seriously injured in the actual traffic accidents that cause the backups that then cause us to be trapped or blocked. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Julie Bolthouse, followed by Rosemary Loyler, and followed. I'm sorry. Julie had to go home. She had to go home. I'm sorry. Eugene Shield, followed by Julie, who has gone home, followed by Rosemary Loyler, followed by Mary Johnson. Good evening, Mr. Shield.
Good evening. Eugene Shield, a Catoctin resident and Planning Commissioner Emeritus from Catoctin District. I would have voted against this CPAM because I think it's premature. Most of the speakers that have been worried about traffic fatalities, accidents, are from the area far to the south of Spinks Ferry Road and Luckett's. And I think we have to wait for the improvements that are currently being made in that area before we can move ahead with any other changes to the northern part of Route 15. Thank you.
Thank you. Rosemary Loyler, followed by Mary Johnson, followed by John Ellis. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for your time. I've been following the Route 15 Safety and Improvement Project discussions and proposals since soon after I moved to the Luckett's area in 2007. With the full corridor plan still unresolved, I'm asking that you defer approval of the comprehensive plan amendment with respect to Route 15. What to do about Route 15 has been a contentious issue for all my years here. In all those years, there has been one thing, that absolutely everyone, the HOAs, the rural business community, historic and environmental protection groups, individual property owners like myself that had no voice on the stakeholders committee, the Board of Supervisors and VDOT agree on, and that is safety. Route 15 can be made safer and must be made safer as soon as possible, but it won't be made safer anytime soon if more easily achievable necessary safety improvements are delayed in pursuit of a 4-lane highway. And I would like to point out that some of the people that are speaking so much in favor of the CPAM moved here to developments that have helped clog our road. So a point going forward for the board is maybe don't approve more development until you have a road system in place. We need drivable shoulders, wider consistent lane size, and most importantly, speed enforcement and aggressive driving enforcement by our law enforcement officers. With shoulders where they could stake out their speed traps and observe and have a place to pull drivers over, a lot of safety would be achieved that way. How many more lives will be lost or damaged by delaying these 3 things that are achievable in a timely fashion while the lengthy process of a huge road redesign, right-of-way acquisition, environmental studies, inevitable supply and construction delays drag out for 10, 15, or 20 years? Please, please give this community what we need for safety now. Logical, practical, cost-effective safety improvements as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. I do want to put on the record and for the record that there has not been a single house approved by a Board of Supervisors in Western Loudoun County in 11 years. The homes that are there are by right, for the record. Mary Johnson, followed by John Ellis, followed by, I think it's Mariette Mitri. Good evening.
Hi, good evening, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors. Thank you for hearing us tonight. My name is Mary Johnson, and I moved to Luckett's with my siblings in September of 2014 after the death of my husband. We had lived in the city of Fairfax since we were married in 1986 because he wasn't willing to make any sacrifices which involved commuting to work just to live in a better location with a more suitable home. Our home was a mere 1,100 square feet and was centrally located between where he and I both worked. After his passing, I wanted to find a place to live which provided me with the solitude I felt I needed and a more peaceful existence where I could enjoy the beauty of nature and the rustic countryside for however many years God's plan was for me to remain here on this earth. My siblings and I found the best of both worlds when our realtor showed us our home that we would eventually purchase in Village Green subdivision. Every day I get to drive past wonderful farms filled with animals, all types of vineyards galore. It's a dream come true. I welcome the opportunity for prior to signing our contract, I decided to investigate what living in the location would be like from the standpoint of a daily work commute. I drove it for an entire week just so I would know what I could possibly encounter on any given day of the work week before I signed the contract. Throughout living in Luckett's for the past nearly 8 years, I've sat in traffic like many of you here tonight. I've been inconvenienced and even been late for work more than once due to some type of accident or some horrendous, or a fallen tree, a down power line, etc. However, turning Route 15 into a 4-lane highway or building a horrendous bypass is going to do nothing to improve the safety of the road or alleviate the traffic flow. Route 15 does need improvements like some that have already been suggested. Better shoulders, roundabouts, and traffic calming features that will handicap aggressive and impatient drivers. What we don't need is a nearly $1 billion project that pushes new and longer improvements further northward. Traffic on the road is down 25% since the start of the pandemic, and a regional study shows the potential for that to continue because many people are now working from home on a more permanent basis. As Loudoun County taxpayer, I refuse
Ms. Johnson, thank you so much. Your time is up, ma'am. Thank you so much. John Ellis, and after John Ellis, we're down to the last 10 speakers. Good evening, Mr. Ellis. After you we have Mariette Mitri and Desiree, I think it's Schreier. Good evening.
Good evening, and I'm hungry. I don't know about you guys, but thanks very much. First point I wanted to make was one that was just mentioned, and that is we are in this situation because of our zoning ordinance. The by right zoning is allowed by our zoning ordinance. Please do not allow this to continue happening in the rest of rural Loudon, because that's the direction we're heading now. That is within the board's control. Please do not do that. We all agree that safety, everybody agrees that safety is the primary concern. I'd like to challenge the basic premise that we have heard, and I think we heard it from staff as well, that increasing capacity and expanding the road is a solution to the problem of safety. The concept of induced demand is very well known, very well documented, very well researched. What it says is that when you expand a road, you will induce more traffic on that road. So the congestion will not necessarily reduce. And we've heard many examples of that mentioned this evening, how people who are now diverting around Lucketts and avoiding Route 15 would go back onto Route 15 if it were expanded. There would also be more development, providing the zoning allows for it. Also, is adding more lanes really a solution to reckless driving and speeding? I think it's quite the opposite, and we've heard concerns about people whose residences would be nearby a 4-lane highway and the danger that would put to children. So is that really a solution? I just drove down bumper-to-bumper traffic from Hillsborough, coming through Hillsborough on the way down here. They just did a project in Hillsborough that slowed traffic down, added a couple of circles, put in some speed bumps. I'm very happy with the results of that. 20,000 vehicle trips per day go through that village. It's a nicely preserved historic village. The traffic goes through smoothly, safely, and more slowly. But people are not stopping either, as people have been mentioning. The last thing I wanted to mention is preserving the Black Oak Sanctuary is really important to me personally. I have personally put in a lot of volunteer time with Loudon Wildlife to take trash out of there and improve the traffic, the trails and so forth. It would be a real shame. We've talked about how conservation easements are an important solution to preserving rural Loudon. It would be a real shame that after Mr. Kuhn
Mr.
generously
Ellis.
did that we would put a road through it.
Thank you very much. Desiree, I think Schreier, followed by Christine Goldrum. I'm sorry, that's not right. Mariette Mitri, followed by Desiree Schreier, followed by Kristen Goldrum. Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Desiree Schreier. I live in the Catoctin District, North Leesburg, along Route 15. I am not a long-time resident. In fact, I moved here quite recently, 5 months ago. And sadly, I am already regretting about my decision. I moved to this area because I love the beautiful countryside and open spaces we have up here. I love seeing the horses, smelling the clean air, but unfortunately, I'm beginning to think I made a horrible mistake. Actually, we are already looking for homes in another states. Also, our plans to open some businesses here and open jobs for the residents here will go with us. I hear conservation groups say that we have to preserve open spaces, and I 100% support that. But what does a road have to do with preserving open spaces? People talk about the agritourism up here as being super important, and I love going to downtown Lucketts to shop and to the wineries, breweries, and farmers markets. But not if I have to sit in this kind of traffic. People don't want to come out and visit me because of the traffic. So I'm pretty certain that the traffic is negatively impacting the agritourism up here also. I spoke with some of my neighbors, and they said that this debate has been going on for years, if not decades. And apparently now they want to delay this even more. Why? We all know what has to be done. Do you think something is going to change in 5 years or 10 years? Other than it getting even worse than it is now? Delaying widening this road is only delaying the inevitable. The road needs to be widened. I support the 4 lanes, medians, shoulders, and western bypass around Lockets. Please, no more delays.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Is Mariette Mitri here? Yeah, then I'm sorry, I messed up. And then after you, ma'am, would be Kristen Goldrum, followed by Peter Gustafson. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Mariette Mitri, and I live in the Catoctin district north of Leesburg. I rise in strong support of the comprehensive plan amendment to allow further widening of Route 15 past Montresor Road. The urgent need for this expansion is well documented and is a daily source of frustration for all of the many people who are affected by it. The current situation is dangerous, time-consuming, environmentally unfriendly, and extremely inconvenient. No one benefits from the status quo. While successful efforts have been made to streamline the efficient flow of traffic on Route 7 between Leesburg and Route 28, this project always seems incapable of getting off the ground. Prudent public policy does not allow a bad situation to continue to get worse. I urge you to conclusively and decisively change this by prioritizing this project and moving forward with it without further delay. Thank you.
Thank you. Christine Goldrum, followed by Peter Gustafson, followed by Chris Petro.
Hey guys, it's Chrissy Goodrum, like a good drink. I know you guys wish you had one right now. Sorry I didn't bring margaritas. I live in Raspberry Falls, but there have been a lot of people here from Village Green, the furthest north HOA in Loudon County by Maryland. So the person who said that they weren't represented this evening was totally wrong. I'm a member of lots of social media groups, as I know many of you are. One of the groups I'm a member of is a Facebook group called Luckett's Life. The only requirement to be in the Luckett's Life group is that you live along Route 15 north of Morven Park, so I qualify. In December, 5 months ago, there were 2 petitions posted in the Luckett Life's Facebook group. One petition was to oppose this CPAM north of Montresor Road. That petition got 70 signatures. The other petition was in favor of the CPAM. That petition got 553 signatures. Again, I realize it's social media and it's not necessarily science, but 553 in favor of the CPAM and 70 opposed. So when you get a message, an email, or listen to a speaker from a special interest group like the Catoctin Coalition claiming to represent the community of Lucketts, just keep in mind that special interest groups do not represent the people that live along this road. Like many others, I also received an email from the Loudon Wildlife Conservancy asking me to write opposing the CPAM. I'm sure you got hundreds of emails in response to their email to their entire base of supporters, but they do not live along this road. I do. Please, you've taken survey after survey of homeowners and business owners. 4 lanes, medians, shoulders, and a western bypass should have been implemented 15 years ago when this was first proposed. I implore you to please approve the CPAM today. And I hope you guys have a good drink soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No one on this board drinks. Peter Gustafson, followed by Chris Petro, followed by Katrina, I think Sweetie is, I think, correct. Peter Gustafson? Peter? Going once, going twice? Okay. Christine, Katina Sweetie? Oh, I'm last. Is Peter Gustafson here? No, Chris Petro. Oh, okay. Wait. Did I miss somebody? Chris Petro. Petro? Okay. But Peter's not here. What?
Good evening.
Oh, okay.
My name is Chris Petro, and I live along Route 15, and I operate and manage Farmer John's Market, as well as Misty Meadow Mushrooms. I support immediate safety improvements along the road. So if that means expanding the CPAM, that's what I support. I think it's inevitable that we're going back down the 2 lanes before we get to Maryland. And waiting 10 years, I don't think is really acceptable to the community. So if we could expedite safety improvements, then that'd be best. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Katina Sweetie, followed by somebody on the WebEx, Jason Stanford. Katrina?
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you, everybody, for your service and for allowing me to speak. I am one of the 15 corridor people that is a member of the Loudon Wildlife Conservancy. I live on Stumptown Road, which would be impacted by the Western Bypass. And I just wanted to talk a little bit about my experience at JK Black Oak. I am a volunteer, and I was on a survey a couple of weeks ago, and we found a species of animal that's under such conservation protection in the state of Virginia that I can't even tell you what it is. It was an animal that I never thought I would see in my lifetime. It was an incredible moment, and there was a lot of crying in the middle of the night while it was raining. I also, as a result, I do oppose the Western Bypass, but I also oppose the Eastern Bypass. I think one of the beautiful things that I loved when I first learned about JK Black Oak was how the Luckett's community came together to protect that very, very rare land. Those woodland wetlands are extremely rare, and I really would like to think of a world where we could all come together to protect our community, because it sounds like the Eastern Bypass is extremely damaging and the Western Bypass is extremely damaging. I would very much like to see roundabouts and the other mitigation measures that we've talked about tonight, such as having the police patrol and keeping wider shoulders and things like that. And I want to just finish up by saying thank you again.
Thank you, ma'am. On the WebEx, we have Jason Stanford, followed by also on the WebEx, Janie Karsnicki, followed by Sean Thomas.
Thank you, Chair Randall. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I just wanted to confirm that folks can hear me.
We can hear you just fine, sir.
Great, thank you. My name is Jason Stanford, and I'm the president of the Northern Virginia Transportation Alliance, which for more than 30 years has championed multimodal transportation solutions that improve our community's quality of life and economic prosperity. I'm here today to share the Alliance's strong support for the Route 15 CPAM. This amendment is essential to addressing both the long-term safety and capacity challenges in the Route 15 corridor. First, traffic on Route 15 is more than 50%, or 9,000 vehicles per day, above the design capacity for the roadway. This significantly increases delays and reduces reliability. It also increases the likelihood for rear-end crashes, which account for 59% of the crashes on Route 15. While reliability of delays might seem like a small issue, they are critical to residents who live in the Route 15 corridor and depend on this roadway for access to emergency services, medical care, school, work, and basic necessities. Failing to improve the primary arterial roadway will leave these constituents trapped in their own communities with few or no alternatives. Furthermore, there have been more fatal accidents on Route 15 North since 2017 than on either Route 7 or Route 50 or the Loudon County Parkway even though Route 15 has significantly lower traffic volumes. The Concept B improvements being considered will increase safety, save lives, and reduce injuries by expanding the capacity of the roadway to meet current demand, adding a median to increase nighttime safety and visibility for local turning vehicles, and widening the shoulders to address the concerns raised by the emergency providers. And to Supervisor Briskman's question earlier, Loudon County conducted a survey in 2018 that showed 70% of residents support Concept B, the comprehensive plan amendment before you today. So please trust the judgment of your county transportation experts, constituents, and the business community, and support the Route 15 CPAM. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Also on the WebEx, yes, is Janie Karnitsky, and then in the room we have Sean Thomas.
Madam Chairwoman, Board, thank you. I'm Janine Zarnecki. I work in D.C. and volunteer here in the county on the Loudon Arts Advisory Committee as well as for Loudon Wildlife Conservancy. We moved to Loudon in 1997 for its natural beauty, history, and quaint towns. And in 2016, we decided if we had to be in traffic, better to be in the midst of cows than cars. So we moved to Western Loudon, just off the North Fork of Catoctin Creek. We thought we made a big mistake and bought a swamp, but have been delighted to learn about the ecology of this little spit of land, a forested wetland, also unique in the county, and understand the kinds of impact a Western bypass would have on land like ours. Black oak is a quiet gem we didn't realize we had within our midst until the property was up for sale. Fortunately, local residents and organizations got together to purchase and conserve this property, saving the wetlands from disappearance. Loudon Wildlife is still learning more about the living creatures that call black oak home. The Nature Conservancy even realized its special nature and has also gotten involved. I strongly recommend the county take its time to further study the Lucketts area by reaching out directly to the local community, the farmers, the residents, the businesses like Mr. Brosman, to understand their issues, needs, and their solutions to Route 15 congestion. Tonight, some also mentioned a small area plan, and I support that. We also heard that there are traffic calming measures already in progress. So let's take a look at those options that we can do without a CPAM. Please have staff go back and look at the data from existing traffic calming on Route 50 and Route 9 through Hillsborough to see how much safer their roads now are. So let's all stand up and be a county that residents admire and respect, one that the region even looks up to. Let's ensure we safeguard and conserve our most precious natural resources. Nature and people can coexist peacefully. The pandemic has reminded us all too well how important a walk in nature is to our mental and our physical health. Please do more to ensure natural resources continue for our and our kids' safe and healthy futures. Should you move forward with the CPAM, I urge you to avoid Western bypass and find ways to mitigate impacts to our natural surroundings. Once the resource is gone, it's hard to bring it back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have 3 more speakers, and then I'm going to go to Mr. Kirshner for a motion. Sean Thomas, followed by Jim Bingle, followed by Tia Walbridge. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, and I just want to say how much of a testament it is for all of you to stay so late to hear this. This is really a testament of your public service. Thank you very much. I actually live in one of those residents that will be impacted by the Eastern Bypass. So I literally get up every morning, I look out, I see the fire station, they're out there testing their sirens. I can see that one light in Lucketts where all that traffic gets slowed down. So I know exactly how that area works. I've been traveling for like 15 years now. So, you know, I also work in an industry that manages traffic, internet traffic, and one of the ways we do that is we limit the amount of traffic. And when I go out and I count the amount of cars going up and down the road, usually about 70% of those cars from out of state. On the Maryland side, I can see there's a traffic light controlling the actual amount of traffic going into Maryland, and they added a traffic circle along the 15 a long time ago. Why we don't have that on the Virginia side, controlling how much of this out-of-state traffic is coming in, causing all the congestion, I don't understand it. In addition to that, when I look at where the bypass is going to go, which in my opinion is largely unnecessary, I just can't wrap my mind around why we want to put the bypass through people's backyards, past a brand-new fire station, right next to a school, through a couple businesses. That just makes no sense whatsoever to me. It's kind of absurd. There's all kinds of wildlife in those areas. That is my backyard. There are red-headed woodpeckers back there. There's all kinds of creatures back there. I mean, it's a tough decision for you, right? But, you know, I think most people agree there's a congestion issue. I think it can be handled in other ways. I think we don't have to go through gazillions of dollars just to widen it. I think we can control the amount of traffic coming in from out of state and actually have an immediate impact on how much safety there is on this road. And that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Jim Bingo, and then our last speaker will be Tia Walbridge, who I don't see in the room. Oh, okay. Good evening.
Good evening, Chair Randall and board members. I'm Jem Bingle, speaking for the Piedmont Environmental Council, and we support the residents and businesses asking for a postponement of the CPAM, Phase 2 CPAM, until other interim steps are taken, not to stop planning, not to stop a time-based construction budget and identifying funding mechanisms for the CPAM, or not to stop a small area plan for Luckett so that businesses aren't damaged and can thrive, residents can be safe, and we don't sacrifice rare natural resources. You know, the Luckett's community, it's been mentioned, has asked for these safety improvements for a long time. And in the early 2000s, Frank Wolf got money for safety improvements, some of which were made, some of which weren't. And the money hasn't been fully spent yet. So that's kind of interesting, given that we have so many safety problems on the road. So there are low-cost engineering changes that can save lives within the existing right-of-way, provide room for emergency vehicles and sheriff's enforcement. They definitely won't cost close to the estimated $300 million price tag for the CPAM, which is expensive, time-consuming, requires additional land acquisition, engineering, and design for the four-lane road, and a massive construction project. In addition, there are no funding mechanisms identified except for those limited local dollars. The safety concerns for Route 15 are similar to those for rural highways across the country. In 2008, the American Association of State Highway and Transportation Officials created a report outlining things that could be done, that other states have done, and that can have an immediate impact on fatal and injury crash reduction through low-cost, quick implementation highway infrastructure improvements. So we could do that. We can do it now. And it doesn't have to cost as much money. Not to saying to stop plan, but do what needs to be done in the meantime first to protect the whole community. And the Federal Highway Administration can help. Congress has recently been talking about funding for this kind of road improvement. So please, we're not asking you to stop progress, but do what needs to be done first.
Thank you, Ms. Bingle. And our last speaker is Tia Walbridge. It is good to see you.
Hello. And I'm the one wrapping it up and holding us up, sorry. Well, I'm here tonight representing Loudon County Farm Bureau. I'm our current president of Farm Bureau. I also serve on the zoning committee and a bunch of other county boards, including REDC. And we really would urge you to not move forward with the CPAM and consider a lot of the immediate improvements that have worked so well in Hillsborough along Route 9, slowed down traffic, and really kept the community itself safe as well. The farms along Luckett's form the character of that region. They're what everyone loves, enjoys, why they move here, and what everyone likes to talk about. And preserving our agricultural businesses that are the backdrop for so many other businesses is incredibly important to everyone, I think, who moves there too. Moving equipment on and off of a four-lane road, which absolutely will have 55 and 65 mile an hour drivers on it, is extremely dangerous and not safe for our business owners. Rural businesses along Route 15, I believe, are very much going to suffer from passersby going faster, not stopping, and patronizing them as much. And the fact we haven't studied that or looked into that, I think, is a real problem. We should be looking at what this is going to potentially do to a lot of roadside stands and places where they're potentially going to lose patronage.
Back in 2017, we had the new agricultural census come out. The next one's due in November of this year, so it's coming up. At that point, the U.S. as a whole had lost 3.2% of its agricultural lands. Virginia had lost 6% of its agricultural lands, and Loudon County lost 9.5% in 5 years. We cannot sustain that amount of farmland loss and still be farming. Bringing in this kind of infrastructure and widening of roads is going to encourage more subdivision. If we are going to proceed down this path, we really need to be talking about what we can do in terms of perhaps an overlay district, suspending cluster subdivisions for these farms right through there, maybe a targeted PDR district, something that's going to actually put some action behind our words that we appreciate our agricultural community and want to sustain these farms, rather than just saying that. So I think that's all I've got tonight.
Thank
I will let
you.
us get to bed.
Thank you, Ms. Walbridge. Well, we're going to go on and take a vote now for everyone who hung in there. I know it, right? Everyone who hung in there to the end with us. And I'm going to go to the district supervisor, Mr. Kirschner. This is a new motion that we don't have in our package. Is that what I'm looking at?
Essentially, Madam Chair, it's the same motion, but it excludes the eastern bypass as an option. So,
oh yeah, I'm not going to vote for that.
So basically, it directs it.
Don't want to make the motion.
Okay. So and it's the full packet. What we've done in the packet is just exclude the eastern bypass, just so the Madam Chair is aware. So I move the Board of Supervisors forward CPAM 2021-0002 U.S. Route 15 North widening and safety improvements with amended Attachment 1 and Attachment 2 to the June 21st, 2022 Board of Supervisors meeting for action based on this packet.
Wait. Okay. Motion been made and seconded, but I need just some clarification.
Yes, Madam Chair.
In what part of this?
If you look at each page, it has been amended to say remove alignment below western bypass
So the
to be
pages that you
determined
just
in
gave us
design.
are the ones that remove the eastern bypass.
Yeah,
Okay.
it puts additional language in. It says remove bypass alignment, western bypass to be determined in design.
Okay. All right. That motion's been made and seconded to send the item on to the meeting and to remove the the eastern bypass. Now, I am going to say this, Ms. Brixman. Ms. Lumpton, do you want to second this motion? I'd be happy to. Okay, only because for all the meetings and everything, she's been in it, and then she's part of the Route 15 also. So, yeah. Okay, me too. So that motion will be seconded by Ms. Umstadt. Mr. Kirsten, would you like to have an opening on your motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you very much. And I first want to thank every single person who's here. It's 11:35. We sign up for this when we run for office, and for you to come and stick it out and be here this whole time speaks volumes. Sorry we had to go last, but it was just a large. But I know each of you, each side of this issue, everyone who's spoken is that it shows your commitment, it shows your passion, and I do appreciate it. I want to thank the staff for all the work they've done and everybody who's been involved in this project. And I think this is really kind of one of the big steps to the end of this whole process that's gone in over the last 3 or 4 years. When I ran for office, I went door to door, and overwhelmingly, the two issues that people would talk to me about is, please help us get internet to Western Loudon. This board has helped us do that. And the second one was, please, please, please fix Route 15 and make sure this overwhelming traffic flows. I think we're on the cusp of doing that. Safety has been talked about a lot today, and I'm going to have a closing statement. I'm not going to get through everything I want to say, but safety is incredibly important. And I have to tell you, I've told this story before. As a former Loudon County prosecutor, sometimes you have to go to fatalities, and I've been to a number on 15, and I can tell you, there is nothing more sad than standing there talking to the officers. There's a dead body laying there, a grandma or a mom, and the phone starts to ring. And you know it's that family calling, wanting to know where they were, why they're not home yet. And this is a very easy issue for me. The hard issue, of course, is how and what way and what are the best safety improvements to make. I have definitely made a determination after studying this thoroughly, after listening to both sides, that we must implement this CPAM. Now, I will tell you the CPAM is not the end. As a matter of fact, there's a lot of planning that's going to go into it. All this is a place type. It's a holding place to say we can now put a 4-lane road in and up and around Luckett's. And I think we have to do that. As mentioned before, Mr. Crowbar said, and it's true, we won't get funding for much of this. We can't have a placeholder for funding. So why do we need a western bypass versus an eastern bypass? I have 36 on my opening. It's very clear. The west impacts the fewest people. The east impacts all kinds of businesses. It impacts people's backyards. Now, I don't want to go through the sanctuary. And part of my motion is really to figure out if there are other options on the western side. But we have basically open fields. We have other roads we can go down. There's a number of different options, and that I'm going to be exploring. I'm asking, and I'll finish off later. I have 4 seconds left. I'm just asking for your support, and I'll finish in my closing comments.
Thank you. I'm going to call Mr. Turner next, but while that's happening, could staff please bring up slide 6 of the presentation? Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This obviously, all of us have done a lot of homework on this. We've gotten a lot of emails, gotten a lot of input. Generally speaking, I'd say it falls into 2 categories. The people that live along Route 15 really want this CPAM, and the people who don't live along Route 15 can want to do something else. If I lived along Route 15, having experienced it a few times, I would be in a red shirt with a sign tonight. I totally get that. I completely get that. I think staff has done fantastic work. This has been going on for years now. I think you've done the research, you've done the public outreach, you've given us the options you can have. The thing I'm concerned about is we're being asked to vote yes on a project that could take up to 20 years. I ran the numbers. The current cost in today's dollars is $294 to $308 million. Assuming that's in present dollars, and I think it is, at a 3% inflation rate, that number would be $403 million in 10 years and $541 million in 20 years. At a 5% inflation rate, 3% less than the current rate, that would be $488 million in 10 years and $796 million in 20 years. And we're being asked to vote on yes on this project with no detailed budget, no detailed timeline, no assurance of where the funding is going to come to pay for this. And I think, frankly, I don't think that we are inducing congestion with this 4-lane expansion, and I don't know that we've taken into account that if all the traffic currently bypassing down Berlin Pike and Waterford now diverts over to the 4-lane highway, that we're even going to solve the problem. I think there are things we can do before we implement the CPAM, the Luckett's small area plan, operational improvements, safety improvements, none of which require a CPAM. If we want to rewrite the CPAM to require a phased and sequenced approach to this problem to see what is the effect of each of these phased improvements, and we focus on the near-term improvements that are most urgently needed, then I think it makes more sense. As it stands right now, I personally feel like we built an overpass that was a 12-year project, that was a $31 million project that cost $8 million of Loudon County. It got moved twice because of changing circumstances on the ground. When it finally got built, and I said, why are we building this overpass? The answer I got was, we're too far along in the process. We would affect our credit rating. We would affect our federal funding in the future for other projects. We have to continue with this project. I think the chances of this project getting to completion is probably less than 10%. I think the chances of this project getting to completion and not being appropriate for a changing environment is probably 50%. Those are just my numbers. They're not based on any reality. I'm really concerned that we're being asked to sign a blank check for a 20-year project and an enormous amount of money where we don't have the details to make an informed decision. I would really like to see a phased approach with the most urgent things done in sequence as part of the CPAM. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Umstead.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Every project has a phased approach. First, you approve the CPAM, then you start looking for the money to do design, engineering, and construction. This is no different from any other project. Yes, it's a big project. So was the interchange at Belmont Ridge Road and Route 7 and every other large interchange in Loudon County. All of these projects are big projects. This is truly about saving lives, and we have lost far too many lives on Route 15 because previous boards did not take action. Yeah, it's going to take a while, but according to what I recall from staff studies, even to do shoulders is going to cost the vast majority of the total cost of the project. So we might as well start now to do it right. I completely agree with my colleague, Mr. Kirschner, and it has been a pleasure to work with him. But I just don't see the results of delay being anything other than more lives lost on one of the most dangerous sections of road in Loudon County. So I will happily vote for this motion.
Mr. Buffington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be voting no on this motion, and I have consistently done so throughout this process because, number one, I don't think it's a good idea to spend $300 million or a lot more, probably, with inflation, to four-lane a road to a two-lane bridge. I also don't believe that bypassing Luckett's businesses is good for Luckett's businesses. And I believe that talk of this is causing new cluster development housing all along the corridor that's hurting traffic and safety right now. And so passing the CPAM, I believe, is only going to make that worse. And then you'll have 10, 20, 15, however many years of that happening before you actually see any of these improvements. I'm not calling for kicking the can down the road on this. I'm just calling for not passing the CPAM. I do believe we need to do near-term safety improvements, which can be done without the CPAM, which you heard today from county staff. I do believe we need, well, as staff mentioned, there are also other additional safety improvements that could be done, and I'm in support of doing that. And regardless of what we do with this CPAM here tonight, I do believe we need to do a small area plan for Luckett's. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Brooksman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I would like to congratulate Luckett's for single-handedly keeping Loudon's birth rate high. You guys all have such big families. I can't believe it. Anyway, I will, you guys did a great job getting organized, and I can congratulate you on that as well. I will be supporting this CPAM. I believe the vast majority of the community supports it, and I think that we've had enough studies and enough surveys that we are well informed on this and that we can, with confidence, pass a CPAM on this, which is just the beginning. And I'll echo a little bit of what Supervisor Umstead said. This is just the beginning. There's going to be a lot more, as Mr. Krobo said, a lot more checkpoints along the way where we check in, we see the design, we make decisions. And also, one of the biggest sellers for me is that we can't apply for funding from the state or the U.S. government unless we have the CPAM to do it. So that's another reason why I strongly support it. I'm very nervous, however, about eliminating one of the bypass options. That makes me a little bit nervous. I do want to support the district supervisor on it. I just feel like I don't want to totally shut down one avenue because then if the other one doesn't work, where are we? If the other one doesn't work for one reason or another, maybe we're back to square one. So I'm fearful of that. But I do believe that this is, it's not just a safety issue, it is a quality of life issue. It is a quality of life issue if your partner's not getting home from work on time, over and over and over again. It is a quality of life issue if it is super stressful for you to try to get your children to their ball practice or to their soccer game. It's a quality of life issue if you're stressed out about your teenager and you can't trust that your teenager can drive from one place to another. So I really believe that we are at the point that the citizens of Luckett's deserve to have us work on their quality of life issue. This discussion about how long it's going to take, I find that a little bit frustrating because that's our job. Our job is to plan for the future. We were elected to plan for the future.
And that's what we're doing here if we pass the CPAM. We're coming up with a plan. And then, you know, if it gets done 10 years later, then we made the right plan. If it gets all approved and planned and phased. So I agree. If we don't pass this tonight, then, you know, it's going to come up again and again and again. So I will support the CPAM. Thank you.
Ms. Glass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd also like to thank everyone who came out to tonight to speak on the subject, and all of those who have emailed. And I just wanted to say something quickly that this past weekend I had to go to an event, and it said that it was the place was on Route 15. So my directions told me to get on to on the bypass, but you're going like 7 west, and I was like, "Whew, I'm going 15 south." But then the GPS said to go through Leesburg, so I was going through the town of Leesburg. I was like, "Oh no, I have to go 15 north." So, you know, and it was that on Saturday it was raining, it was pouring down. There were so many people on the road, and I just started to get angst knowing that I was getting on 15. And so when I had to make a left, there were people flying down the hill. And then there was somebody behind me. They started to go around me on the side of the ditch, passing me. I was like, oh my goodness. So this is what, you know, you all have to deal with every day. And someone just so happens to flick their lights to let me make the left-hand turns, which I quickly took because I was afraid, you know, someone from behind me would hit me. But I felt your pain. And so, you know, what I'd like to say is that Route 15 is important for us locally. It is important for us regionally. And I hope that we are able to work on this issue for you all. And I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Saines.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll start by saying thank you to everybody that has called our offices, emailed us. Thank you to everybody that came out and spoke before and now tonight, taking the time to speak your piece and share your commentary on this very serious matter. So thank you for doing that and being organized as you are on both sides of the argument. And I'll share my story. I don't go on 15 that often, but when I do, I always make it a point to stop at Roots. It's a good business, good food, and it's always booming and a lot of activity. And it's always it was reminded, our first board term when we had that application. It's kind of funny now, but the room was packed and people were like, "No, we don't want this business here. This is not going to be what we want out in this area." And of course, we passed it, thankfully, and it's doing well. People love the facilities, and the reason why I'm bringing that up is when I was turning in, after I was done with my function, I was out there. I was turning left to go into the complex, and a car was coming out of Roots, but it was going to go left. So of course they had to wait for the cars to clear so they can cross the road. And then another car behind them was honking their horn at them, being impatient. And so luckily I was able to pull over, quickly rolled down my window, told the person behind them, I was like, "Calm down. They're trying to get out of here in a safe manner, and you're being angry or whatever, road rage and everything. You might force them out to make a mistake and create an accident." And luckily the person stopped honking and everything, I think, once they realized, what they were doing. But the reason why I share that is that something needs to happen on this stretch. Everybody makes very valid points, but I do believe that we need to continue on the path that we're going on here with the CPAM. Me personally, I feel that we should actually, as I stated earlier, actually with my question to staff, is still look at doing the western bypass and the eastern bypass, but District supervisors made a motion to look at only the western bypass, but I'll follow the district supervisor. He's more informed in this stretch than I am, but I think we are going on the right path, and I think we still can work with staff and look at immediate solutions as well, because again, stuff needs to happen on this stretch of road. So I would encourage everybody to please continue to be patient with one another. You guys are neighbors out there, so be friendly and kind to each other and look out for one another. So, but again, thank you for coming out and sharing your commentary with us and all the emails and the calls.
So don't start my time, Nick. I need a point of clarification because of this motion. I'm going to support the CPAM, but I don't understand. So earlier you all said that you could take this western bypass line to here, right? Did you say that?
Yes, that's an option, but there's not been a detailed analysis of that. What we would like to propose, Chair Randall, if I may, is that we'd like to provide more substance to our review of both the east and the west options and enumerate those issues to you at the June 21st meeting, so that you have a better description of what each of those issues. There are some comments that have been brought forward today that I think justify some additional analysis, and we'd like to provide that commentary so that you could have that information and make your decision as needed.
Mr. Kirchner, I'm about 85% sure I'm going to vote for Western Bypass, but I actually would like to have the commentary that will come by the June 21st meeting, and I will do all of my due diligence and research and by that date. So I'd like to ask for a friendly that you take the Western Bypass section out of this motion for now, and then we will get their information. It will still go to the same date. We'll get the information on that date. I'm again about 85% sure I'll vote for it, but I don't want to feel like I'm pushed into that right now, and I don't want to vote against the whole CPAM right now because of the Western Bypass issue. So I'm asking that as a friendly.
So the just I want to clarify, the friendly would be to not eliminate, to allow staff to come back with with more analysis of east and west. Is that what you're asking?
Yes, but it still goes as a CPAM. The CPAM passes, but this still goes to the June 21st meeting? Yes. Okay, that would be with a friendly, yes.
I mean, for now, I'll accept that. I'm pretty confident I know what we have to do, but if I could ask staff what that analysis would be.
Yes,
just generally.
Yeah, just stop my time and let's get that question answered, and then because you're the second.
And if I could expand on that friendly and just make sure staff would I know I've spoken to you folks a little bit before, that could include going around potentially the sanctuary as well as an option.
That's
not just. And I think that analysis would be extremely helpful to know the number of houses and impacts. That especially the eastern. I mean, I'm pretty confident I know what that is.
Do you think you can have that ready by the 21st?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so Mr. Kirchner, if that okay with you?
Yeah, I think if it keeps you supporting the C.
I'm going to support. Yeah, I just didn't want.
I kind of feel like.
Put the 3 minutes back on my clock, please. You kind of feel like, well. You have a closing in just a second.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a friendly, so you still have your closing.
Yeah, I understand. Would you like to divide it, Madam Chair? I think I'd feel a little more comfortable. We'll make it quick.
To do what? Divide the motion?
So, I guess as to whether we analyze the eastern as well, just vote on that separately. That's fine. I'll accept it. I'll just move on. That's fine. We'll accept the friendly.
So let me say what I believe. Let me say what I'm asking for, so that everyone knows that on the 21st, when you come back, so the CPAM that's actually part of the vote. But you come back on the 21st, and as far as the east and west, you will have done a deeper analysis on the east versus west bypass. And can tell us if on the west bypass you can go all the way up to this line, thus avoiding the environmental sanctuary? That is what I'm trying to ask, and have analysis on both. Can that be done by the 21st? And if it can't, Joe, please tell me.
We can do a more detailed analysis. I will tell you now that the parcel that you pointed to, that entire parcel, it's 80 couple acres, that entire parcel is encumbered by the sanctuary. So if you need to go to, if you're going to go to the west, you need to go and you want to avoid the sanctuary, you need to essentially go all the way to New Valley Church Road.
Okay. Well then, yeah. Yeah, I would like to have the analysis, but I'm about 85% sure I'm going to go west anyway.
But
But I understand what you're saying.
we bring the comment forward because the staff recommendation for the eastern bypass was really driven by the land use policies.
Yep.
And
Yep.
We use
Yep.
that as
Good.
a higher
Okay.
governing issue.
And Ms. Umstead, you're good on that friendly. Okay, all right. So let me say this. You can stop my time. I have done my homework. I have met with every group and every individual. I have read I have done my homework. I do push back on the words special interest groups, because special interest groups are also called citizens, and they have just as much right to say what they say. And so we act like that they're some kind of aliens, but they're citizens too, the special interest groups. I do want to know if we can have a parallel small area plan for Luckett while doing the CPAM. The most powerful statement I heard tonight is this: my children are globally rare. That was a powerful statement as we talk about what is globally rare. My children are globally rare to me was a chill down my back statement. And if I wasn't already going to vote for the CPAM, that would have got me there all by itself. I am concerned that we are talking as if we have to pit safety against the environment. I'm not sure that's true, which is why I want to see more of what we can do on the Western Bypass. I have this little thing sitting here because I'm so proud of it. It is an award for my votes on environmental issues, because I always vote on environmental issues. So I am concerned that we've done that. I know it's an egg, but it's not an egg. It's a goose egg because it's a Goose Creek Association.
It's an egg.
On Saturday, I went out knowing this vote was going to be today, and I drove the whole length of Route 15. And although it wasn't standstill traffic, it was still congested traffic on Saturday. It's always congested. It's never like not congested. I strongly push back on if the traffic comes from Waterford and other places, then we've induced congestion. The traffic's already there. It just happens to be going to other places like Waterford. And so we're not making more traffic. We're bringing traffic back to Route 15, thus making Waterford and other places safe. Waterford's dangerous right now because all the cut-through traffic. So you're not making traffic, you're bringing it back. I also push back on roads make homes. That's just not a true statement. Water and sewer, utilities brings homes, but roads don't bring homes. That they just don't. I do agree with Mr. Ellis that we should look at our zoning to cut out some of that, all the by right housing that can happen right now. I do think Hillsborough is different because Hillsborough doesn't have as many shops to stop along the side to stop and shop on. So I was very, very, very much a part of what happened in Hillsborough. Hillsborough and Route 15 are not really that comparable and comparable. And I will go back to one more time. I've done my homework. This is not, after having done my homework, an incredibly hard decision to make. I support the CPAM. Mr. Kirshner, would you like to have
Question on
have the
motion.
closing? You have a point of clarification on the amended motion?
Yes.
Okay. Before I go to
Can I ask staff, are there any federal or state restrictions on the environmental aspects of the Western Bypass that we cannot, that we have to abide by, that would force the Western Bypass to move in a certain direction because of state or federal environmental restrictions?
Or do you need to bring that back to us?
That is the type of analysis that we think we can provide, but the answer is yes. non-tidal wetlands and some of these other endangered species, they very much could come into play in a federally funded project scenario.
Okay.
Okay. All right. That was a great question. Mr. Kirsten, would you like to have a closing, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. It's 12 midnight. The stars have aligned. Ms. Briskman and I agree 100% on an issue. Amazing.
They're going to support each other's campaigns.
I just a couple follow-up comments. I appreciate. Looks like this is going to pass in its current form, but it's not done. And I just, for those of you who are kind of on the not supporting end of this, this is not done. There's a lot of planning that needs to go on this. I'm going to talk about that in a minute. I did want to address a couple of things. First, for everybody who's talking about improvements, I pulled an item from March 18, 2007, which gives an analysis of all the projects that have been attempted for safety up and down the 15 corridor. I think there are people that spoke tonight that oppose many of these safety improvement projects. Not everybody, but there were over 9 that were rejected, and VDOT could never get going. So it's kind of that sort of thing that we're kind of dealing with right now. And this was all prior to 2017, which I think in large part, which initiated much of this push to significantly improve this corridor as a whole, because these safety matters were not done as we went. We're not really. I also want to address this idea that we're signing a blank check. This is not a blank check. It's actually wrong to say we're going to spend $300+ million. That may be the case. That is where we're kind of headed, and we think we have to be based upon the analysis. But there is we will see as things improve and this corridor gets up to that point. But I think we absolutely need to bypass, and I think it has to be on the west side. The west side is the logical side. I believe we have a lot more options. I hope staff can come back with a number of various options that will mitigate. We may have to go through the corner right behind Luckett's there of this conservation easement. I hope we don't. Maybe we do. But I know that our staff and those who build these do an amazing job to help mitigate. But I will always choose people over projects. And the safety of people is 100% important in this regard. There are a couple promises as I wrap up my time that I'm going to make. I promise everybody in this room and everybody that spoke that I will do everything I can in my power to minimize impacts to the business and residents as this project goes forward. I will work very hard to maximize the safety of all our drivers and our families. I will work very hard to minimize the congestion, because remember, that is really one of the big issues. These roads are way over capacity right now. They're built for 12,000. We're 26. We're double that. No safety improvements are going to change that congestion. And I will work very hard to maximize the funding to make what ultimately ends up. And I, too, want to look at a small area plan. I think that is after we approve the CPAM to see what other options are available, not just in this, but also as a whole.
Wrap it up.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, so the motion was made by Mr. Kirshner, seconded by Ms. Umstead, with a friendly amendment from Chair Randall to have the staff come back on the 21st with a bit of a deeper assessment on the east and west bypasses, what they can do by that date, the assessment they can do by that date. And that friendly amendment was accepted by Mr. Kirshner and Ms. Umstead, and I appreciate that to both of you. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. That motion will pass 6-1 with Supervisors Turner and Buffington voting against the motion, Supervisor Letourneau being off the dais. Thank you, everyone, for being here, everyone. And we are adjourned.